right. We are in Nautilus. How did you call Nautilus, Titan? The Vegas of Cocoon?
Yes. It's Las Vegas. City of Dreams. Don't trust any place that calls itself the City of Dreams, because then there's a reason that everyone in there wishes they were dreaming.
It's a bit sad that we get to visit an amusement park and there's no good mini games.
Yeah, like a lot of people compare this to the Gold Saucer, but there's no minigames even like the Gold Saucer. Because this is a giant theme park. You have one minigame, it's mandatory, and it's also not good. But for now, Saz and Vanille are just going to have some fun. Oh, right, and all of a sudden there's news! Where have I seen this before?
That's a good question.
And here you can really see how the mentality of Cocoon people are.
Oh, maybe if there were optional mini games, I'd have been down. But like, I don't know. I'm usually not a fan of intrinsic mini games. Like required mini games, rather.
Yeah, more like optional would be nice here. Like I think it helps break the pace from like. There feels like it's not that much other to do than just going to the next fight in this game.
Yeah.
Which for a speedrun is fine, but for a casual playthrough, like some diversity would be nice.
This cutscene is absolutely gorgeous. I am going to use it to grab some tea because my throat's killing me. I'll be right back.
Enjoy. This is a very pretty cutscene.
Am I in time? Oh shit, I'm just in time.
You literally right as the cutscene is ending.
Awesome. Okay, this is another small one, as far as I remember.
Just gonna kind of let the cutscene speak for itself.
And you can tell this one, they didn't put a lot of effort on the models, they're just moving their mouths. She does have someone special, she just doesn't want to say. Tells us who it is. Alright, we enter the thing. This is just a glorified loading screen disguised as a cutscene, but this one is skippable for some reason. And here we have cute chocobos!
Yay, chocobos!
And
Chocobos
sheep
and little
with
sheep.
chocobos! Where's the middle of the run? This category? Fuck if I know.
Yeah. We have no idea.
So based on an estimate, I would say after around 6 hours, 10 minutes, something.
What's
Could be, could not be. Who knows?
Like I know Aussie had a run that was like 12:30 something. But he skipped a cutscene on Orphan 1 for the Destroyed
Wow,
mod.
the cheater.
invalid?
It's kind of crazy. Like he held on the way until Orphan 1 and then like just muscle memory the summon.
I think Serena did a similar thing as well with a summon on the final bosses.
Yeah, here's the thing. Oh yeah, Kaya hasn't heard about this either. I unbinded the select button, I put it on R2, and I binded start to the select button, so every time I try to skip a cutscene, I just press start again.
That is smart, but that's also cheating because console can't do that.
But this
Yeah.
is PC, so who cares? Oh, right. We should talk about Blitz now. So,
Yes.
we had Blitz before. We used it with Lightning in quite a few fights. And we also did mention that every character except for one gets a Blitz at some point. But Saz's Blitz is kind of special. So, Saz's normal attack attacks twice for like 0.9 damage each, or something along those lines. Like, there's like some decreased multiplier on his default attack. But you can treat it as like a normal attack that does, 1 instance of damage, for 1 cost of ATB. His Blitz is 2 ATB, just like every other Blitz, but instead it fires 7 bullets, each of which does 0.6 of the normal damage. But if you add that all up, you end up with 4.2 damage, assuming that all the bullets hit. Which is more than just the 2.0 that you would get if you were doing normal attacks. Each of those bullets also applies any on-hit effects that you can get from buffers, which we haven't talked about, or chain increases, or anything else like that.
We did talk about buffering.
Oh, okay, so that was when I was gone then. Yeah, so you'll get any of the bonuses that you get if you're like rab buffering into the Blitz. Each of those bullets will apply the conditional modifiers, so the chain will increase by a large amount. It increases the chain duration by a large amount because there's a bunch of attacks all hitting at once. It will... but you might be wondering, like, oh, but what if not all the bullets hit? Well, this is Final Fantasy. Bosses, they tend to be really big. Most of the bullets are going to hit. And even if you only hit like 5 of the bullets, that's still a net positive in terms of damage. So the fact that like Saz's Blitz is what it is one of the major reasons why we can actually do the speedrun in any amount of like reasonable understanding at all. Because that thing is really stupid. And we've unlocked it for the first time in this chapter. Yeah.
I think we have a new commentator.
Yeah, I was gonna see who it is.
That's
Hey, it's the person that people thought was me before.
So whenever you want to introduce yourself, go right ahead.
Hello, hello, hello. How's it going? I'm XIII. Yep, so I'm XIII, and I do not run any percent of this game. I run everything but.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
Hey, you did any percent?
Once.
Yeah.
And maybe twice.
Potentially 3 times.
Oh yeah, I forgot ESA 2019, never mind. 3 times.
Oh yeah,
They're so cute. I love
the real Wally. Yeah. Did
Yeah,
somebody
well,
new join? What's his name? How many people joined?
Oh, what a dead joke.
It's not like that joke's been told 1,000 times.
But hey, look
Also-
at the cute joke about.
If anyone's interested for the numbers of the multipliers that Wally was just like, not Wally, Titan.
Wow. Wow.
I was mentioning, I just quickly double checked, but like an attack for Saz has 0.6 multiplier for each bullet, so like 1.2 total. And Blitz has 7 bullets with 0.7 each, so 4.9 times total, which is
Okay.
4. So considering 2 ATB means 2 attacks have 2.4. So 1 Blitz for that same amount of ATB does like more than twice of that.
Yeah. All right. My numbers are a bit off, but the general statement's still there.
It's
Still
basically a
accurate.
4.9 times multiplier for 2 ATB instead of a 2.4 multiplier. Also, 1 Blitz animation is quicker than 2 attacks.
Yep.
That also.
Yeah. But the
Yeah.
thing to note about Blitz is that some bullets can miss. And so if an enemy is really far away, then Blitz actually
Yeah.
isn't as effective.
Yeah.
But every bullet is 0.7 times, so that means you have to hit at least 4 for it to be worth it.
But you usually can.
Yeah.
So here, Taz says, "Okay, I'm tired of running away
So
from."
you can get blitz. Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Taz is like, yeah, I'm tired of running away from this problem, so I'm just going to turn myself in. But no, you can't do that because I don't want to be left alone. To start telling me, I know who's responsible for turning your son into a pulseless sea, but she's like, I can't tell him it's me. So they're forced to run away again now, because now they know that they're here. Okay, you can start talking about the game, the actual game and not the lore again now.
So you can get blitz in chapter 4. It does unlock then. But then you don't have the CP to get like other more important things that you need for like E&E.
E&E. The E&E is the big issue. You need to go very
Yeah.
deep in this role to be able to get in Thunder and in Water. There's one category that gets splits as soon as it becomes available, and that's Dodgeless.
Hello.
No other can afford it.
Yeah, that's my
Yeah,
category.
yeah, Wally's our resident like dodgeless and other stuff master.
I spread miscellaneous propaganda about 13 categories.
So that chest is something that isn't a part of the current any percent route, but because I'm doing a vastly different endgame route, I have to grab it because I need the money.
I still grab it as well.
Yeah,
Alright,
I
this
think
one is pretty short.
90% of runners will still grab that chest.
Yeah, it seems more like a top runner optimization than where you have slightly lower stats.
Kaya, do you agree?
Okay, who wants to talk about this amazing fight?
Vanille,
And
please.
thanks, Daniel.
Yeah, so basically this fight is the mid-light reaper. I thought it was mid-night reaper for a very long time. But we kind of, even though like Saz is really powerful here and we did just get blitz, we still need deep protect because that 89% damage boost is pretty massive. So this is the first of our fights where we're like, yeah, hey Vanille, can you please land the debuffs that we need you to land? Because otherwise things are going to be really slow, and that's going to be a really common theme throughout most of the run. So yeah, there we go. We got deep protect. If we got poison, that also would be nice, but it's not necessarily worth waiting for the poison when we can just be like hitting and healing and increasing chain.
People will usually try for God Poison twice. Poison would be really nice for this one because my chain is pretty low. My chain duration is pretty low. I am going to have to restart this.
Yep. So the last time that I said you basically always kill in one stagger, I ended up not killing in one stagger, and it was like this, but I didn't say it this time, so you can't blame me.
Yeah, blame the game.
Yeah.
Yep.
Blame Vanilla for landing a deep protect.
Yeah, that Deep Protect was at like 300% or something.
Thanks,
So it
Vanille.
was super late.
I mean, we don't have to worry about it running out, but at the same
This
time,
is
it was
true.
way too late.
Yeah. I think we should still kill before the photon cannon, main cannon primed, but it's dead.
Yeah.
So be Gucci.
These two are extremely important, and the one afterwards is also really important.
Trigger warnings,
Look who
by
it
the way.
is.
Suddenly, child.
That's a fake.
No fakes in this game. This game would never do anything fake. It's all real.
Oh, sure, yeah.
And there's no smoke and mirrors whatsoever.
Nope.
Hey, it's that blonde, definitely not evil lady from that one flashback before. Wonder why she could possibly be here.
I'm sure she'll be an amazing antagonist.
No, protagonist. Protagonist.
それがドッジ君の使命だったようですね。コクーンを守るルシとして立派に使命を果たした息子さん。
Oh no, she's an antagonist. But this is fine, because we'll surely get a very fun and engaging boss fight against her later.
But don't give too much away.
パルスの存在を感じる力を借りてあなた方を監視しておりました。感謝の言葉もありませんが、おかげさまでルシに関する貴重なデータも得られました。お礼と言って
It is true, actually, their crystals are very different. Dodges is very transparent.
Different types of the sea.
True?
Yeah. There's a pulseless sea, Daj, cocoonless sea.
Yep. Not all seas are the same.
ねえ、もうやめよう。使命なんてどうでもいいよ。よかねえよ。お前が化け物だろうが。私は。諦めんな。大事なことははっきりしてる。いいか、うちらは国王の敵だ。だったらね、もっと。
Wait, are they extracting energy just from, like, magma?
ぶっ壊すんだよ。
Lava?
Maybe. But
Maybe.
it is. I mean, it is a plant. It's a power. I think it's a power plant.
Yeah.
They're converting heat energy, I suppose.
Yeah, but where's the magma coming from?
It's not a volcano. I'm pretty sure. At least it looks like a
In
volcano.
the air? Like, Cocoon is suspended in the air.
Cocoon makes up the rules as it goes along.
Look, I'm just saying, like, they gotta have some way of storing it.
Titan, you look up in the sky in chapter 4 and you see a city. You don't see stars.
I mean, yeah.
I can't tell you how they store it. I'll see magic.
Mm,
そう。
I
It's a
see.
doubt foul sea.
襲ったために居合わせたドッジ君がルシに選ばれた。皮肉ですわね。あなたが守ろうとしていたのは息子さんの仇なんです。いやー待て。我々に処分される前にご自分の手で
So I still love how
He's
goofy the way
such
that
a
Neil runs
sadist,
this.
man. The fallacy is called Kujata.
ルシ同士の殺し合い。
Yeah, usually you skip through all of this, but chapter 6 and especially chapter 8 is such an emotionally charged chapter.
Yep.
Also, welcome to the Saz solo section.
That's the end of the Saz solo section.
That was not the first Saz solo section. You may have missed it the first time.
同じだ。分かっていたのに。
は最低のクズだ。嘘ばっかつきやがって、人を振り回してよ。何人巻き込んだと思ってる。
私は
臆病な死神だ。生きてるだけで迷惑なんだ。
There are not. You can't get any encounters there.
Backtrack to get encounters. If you really
Lightning
want
doesn't get a
to.
full section.
楽になりたいんだろう。
Lightning does.
Where?
Start at chapter 10.
Hmm. True.
Yeah, like every character gets a solo section, but it's the girls who don't actually get to fight anything in their solo sections.
Are you calling Saz a girl?
Saz can fight things in his solo section.
What?
You can backtrack.
But backtracking in my Final Fantasy 13 game? I don't think so.
Deal with it.
Guys, come on.
I see
Shit
someone who
gets
did
real.
his rapid chest in chapter 4.
Yeah.
敵を
ふざけんな。死んで終わりにしようってか。死にゃ許されるとでも思ってんのか。
それならどうすれば。生きても死んでもダメなら私はどうすれば。
人に聞くんじゃねえ。てめえで考えろ。
わからないんだよ。
俺もだ。もう終わったんだ。どうしようもねえんだ。今さらお前を撃っても生きててもな。好きにしろよ、化け物。
死なないで。
Don't worry about Vanille's ears. Just casually firing a weapon next to them.
Yeah.
L'Cie magic. It's just some L'Cie magic.
It's just a L'Cie magic.
Also, I like how, initially his bullets did not do anything here, and then now that we're in the battle, the bullets are gonna start doing stuff. But yeah, so this is the Brunhilde fight. It's an interesting one because we're really going to be seeing the RAB buffering and all the conditional modifiers really sort of stacking up. By doing attack blitz, you get additional conditional modifiers from the blitz being a end fire and just a lot of bullets. So yeah, that's kind of what most of this fight is. It's just blitzing it down.
Yeah, so due to the fact that Blitz is the second ability in that string, every single bullet is actually increasing chain. And part of gestalting Eidolons is to do chain increases. So if we're doing multiple of them in a really quick succession, we can just drive the gestalt bar up really high like that. If you don't actually know that trick, this fight actually takes quite a long time to do with just regular, RAV chaining and just slowly building up the chain like that.
Yeah.
But with that, we
Alright.
can reduce this to a really, really fast fight.
And now the conclusion.
I said earlier, there are no fake outs.
No. Hmm.
Gaki ガキの仇でもよ。ガキは撃てねえや。
サッツの優しさは忘れないよ。
もうたくさんだ。
The husband's laughing because he knows this isn't true. Also, of course, we are going to use Saz in the late game, so this isn't true.
No, this is pretty true. It's pretty well defined by the
Yeah.
coffin.
Yep.
Especially, how would you know that we
Weird
use
that
Saz
they
now?
choose to bring him out in a coffin.
Especially with glass in it. For the face.
And clearly they
Also
use a
remember
coffin
them.
if he's dead. There's no
Yeah.
other explanation.
So what do we do with all of the progress in his Chris that's lost now?
Oh, that just gets redistributed to other characters.
Ah, okay, okay. Makes sense.
He's so evil.
And I guess that someone else also gets his Eidolon.
Oh yeah. Noel gets his Eidolon in Lightning Returns.
Yes, he does. Why does he? Who knows?
Who knows?
No one needed an Eidolon, I guess. I guess all of them were busy.
Well, I guess the fact that Fang recognized the Shiva sisters means that multiple people can have the same Eidolon.
Everyone
This is a
can
plot
see an
point in
Eidolon.
Season 2, because
Yeah.
multiple people do have the same Eidolon. Namely Caius.
But Caius is an Eidolon.
No,
Gasp.
he isn't.
Say it ain't so.
So this is a chapter where everyone actually becomes a party.
Yep.
Until then, it's gonna be a hot minute.
Is this finally the chapter where we are open world, though?
No.
That still
No.
takes a bit.
No, despite the fact that we have an airship.
Yeah.
Sorry, Final Fantasy fans, this airship is not actually an airship.
This airship is in another castle.
Multiple of the same Eidolons show up on the ending cutscene of LR. No, the Eidolons that show up in the final cutscenes of LR are the Eidolons of 13. So it's no Shiva sisters, it's Lightning Zoden, it's Saz's Brynhildr, but somehow Noel is the one controlling it, so on and so forth.
Because Noel is the reincarnation of Saz, I guess.
Except Saz is still alive.
Yeah, but Noel is from the future Titan. Noel is from 700 years
He's a
in the future.
descendant. Noel is a descendant of Saz.
Noel is a cat's Roy all along.
Oh along. His last name also starts with K.
See?
Well, damn. All right. Guess we figured out the mystery.
I think we're onto something.
Alright, that's it. No more cutscenes.
Null's
We figured
actually
out
the
mystery.
reincarnated Dash.
Roll credits.
相手が何人いると思っている何百だろうと何千だろうと関係ねえよ
So the cavalry at this point is very much confirmed to be actively helping us. Why, we don't know. We just know they kinda don't like the government and what they did with the purge. So for now, that's the justification. They are going to help us infiltrate the Palamecia, which is where Saz and Vanilla are both being held.
ひどい目に遭ってる仲間です
Wait, is there actually in theory on that? I didn't know.
No, he said that's actually the kind of theory you'd find on YouTube.
Yeah. Okay. Never mind.
And you know exactly who'd be making that video.
Null, a reincarnation of Saz because both have their surnames start with K. Great.
Oh, yeah.
第3閣下ご自身がおいでになるとは思いませんでした
アルスの脅威は国運全体の最重要課題だ
But hey, it's just a theory.
I feel like there's a channel that I don't know that you guys are all referencing,
I'm
and I'm not entirely
surprised
sure
you
I want to
don't
find
know.
out.
It's
I'm
game
s-
theory.
Yeah.
I don't think I've heard of that channel.
Must be wild. It's way shorter than this for starters.
Isn't it like only half the length? Like 7 hours or something?
It's like my one on the really longathon was 6.5.
Yeah.
Oh, so we could have already done that.
Yeah, Lightning Returns would be done by now.
Yeah, easy.
Yeah, to be fair, Lightning Returns is a lot of side content.
13.2 would probably be done soon as well. Like, I think 13.2 is like 9 hours or something with cutscenes. Or
It
10.
was 8-ish.
Yeah.
Oh, that, yeah. This game is by
I
far
remember
the
that,
longest.
that
of
was
the
a fun
three.
run. That was a fun run. That
That was a
13-2
pretty
one.
fun one.
Yeah, especially the
Yeah.
necked and catch. I enjoyed that. Wasn't it like 15 minutes or something?
It was.
It was a while.
Alright, we managed to successfully infiltrate the Palamecia, only to be instantly greeted by enemies. Because of course.
Obviously.
Yeah, this is not a stealth mission.
This is not.
Sounds
This
bad.
is
I
a stealth
don't
mission because
think-
we will be dodging everything.
I don't think that, like, Snow knows the meaning of stealth.
See, the thing I always wondered is why don't they not get blown off there with how windy it is?
I was getting all set up to give my OSHA rant, if you want to
Well,
give it.
that happens later, I know, but like even there, look at how windy that is, and well,
So one important thing about this fight, Serena, who also wanted to do a no cutscene skip run, did a little bit of routing, and she quickly realized that it would be pointless to think about doing this run. Oh boy, I missed Shane.
Wait.
Without summoning on this fight, because you have 4 default paradigms and they suck. They are
Yeah.
very bad. I tried pressing select again.
In the four default
Less
paradigms you
unblinding.
have, Lightning is a Ravager in one, a Commando in another, and a Medic in 2 more. And then we get on to Fang, who is a Commando in 1, and then I believe a Sentinel in 3 of them?
but see, that means the game thinks Lightning Medic is by far the most useful right now, right?
100%. 100%.
Lightning, I think, is Lightning is the second most medic, the second worst medic. And
Yeah,
she
Lightning's
has
medic
missed
is kinda-
the primary role.
Lightning's Medic is kind of meh.
Is very bad. The only medic that's worse than hers is Fangs.
あそこで決まりだな
To be fair, a bit late, but there is one thing that's stealthy about Snow, and that's his intelligence.
He hides it well.
Steel guard.
Actually.
Still.
Oh. Oh, I was wrong. I thought, but
This is a menu we aren't doing again anymore, but like I explained way back on chapter 5, you usually use an Ether Soul before this very fight in order to do this fight with a summon. The thing is, it's slower to do this fight with a summon than just doing this entire menu. I don't care about you.
Wow.
It saves you around 20 seconds-ish in any percent if everything goes well and the summon animations take way longer than that. Or like the summon cutscenes. So
Oh,
in
yeah.
no cutscene skip, it's not worth.
Yeah, it's not worth it. This is like old stuff, but it's still better. Because we would have to do that menu anyway at some point. So we're just doing it earlier.
But who needs HP nodes grown up?
You don't need a defense if your opponent is dead. The best defense is murdering all your opponents.
the way to win the fight is to reduce your enemy's HP to 0 whilst keeping your HP above 0.
Yeah, that second part is optional.
Oh man, I hate all of them. Feels bad, man.
I will disregard all of Titan's comments from here on out.
If you mean with the primary roles, then no, because Snow has Sentinel as primary instead of Medic. Pretty much.
Yeah.
But they both have Commander and Ravager.
Yeah.
Ugh.
None of the 6 characters start with the same have the same set of primary roles. I'm pretty sure.
They all have something different. Lightning, Saz, and Snow often have Com and Rav, but the third role is different. So for Lightning it's Medic, for Snow it's Sentinel, and for Saz it's Synergist. And I think that's the closest that it gets to being the same.
Yeah. There's Fang, Vanilla, and Hope. Don't even
Wait, Sid
have...
had different primary roles? Man, we should have recruited Sid to our party!
Yeah! Doesn't Sid just have like Com, Sentinel, Medic?
Probably, yeah.
He's literally solidarity.
Yeah.
Yes,
In
Sid
one.
is solidarity!
That's a weird combination, honestly, with like Sentinel, Medic, and Com, but...
I mean, it works.
And then he goes into second phase and has Sin and Sab.
Oh,
Yeah.
That as well.
And
but we
Medic.
never see second phase, so...
Well, no,
it's
still
all
has
good.
Medic.
Ideally, we never see second phase.
Second phase in this run either.
So Sid is pretty much all roles except the Ravager and like one
Yeah.
character.
Yeah.
He can...
Which makes sense
Right,
because
so-
alone he has trouble chaining as a Ravager, right?
So, I want everybody to take a good look at this area here. This is, like, where is OSHA? There's no way that it is safe for, even like you have a jetpack, I don't care. Like, there's people running around, there's like no railings, jumping between all the different platforms. How many thousands of feet off the ground? Like, this is not safe.
Yeah, look down there. Like, how far above the ground is this?
We're way too high. Way too high.
So if you're falling down,
Like,
you're
it's
dead
all the
before you even...
wind, too?
I mean, if you're falling down, you're probably dead before you even hit the ground. So
Bro, come on.
Yeah, like this is so like not okay to be here.
I mean, we're above
I'm
clouds,
glad that-
definitely. So that's very, very
It's
high.
Nosha.
Okay, but
I'm
Titan.
Yeah.
About how unsafe it is here and how, you know, not even the Lassie would survive the fall from
Oh.
here. It's been like 8 chapters now since we last saw the anti-grav unit that Lightning has, but I'm pretty sure that with that one, anyone could survive falling from there just because that thing is OP.
But
Didn't she
not
lose
everybody
it?
has the anti-grav.
Yeah, and didn't she lose it now? And like suddenly
No,
finds
she
it
still
again
has
for
it.
chapter 12?
It's still there, but for plot reasons, we pretend it does not exist.
Yeah. It
Wait,
doesn't
why
exist
did they not
until
just use the
chapter
anti-
12.
Why did they not just use the anti-grav to land in Uerba?
And doesn't it also work for everyone in chapter 12, even though she only has one? Because I remember
Yeah,
they
she
all
works
kind
for
of fall
everyone.
down. Yeah.
Chapter 1 class uses lightnings as well.
She just so happens to carry 6 of them.
They fly over Oerba. Why do they not just fall into Oerba instead of
They
crashing
don't fly
in somewhere
over
else?
Lerva, though.
No, they don't.
Oh my
They
god.
do. They do fly.
Big plot twist,
yeah,
guys. Sass is actually
this is
still
what
there.
actually happens to
Oh my
Sass.
god, he's alive? I never
did
saw
not
this coming.
Again, rip Saz's eardrums.
They're just all deaf.
Sans and Vanille are so deaf at this point.
Also the Chocobo too. Like, think about it.
Oh,
Right?
God.
Chocolina's also deaf.
Chocolina has bigger issues.
生きてても仕方ねえのにてめえの始末もできやしね
Does gravity work in this world? It doesn't.
Quick, Vanille, he's vulnerable.
お喜びになって息子さんのクリスタルは首都
You gotta be whipped.
国運を救った悲劇の英雄として記念碑になります。
記念碑だとどっちがものじゃねえ
ルシの息子として意味嫌われて惨めに生きるより物として丁重に扱われた方がよほど幸福でしょう。
She's so fucking evil. Her thing, what happens to her is one of the worst things this game ever did.
No.
I think it's fine.
She's built up so much in this single chapter, and then, well.
Also that whack on the neck would not make a person pass out.
No, it would
I
not.
mean,
No,
This is
it's
the
just
fun.
it's Magitech. It's Magitech.
It's a stick.
A stick with Magitech in it. Maybe there's just like a contact poison on there.
Okay, then Sans dies in 5 minutes.
It doesn't have to be a lethal poison. Wait.
well.
Mana Drive Sedative.
私は国運と戦うために
Everyone in the party should be deaf after like being outside on that non-OSHA compliant like walkways.
一度使命を果たして私たちはクリスタルになったはずだった
I think this is the only cutscene that happens on day 1.
Yeah, this is the very beginning of what happened on the events that transpired before FF13.
Yeah, it's definitely the only day 1 cutscene.
Oh yeah, magical girl transformation sequence.
So the game basically starts at day 2, I guess. Because day 1 is not important.
Everyone, look away.
Shield your innocent
You know-
virgin eyes.
We have next level video gaming censorship, no worries.
So that is like a much more elegant pose than both Sarah and Dodge. Like being frozen in the crystal like that.
Yeah. And then her clothes appear from nowhere, so that's
Magical
Let's see
girl
magic.
transformation sequence.
She also just looks like she's waking up and then she immediately passes out again. Then wakes up for real.
I mean,
This
I
makes
don't think I
perfect
can blame
sense.
her for that. Like,
目覚め
think about, like, you know, you've been laying down for a while, and then you suddenly stand up, and then you go lightheaded, and you black out for a second, and then, like, your body readjusts, and you're like, actually focusing again. It's probably like that.
今度誰かを傷つけるのが使命かもって思ったら考えるのも嫌で嘘をつい
I
て
think the difference why Dash gets encased but Vanille gets a statue is the difference between the Lassies they are. Dash is a pulse Lassie, Vanille and Sarah are... No, wait. Dash is a cocoon Lassie, and Vanille and Sarah are pulse Lassie.
今日までずっと
Or Vanille had a bunch of artisans sort of like chip out the excess parts of the crystal in order to create like a proper statue. It has been several hundred years after all.
I'm pretty sure the only person who has actively tried to chisel out a Lassie crystal is Snow.
Hey, Saz helped a bit in that cutscene.
He'll help a bit as
He,
well.
he did like 2.
It's more than 0. Oh yeah, I hope that everybody likes listening to sirens, because there's going to be a lot of that sound.
Oh god, no.
Especially since I can't skip cutscenes.
It's code green, guys.
Code green.
Ooh, green.
Because
What
green is
all the
definitely
colors
more
mean?
dangerous than red, so we changed from red to green.
Code green for radioactive. Oh god, the sirens are going to be playing in all the cutscenes, isn't it?
Yes.
Alright,
Yeah.
fine.
It,
Fine.
we're lucky this is not dodgeless no cutscene skips. Because
Yeah.
that would be the most amount of sirens.
What would dodgeless all cutscenes be? Like 19 hours?
Not
No.
Probably 17-ish, I guess. Like, the
No.
cutscenes are roughly 7 hours.
I refuse to countenance the thought of this category.
It would be another 5.5 hours than any percent. Probably like 18.5
I
hours.
don't want to think about it, so I am not.
Thinking isn't required.
I have dodges to do.
Dodges aren't required. Wait, wrong
Yes,
category.
they are. 20%.
盛り上がってきたぜ
In the game is also not required.
Every dodge is required. You cannot fail a single one.
Oh no. I guess this run is invalid.
I don't. Has there actually been a non like decept cheesing run that has?
Shroudless.
Childless.
Regardless.
But like in Shroudless, you do fight some of the ones that you can't dodge, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So like in any percent run where somebody, like in any percent run where no one has done this. Oh, go Chocolina!
So, we did to the effectiveness of a rifle. Perhaps
Why
they should
doesn't
keep
she use
them.
that more often? I swear, if you drop that rifle.
Also in cutscenes, the
Okay,
enemies
she
die so
didn't.
quickly.
Wait.
助かっていいのかな
No, pistols.
They just like they're running with the rifles for like a second to get their normal weapons and they use those. Why are they not just using the rifles?
Clearly, the rod is a major upgrade over a bullet.
A rifle, yes.
And 2 pistols is better than a rifle?
I guess
Yup.
Buzz gets an excuse
mean-
because he's more used to using his pistols.
That
But
sounds
what
gets
if
away
with
with
the
it.
magnums? Do the rifles have 1,000 strength? I think not.
Also true.
I won't talk
So
about
the
chapter
rifles
12
can't
enemy
push
stats.
up the guys that we fight after this.
2 guns is more than 1 gun. I mean, I guess.
I mean, the other excuse is that Saz's pistols turn into a rifle anyway.
I mean, they do, yeah. That's more like a sniper rifle, though. Yeah, so we're doing more Custarium, picking up, you know, stuff.
One of that stuff was haste. One of the best buffs in the game.
Wait, did we get that yet?
Yes, we get it.
Oh, yes, yeah. So we got haste. Haste is great. We've seen haste a few times, mostly from the Fortisols, but now we're just gonna have like easy access to whatever, and it makes things go fast, which is really nice. So especially for like this point of the game, Taz like has basically become the like quintessential offensive buffer that kind of has access to all of the utility that we need from, you know, an offensive buff person. It's got all the end spells so that we get the conditional bonuses from those or like additional weaknesses. Has haste, has vigilance when that's necessary, has bravery and faith. It's just like perfect built to be a killing enabling machine.
Okay, sir.
Also killing machine himself, because we went over his blitz.
Yep.
How insane it is.
Some of the people that he enables the killing for is himself. Equal opportunity enabler of killing.
We're now on
So
code
now it's
purple.
code purple.
Saz is such a good party leader, especially with his strongest weapon, which I am going to use in this late game route, that the only character that outshines him is Fang, and only very, very late in Crystarium development. She does eventually gain more strength than Saz, and she gains other perks for being party leader that outmatch him, but it takes a long time to do so. Like, all the categories will lead Saz unless it's a category requirement not to do so, or in Plat percent. The second half of Plat percent uses Fang as party leader, because it's only by that point that she becomes better than him.
Well, that's a good question. The colors make no sense.
The colors make no sense, and I'm pretty sure they're not supposed to make sense either.
Yeah.
Hank says it best.
They go
Just means they're
from
doing their job.
They go from red to green to purple to white, I think, right?
Oh, I'm on go target, never mind.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
So you go from a dark color to a brighter color, then to like kinda a mix, and then to like a completely bright one. Yeah.
Purple is not a mix of green and
No. I meant in terms of brightness. It's like neither super dark and nor like really bright, right? That's what I meant. Not that it's a mix between the two. It's like in the middle, in between. Let's say it like that. You can probably find it in the data logs.
What am I supposed to find on the data logs?
The meaning of the colors. I never read them, but I think
They're not on the data logs.
no. Okay.
Wii U, Wii U, Wii U, Wii U.
An explanation for the color. Okay, so I think purple is like Jill's least favorite color, so it's the most dangerous one. That's why it's purple right now. And Bart is afraid from the sky, so for him it's white.
I mean, wait, why? It's a bad way to design a danger system.
There's the explanation, Grodan.
Like, not even Jill knows which code it is.
Yeah, she's looking for. Isn't this the cutscene where she's looking for the? Yeah. See?
Yeah. It's
Now,
like
now she's
blue, no yellow, no wait, blue. Maybe it's orange.
Which color do we take next?
What if it's purple with polka dots?
See, I think that's why it's white in the end, because Bart's like, whatever, just have like no real color at all.
But that would be code black.
No, it's code white. What the fuck does code white mean? I have no idea.
Blank.
Like black because black isn't the color. Or something.
It can
I
be
don't know.
anything. White encompasses all of the other colors.
Yeah, basically white is everything.
Man, I am so bored this run. This is not good.
I mean, you've been picking up all the extra chests, so like.
Yeah, but I
Yeah.
got 9 extra Phoenix Downs on accident.
Oh.
Not Phoenix Downs, God, potions.
I love this dodge, by the way, because you kind of like stare, like, yeah, you want some of this? You want some of this? Turn around. Well, you can't have it, and you just run past them.
If they want you to run past them. Sometimes they are not cooperating.
Yeah, that's because they just like really want you.
Imagine if we actually had to fight 2 Thermodons and 4 Vespers. That would be a nightmare of a fight.
Dude, I dig it.
Also, what
They don't
happens
even give an
in case
explanation for where the others go. They just vanish.
you've unbound select
That's
completely,
good.
right? So what happens
No.
in case you're actually dying?
No, select's just on a different button.
Okay, because I don't know
This
if
is not
like
the
we
default one.
should watch the same
So let's
cutscene
go
if
on a
it's like
different button. Yeah. No,
Also,
that'd be
if she
good.
already watched a cutscene and she died, she'll skip the cutscene.
yeah, that's what I meant. Depending on which cutscene that is, that might take a while. Like
Yeah.
the Part 2 cutscene, for example, can take a while too. I think it's like 7 minutes or something.
Something like that. So yeah, this is the Vespa Soldier and Thermodon fight. Thermodon is kind of like the typical barrier enemy, kind of like Garuda, where we're not really going to do any damage to it until we stagger it. The Vespa Soldier is like usually pretty easy to kill, so not like a super issue. But yeah, the Thermodon, we got to make sure to do stuff. We know that the Photon Burst is targeting Saz because of the direction that it's looking at, so we just throw the potion to stop us from getting launched, so that we can then just like
You
stagger and
stupid
go.
Lizard.
But the thing that it's not doing that we wanted to do is we actually wanted to walk up to us in order to attack, because that way it's a guarantee that all of our blitz bolts will hit. But for some reason it decided like, nah, I'm just gonna chill back here for a while.
Yeah, he likes to do that.
Yep. Easy
The
fight.
best is if D-Protect runs out while he walks towards you, because it took him forever.
Yep. That's always unfortunate. Also, I hope that y'all are ready for like some more OSHA violations. Because they're just like running on the wings here, and there's gonna be these giant, massive jet turbines just like spewing flames and plasma into the atmosphere at random intervals, opening and closing, and there's like no protections, no guardrails on them, nothing. Like, why? How do they not just lose like people every day to this stuff?
Because it's robots
I'll
up here.
see
I don't
magic. I'll see
We're also gonna
magic
be a-
in everything.
We're also going to be camera tricking for a significant portion of this section, just because it makes the dodges easier, as camera tricking tends to do.
Especially Viking related dodges. I camera trick for all of them, but the only important camera trick is for the very last dodge of this segment. But I just
The very
personally
last
think it
Viking
makes
just
Viking
doesn't
dodges
wake up
easier.
unless you look at
Don't
it.
quote me on that, though. It's probably not true.
It's got a bit more
But-
dodges.
Yeah. The only one where it's really important that you're looking at the floor, it's not even this one. It's this one. This one right here. This is the only one where I have to camera trick for. Alright, Kaya, do you want to talk about Kalavinka?
Kalavinka Striker is basically a dark yellow / green / whatever version of a boss that we already fought before. So one of those lightning birds, or whatever you call that species, I don't know. It's pretty much 2 fights back to back, and it's not the same one, it's 2 different ones, which we will see soonish, because the first one is quite easily beatable. But they basically have moves that are targeting only one character, or physical attacks that target the entire party that's in range. And what we want to do is we want to slow them, hopefully also curse them to interrupt them with spells. And in this first phase, it's like a very quick stagger, and he has not much HP, so that's done pretty soon. More important is the second phase, because that has some sort of target manipulation, but we'll get to that.
So interestingly, because this is a all cutscene run, or rather no cutscene skip run, it's not actually a second phase.
No, it's not even a second phase. Like on Garuda, it's a second phase. On this one, it's actually a different bird.
Yeah,
Yeah, you can see it here. So
yeah,
this one
it's something that's like usually like in the normal speedrun. Since you skip the cutscene, you don't realize the second bird, so it's like, yeah,
and it's a different
second
bird.
phase, but like no.
You could
See, that
maybe
one-
realize it when you see the result screen appear, because both have a result screen each. But yeah. And the normal 2-phase fights don't have that; they just have a cutscene skip.
It's
You know,
not even
I feel
it's
real-
exactly the same enemy, but they're 2 different enemies.
Yeah,
this
also I
one's
feel
kinda-
really bad.
I don't know. This one's maybe the mother or something. I don't know. It's definitely way stronger than the other one
look
before.
who they are. Too bad
Yeah,
we can't see them.
So I also feel really bad for whoever that first Kalavinka striker fell on top of.
Oh god.
It just like slipped off the edge of this thing, and like that's a massive bird.
Vanille, go fish.
Not yet.
I know. But yeah, the second one, kind of powered up version of the first one. The strategy is the same pretty much. At the start, we want to get slow as fast as possible. We nullify his damage with a potion each, because he's doing slightly over 300 damage while we heal for 300 with a potion. Once we have slow, we want to get curse, and once we have that, we want to have hope be on the lowest HP, because that is very important. He does a very big move. I forgot exactly how it's called. Hellstorm Bolt?
Hellstorm Bolt.
Yeah. That move always, and that's something we didn't know right from the get-go, because we had a different strat. That one always targets the party member with the least amount of current HP. Not max HP, the current HP. So as long as
I
hope...
cancelled it!
Never mind, we don't see it.
Nice.
So that can also happen. Best case is you cancel that move and he's not doing it at all. I wanted to say what happens when he's doing it. If you cancel it, you just kill him like the first one pretty much with ATB refreshes and ruins. If he's doing that move, he always targets the party member with the lowest HP. So in that case, if you don't play it wrong, it will always be hope. Before, in like older routes, we used Sentinel to have him constantly target Fang, because we didn't actually know the actual mechanics behind his big attack. But since then, we basically always let him kill Hope, revive Hope immediately, and that's way faster than having Fang and Sentinel.
Hey, it's
But
an extra
best case-
Phoenix down that you can sell now.
Best case, what you just saw is just don't see that move at all, because we stagger quick enough to interrupt him. And that's pretty much it.
United.
And now it's time to go fishing.
Yes, now it's time to go fishing.
I really like seeing Fang and Vanille reunited.
So we actually now know what Vanille's weapon is. It's a fishing hook.
Look away, kids.
私本当失敗させ
No,
る
really,
Oh my
the
gosh.
kid led the way.
どうしたんなんでもねで今後のご予定は
Saz is like, man, and I was thinking of killing that girl.
本気か
安心しろ
I thought he was thinking about his dead wife. We never see in the game.
カルシュに毒された政府の欺瞞を暴く うまくいったら奇跡ですけど。奇跡はうちらの得意技だ。
I'm sure that Vanilla and Fang have gotten rooms for themselves in the past.
グランパルスの流儀をよ。バニラ、あいつだ。やってみる。
So here's my question: why did they not just do this for like the second one?
Because it had to die or something.
And you're saying they're not killing this one after they like fish it?
Also, this is a Garuda. It doesn't do much damage.
いい子にしやがれ。
You know, she also has like some insane upper body strength to be able to completely arrest the momentum of that giant bird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like this one is actually a Garuda, as Gronan says. It's not one of the Kalavinkas, which we can see on the color.
Hey, look, it's that owl again. I'm sure that the presence of this owl doesn't mean anything at all.
Why didn't we do this with the Garuda in Chapter 3?
Because we didn't have Fang.
I mean, I'm sure that lightning sword would have worked just as well. Yeah, I believe in luck when I'm like flying off, holding on by like the bare minimum thing. He's like, he's not on the thing.
See, if they would be able to fly on a Garuda after Chapter 3, we wouldn't really have to deal with Chapter 4, so...
Yes.
Yeah, but then we wouldn't get the fight. We wouldn't get the ship fight.
Look, Garuda could have crashed off just as much as
Air
the plane.
battle.
I
That's what I
also
was
like.
thinking about.
I also like how they jumped into clouds, so they didn't know if there was actually like ground underneath them. By ground, I mean like the Palamecia. They could have just jumped and like been over open air and then just fallen to cocoon. Right?
And they could have just activated.
I
the
mean,
anti-gravity
sometimes you have to...
lightning.
Sometimes you have to, like, be brave enough, I guess, to try your luck.
Lady Luck, yo. Lady Luck.
Yeah.
You really think any of these characters are lucky?
You know,
Considering
that's
everything that's happened to them over the past like day?
Titan, you don't understand. That's Grand Pulse style, right? You just jump into something you don't see.
Also, there
Sure.
was no anti-grav there.
All very lucky people. Very lucky from the luck of Lady Bad Luck.
Yeah,
So,
But hey, have a look. We're changing the party now.
yep, we finally have access to do almost anything that we
my
want with
God.
our party compositions.
Does that mean we can finally play with Hope?
Yes.
It's been so long.
So, the only restriction that we have right now is that we need Lightning has to be our party leader, or that we can change to the others. That restriction is going to relax when we get to the next chapter, but for these fights, we need to have Lightning here. We've also picked up a really important skill for Snow, which is Adrenaline, which basically means he's going to deal more damage as long as he's still in green HP, which is like 70%. What?
We
earlier.
grabbed Snow's adrenaline all the way back in Chapter 7.
Yeah.
What do we grab for Snow?
I'm tired.
We grabbed for Snow his second level in Commando, which does make him do more damage.
I definitely thought that I saw the
Not that
whatever.
much, unfortunately, at this point, but it's a bit more damage.
Oh shit.
So I think roll level 2 is like 10% or something on Snow and like 5% on the rest of the party or something. It's not that big of a deal yet. Later roll levels are a bit better. But we take what we can, right?
This isn't a scary fight at all.
This isn't scary, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Honestly,
Yes.
I think the way the speedrun has
There's no-
Lightning leveled up right now, she would be in the party either way, but maybe not as leader.
Yeah, it's. I mean,
Money. I'm going to grab a chest that no one goes for.
Like I think we probably would lead Sass too, even on these fights if we could.
Umbra chest?
Yes.
Probably.
like,
Please.
Just because of Bart's main head, probably that would be worth enough, maybe.
yeah.
Okay, so I hate the strat. Kaya, I think you're pretty familiar with this, so if you want to talk about it.
I hope I'm familiar with this. I don't know. I'm familiar with dying here, honestly.
Yes! I'm also familiar with dying here.
So yeah, we used to have a different bridge route that didn't do this fight at all and like went on the left side of these bridges and did 2 other fights. But now with something coming up after this, we now switch to this one. And right at the beginning, we want to target the Psychom Reaver, which is the big blue guy, do Quake, because we got a no preempt, but we want to build Chain. I explain the normal way right now. And the normal way uses Odin after that. What Pharaoh's doing right now is using a Deceptor Soul on this. And that way, you just Quake, target the Reaver, spam Blitz, and hope that you get good positioning. That's pretty much it. You can die if you're unlucky. There. But with the Deceptor Soul, it's definitely way quicker than the normal fight. The normal fight is safer, though, because you have a summon.
Yeah. So, we're about to do one of the only, like, quote-unquote, true glitches in the run, which is spawn canceling.
This isn't even a glitch, it's more like an exploit.
Yeah, that's why I said quote-unquote.
Because the game is old. If this game would release now, this wouldn't be a thing.
Yeah, so what we're doing here is, you see that on the 3rd stage there, on the 3rd platform, there are enemies there. We're gonna run up past the despawn line for those enemies. And then we're gonna fight the enemies that we saw on the 1st platform here, that we'd already killed. They respawned once you run far enough down. However, since we use the Deceptor Soul, one of the things is that we get to go deep enough into it so that the despawn line triggers. But then when we retry the fight, we're going to spawn teleported back outside of the battle zone. And that part that it teleports to happens to be past the respawning line for the 3rd bridge fight. So it just ends up being that we despawned it and it's never going to spawn again. So now we don't have to fight this. And we're going to do the same thing again for Bridge 4, this time just despawning it. We're going to run down to respawn Bridge 2, run back up, despawn it, and use the Bridge 2 fight in order to retry and just spawn on the overworld past the respawn line for Bridge 4. We get to, instead of like fighting, 4 of the bridge fights, which are really annoying, can take a while, can be a bit difficult, we just get to skip right past them. Honestly, and it turns out we don't even need the CP.
Honestly, we skipped the 2 worst bridge fights. Like Bridge 3 and very old Bridge 4 were by far the worst fights on this segment.
Yeah.
So,
yep.
Coincidentally, we just skipped the 2 worst fights in this. And that's only possible in any percent, unfortunately, in this area, because the area needs to be big enough to have spawn and despawn lines in like range of being able to like run or cross with entering encounters in specific parts that puts you outside of it again. Like this area is so big that it doesn't load all enemies at once pretty much, and it has certain spawn and despawn lines on the ground that we don't see, but we know where they are roughly. So by that we just kind of exploit something that was coded because of hardware restriction back then. As I said earlier, if this game would release nowadays, that would not be a thing. I'm 100% sure that like all enemies would be loaded once you enter the area.
Probably.
But this game is from 2009, so it couldn't load like all areas in a or like all enemies in an area that large.
To be completely fair, it aged like a fine wine anyway.
Yeah, this game still looks amazing.
Yeah, the graphics are well above what I would expect from a game from 2009.
This was early PS3 gen still. Kinda. Like PS3 released 2007, I think.
I do not know, and I also don't feel like Googling it to find out.
This game is good. That's all you need to know. This game is very good.
All right, who wants to handle part 1?
Maybe they had that restriction when whatever. I don't know. Do you want to handle? I can. Does Wally want?
I mean, we could start with the Nabat boss fight.
Oh right, yeah, we forgot. Yeah, we got the Nabat boss fight coming up first.
Oh, you also have the cutscene.
Yeah, that is true.
To be fair, the PC port was kind of a soft remaster, though they released it like 5 years later, I think. and already
Oh,
upscaled
hey,
it a
look,
bit.
it's the owl again.
Alright, here we
Surely
go.
the owl has no significance.
All right, get ready.
人間の出る幕は終わった
The
And
boss
that's
fight we've
kind
waited
of-
for.
but-
This is still
Oh.
the best, by far the best way to end the character. Just a single ruin, bam.
Yeah.
That was
And
not even a ruin,
also
God.
for
That was just a single ruin with like how much damage does that do? 300 or something on board? No, not even.
something like that.
100 ways to ruin your
Mind
character
damage.
development.
It's literally
Yeah.
a
So
nightmare.
also for like remembrance, humans cannot use magic. Only Falsey and Lissy. All the other like characters that you see using magic are using Magitech, but none of them can use runes.
Also,
So, Wally, why don't you handle Bart 1?
also, how dare Daisley use Reflect? Save that for FF12.
Yeah, Bart 1 has something very important for the start to explain, so I don't know if you touched on the comm mechanics earlier or not.
No, we didn't.
I alluded to it, but we didn't fully explain.
Then I guess Wally can maybe explain it the best.
Alright, yeah, I can give it a good go.
Because it's important to know before the fight starts, if possible, I guess.
I mean, we'll start off with the meme. We Libra scope and start blitzing the heads.
Yeah, we actually do that on the fortless legends, right? That's the thing now. Like, not even kidding. Like, we can do this fight without fort nowadays, and that literally starts with blitzing the heads. But only for
But
two
yeah.
strings.
What is up with his fingernails?
Oh my god.
In his human form, he still has longer fingernails than that.
Those are like creepy.
Fashion sense. Very.
You have to start talking about the fight now because
Yeah.
it's beginning.
Yeah, so firstly we started this fight with a fort, which means we're going to be starting with bravery, faith, and haste. This is very important because we need to influence Saz's buffing quite a lot for this early on phase. So at the start of the fight, there are 4 heads. We throw a Libra scope, and the thing about the 4 heads is that they each have different elemental weaknesses and resistances. Now Saz has the 4 end spells. He can give them to us as we're slowly going through each head one by one. And we'll be starting off here with lightning targeting the head that's weak to frost, snow is targeting the head that is weak to fire, and Saz is targeting the head that is weak to water. Now at the start of the fight we threw the Libra scope to give all of this information to Saz so that he can give the right buffs at the right time.
Why are you targeting?
No.
Oh, okay, I know why you're targeting.
Yeah. Now, once we've gotten through 2 of the heads, Bart is then going to do magic amplification. We are going to go back into strike team because we now need Saz to actually give us the different end spells to then deal with the heads that we are now targeting. Also, we can pick up vigilance here, but that won't really help us all too much. But as we slowly get to the, or not as we slowly, we very quickly get to the end of the first
This is the
phase.
speed run.
Yeah. And we've got 1 head left. What we will do is we'll actually do a little bit of targeting on Bart himself, just to influence Snow to actually attack the head. And then that way we can get to phase 2, which starts right here. At the start of phase 2, Bart's going to use Thanatosian Smile, and whilst he's doing that, we're going to throw a Quake. This will stop lightning from being interrupted, and will also give us maximum chain duration, allowing us to chain and get to stagger really quickly. Once we've gotten to stagger, we are then going to build up a decent amount of chain before we then start going into where we just do damage. Now, when we start doing our strings, is very important here because we are going to try and maintain a stun lock. Unfortunately, we didn't actually get it this time because of the timing of the strings for our characters, but overall you kind of want every character to be attacking, or you want Bart to be getting damaged enough over time.
That was such a late Destrudo.
It's a
Yeah,
whole
but it's
lot.
my kill.
Smite. But yeah, for that last phase there, we want to have our party members acting sort of in turn, just so that Bart doesn't ever get a chance to break out like he did. And right at
Breaks
the
it
end
very
there,
easily.
yeah, and right at the end there, you saw one of the reasons why we want to maintain that stun lock. So, because at a certain point in the fight, Bart will start doing Destrudo, which is kind of like a super move for him. He'll start charging it up, and the way to deal with that is actually to deal damage. Firstly, he'll start charging up Destrudo, which will reset his chain gauge to 100%. And if we don't do enough damage, it will actually do a considerable amount of damage. I think it will actually even one-shot us.
In the speedrun, definitely. Even if
Yeah.
you weaken it once, I think you still die in the speedrun.
Well, yeah, you at least go down to red. So, yeah. But maintaining the stun lock will completely get rid of that possibility. But if he does do Destrudo, we will just go into Try Disaster and just chain as high as we can, so that we can just get to stagger as fast as possible and kill him. But yeah,
I think a full Destruder does like 1,200 something damage if it hits on like all of the characters.
well, it spreads it around. So
And
it's-
we have like 670 HP or something on the leader at this point.
yeah.
So definitely not close to surviving that if we don't weaken it and it hits. But also one of the things I think is the most interesting on that fight is how the commando AI actually helps at the beginning. Because like you said, that says gives the different elements to each of the characters targeting different heads, and that's only possible because of the way the commando AI works in this game. Because if you have multiple commandos in the same paradigm, they all target different enemies if there are multiple enemies. And in a Cerberus, which Pharaoh used for some portion of the fight, that means we have 3 commandos and all 3 target a different head. That's like how the head phase goes by that quickly usually.
Yeah, most paradigms in this game will have all the party focusing on the target that the leader is also targeting. But Cerberus is one of those paradigms where if you're in a fight with many, many enemies, it will purely be the leader targeting that enemy, whilst the other 2 just sort of go off and do their own thing.
Yeah. Like in 13.2 you have the option to kinda restrict that to some degree, but not in this one, so...
Nah. But that is one of the things that I think 13.2 did quite nicely, was increase the amount of paradigm customization you can have with the
Yeah.
tuning.
Yeah, that was
If
nice.
this ship looks familiar to you, it's because it's exactly the same one you used to escape in Chapter 3.
If the owl looks familiar to you, then that's because it's the same owl that appeared in Chapter 3.
See, like, when I played this game the first time, I didn't even notice the owl in Chapter 3. Like... it's happening
See?
multiple times.
What did I
think
say?
I think it appears
We're-
one time earlier as well. Like, it's Chapter 3, and then it appears sometime earlier as well. Like just the owl, I mean.
Yeah.
Like, it
The
appears
owl
multiple times.
appears in 3, and I think it appears in 7, but I'm not sure.
You definitely see it a bit more.
I don't think it appears in 7. It might appear
So
in 8.
also,
Or it's early 9 where it appears, I don't know. But it's definitely appearing before the fight one time.
Yeah.
It appeared between the Kalavinka fights, I think.
no, it was after the Kalavinka fights.
Yeah.
It showed up in that cutscene.
Something like that.
Oh yeah, it's after the Kalavinka fight.
Yeah. But also, yeah, see, the Palamessi is going down. Like I said before, we're just kind of mass murderers at this point.
Oh, there's someone familiar. Oh my god.
Yeah, we are now in a ship that is fighting against someone who very clearly got shot by his own men.
Yeah, like, I never understood how he survived that. Like, seriously. Like, what the
I don't
hell?
even understand what happened in that
Did they throw a phoenix down on him by accident or something? I don't know.
No, Phoenix Downs don't work in cutscenes. We determined that earlier.
Oh, true. that makes no sense either then.
Phoenix Downs only recover an ally from KO.
But yeah, remember the robot he's using, because that one we will see later again.
Okay, welcome to Eden.
The first time.
We're just passing by.
Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah, we're not totally on a collision course.
But see, like we go from Eden to Grand Poles, back to Eden.
And we're dead.
We're fine. Everything's fine.
We only crashed at like, I don't know how many kilometers per hour. Like, it's just a minor accident. No
It'll buff
injuries
out.
happened whatsoever. Yeah.
And that is
buff
the
out.
end of chapter 9, and welcome to chapter 10.
Yay.
Pretty light on the cutscenes. It also pretty light on the fights.
It's
There's only 2
extremely
fights
quick
in one.
anyways, yeah. It has 3 fights, very short cutscenes. Like, even in a cutscene run, this doesn't take that long. Probably close to chapter 1, I guess.
Chapter 1 takes a long time in cutscenes.
I meant like 40 minutes or something. Or 45.
This is
There's no way this chapter is 45 minutes with cutscenes.
I don't know how long the cutscenes are. I know the Bahamut one is long and the Sid one is long, but
You have this one, you have the one before and the one after Pulse Soldiers, then you have the 3 Sid cutscenes, this cutscene after Sid, the 3 Bahamut cutscenes, and the cutscene after Bahamut.
yeah, they are all like
Maybe it is
not
45 minutes.
they are all not much longer than 20 to 25 minutes, I'd say. Like the cutscenes.
Also, like 2 very short cutscenes before you see the first Berserker. Then before, like, you see the Pulse
Oh
Soldiers
yeah,
come
but those
fighting.
are really fast.
Yeah.
僕らの使命を果たさせたいのかな。
そうらしいな。
Mr.
Round
Hero.
cocoon to Major Snow.
Yeah. I actually like that she called him Mr. Hero because he always says that to himself.
And to everybody else that is in earshot.
Yeah.
僕たちの理解を超えた。
Your hero's on the way.
Except for when he isn't.
Snow is depressed because he thought Sarah's focus was saving Cocoon, but Daisley tells him no, Sarah's focus was gathering enough people to destroy Cocoon, and that is what she did.
Assembling the tools for Cocoon's destruction.
Yeah, but
No,
why
it's
would you
big-
believe a Falsi? Like, seriously. Like,
Don't.
But the big question here, which is why you have to doubt Daisley's words, is why does he want to destroy Cocoon? Because he's helping us actively come to Cocoon's destruction, but he's a Cocoon Falsi, so why?
This is just a very, very, very elaborate suicide plot.
ごめんな、姉さん。
the Falsi are clearly bored.
yeah.
They
That must-
just
I mean,
wanted to play some
wouldn't you be
pranks.
bored too if you spent your entire life doing the exact same task every single day with like no change in the environment or things to look forward to, no time off, nothing? Wouldn't you get bored?
Isn't
I mean,
that just
when
the
you say
traditional
no
9
time
to
off.
5?
My question is still valid.
だけど俺は
At the end of the day, you're making it sound like the Falsi are just working 9 till 5s.
It's even worse. They're not getting paid overtime.
Uh-huh.
私は救われた。セラを信じて
I'm almost out of candy. This is a problem.
前に突き進ん
The
だ
fix to that is get new candy.
But then I have to go outside.
なくなったんだ。
That is true. That's a
Oh,
concern.
what a shame.
Still
What a
issue.
nightmare.
You should have stocked up on more.
Going outside is dangerous. We know.
Yeah, it is. My allergies started for like the first time in a decade, so I really don't want to go outside.
Oh damn, yeah.
Alright. Although
I mean, to be fair, this candy is basically plastic.
although we can change party leader now, we're not actually going to because
Uh,
Lightning is
what?
better than Vanille for this chapter.
Are you sure?
No, we cannot change the party leader yet.
Oh,
Yeah, give
yeah.
it like 2
We
minutes.
won. Fight.
Literally only after this
Wrong
And
information.
cutscene.
Oh my god.
And Two cutscenes. Two cutscenes.
I'm sorry, who said 2 minutes?
I plead the fifth.
Did you forget that this was a cutscene, Ron?
I just kind of don't feel like these cutscenes are going to be very long.
I think
But
this
that's
cutscene
why-
is actually quite decent.
Yeah, this
Probably
one
more like
holds.
3 minutes anyway. Like, it's really not that long.
See, as you guys notice, we are all very familiar with how long cutscenes are in this game.
Oh yeah, 100%.
The RNG
100%.
skipping all of them. No, sir.
Oh shit.
So yeah, this one was only like 30 seconds. Pharaoh, there's a fight. Okay.
It's fine. I'm fine. Everything's fine.
The speedrun for this game is actually really hard.
Yeah.
That's also misinformation.
Why aren't you staggered?
The
You're
speedrun is
supposed to
easy
stagger.
as long as everything goes as you want it to go. Right?
I don't quite think that's how it works.
Yeah, well, welcome to this fight. These enemies
I
hurt
really wish I
until
could
they
test
don't.
this.
No
I really
one's
wish I could
about
test
to
this.
die.
Yeah.
Video.
Now, after this cutscene, not only can we adjust our party however we want, everyone's also unlocked their secondary roles. So if we wanted to, we could take anybody and make them whatever we wanted. Unfortunately, secondary roles are like ridiculously expensive, so we're just kind of gonna not.
Not for a
Well,
bit.
Hope? As a commando?
Holy shit.
No, I don't think Magnums does the Vanille Commando, right?
It doesn't.
Yeah. So we don't use any. We don't do any secondary. No, wait. Sorry,
You do
Saz.
Saz.
You do Saz.
Yeah,
call,
Saz. I corrected myself before I finished the sentence.
You can still skip that probably, but we would need a second elixir or something, I don't know.
Third elixir.
So when do we route in the immortal, I guess?
Chests.
Second
Alright.
elixir should be enough to survive long enough because you get 2 extra renews.
So
yeah,
for
I'm gonna
platinum, you would require it just because one of the trophies is to have everybody capped. So you definitely require it for a platinum run.
Now, secondary rolls are required for platinum percent because one of the trophies is Master Seal, which forces you to have Crisarium fully developed for everyone. That includes
That's what I just said. Right?
Oh, sorry.
Master Seal sucks.
Speaking of Crystarium, remember in Chapter 2 when Hope and Vanille actually had attack? Yeah, now we can finally get it back.
Yeah.
Nice! That took you long enough to give us Vanille's attack back. That is totally useful.
Yeah.
No, I mean they just like so Hope turned into a C, and he forgot how to like normally hit people with boomerangs. Vanille was already a C. Why did she forget how to attack?
Actually, Vanille's attack is very useful to keep
War.
enemies airborne. Like,
Yeah.
her attack animation is so long that if you just like do like 4 or 5 attacks, enemies stay like mid-air forever. Kind
Right. I'm not saying it's not useful. I'm asking, what is the reason for her forgetting how to attack?
And that brainwashed the party.
Maybe a weapon issue, I don't know.
Maybe she broke her fishing rod.
I don't see a workbench here.
I mean, it's called Binding Rod for a reason, right?
Rude.
Her weapon
Yes,
is non-binding.
I guess.
I just noticed that.
And Fangs is taming pole.
True.
No, Fangs is the bladed lance. The taming pole is in the chest.
Yeah, but
Oh, that's what it can. That's the one that sticks in my mind.
This is Grandpa style.
Yeah, elixir on what's analysis is okay. It's true. It's either an ether soul or an elixir, but grabbing an ether soul is slow. The elixir is fast.
But yeah. I think I'll leave you guys now though, because I need to get dinner and need to get to bed in like an hour again.
Have
He goes to
fun.
work. But yeah,
Yeah,
I'll
I'll
keep lurking and
working
probably in
tomorrow,
chat
but
for a
I'll
bit.
have to suffer instead.
Sounds good. Thanks for chilling.
Okay, Kaya, thank you for
Yeah,
sticking around.
have fun with the rest. As I said, I'm probably in chat for a bit.
Sounds good.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
Or rather, well,
Yeah.
read's good because we're going to be reading what you say instead of hearing it. So,
And that was Kaya Rune. Give him a round of applause, everyone.
Okay, that's worked.
whew, those. Yeah. So this chapter's dodges can be like kind of finicky and annoying because the slimes hitboxes are like way larger than you would think, and the jumping things also are like can be really annoying to dodge. Gremlins also, there's also like gremlins in the chapter, which, as we said in chapter 6, have really stupid hitboxes. And also there are going to be birds.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Everybody loves birds.
Do you think this chapter is stupid to dodge?
This chapter is full of cardboard boxes and really fast things.
Yes, and sometimes really fast cardboard boxes.
And also boxes made out of metal.
I am
They're not as
thinking
fast.
about the social work do now, because if it does let you skip Saz's Sun, it might be really worth it.
Let's not do live routing during a marathon.
I am not. Chill.
Sounds like a great idea.
Sorry, I heard we.
That's
with it,
one
I
for the
think
back
it's
burner, though. That's another one that I have to try.
But sorry, did I hear Hope lead Orphan 2? In this
Oh, but we'd have to retry Orphan 2.
Okay.
戦争でも始めるつもりなのか
I don't see the problem here.
I mean, that's like 6 more cutscenes that we'd have to watch.
No.
It's fine,
So
I'll
the-
be asleep by then.
I feel like I'm gonna be the most sleep deprived person at the end of all of this.
You
No,
always
I
are.
am.
I mean,
I need to wake
Yeah,
up at
kind
like
of.
9 a.m. tomorrow.
Well, I'm not sleepy yet, but I did wake up earlier than I should have.
サイコムに出くわす
I woke up like 4 or 5 hours earlier than I usually do.
When does it run in Orphan 2?
Oh, you see that line? You see that line? That's called foreshadowing. They're definitely not going to run into any SciComm soldiers here, right?
True.
I mean, they don't.
When does it run? And that's a
Or
good question.
Tuesday.
I don't know. I'll let the longathon guys decide.
Yeah. I'll just ping them in the chat.
Yeah, how long do the Longathon guys want the run to go?
Yeah, basically.
How long is long enough? We'll be here until Thursday if it needs to be.
Oh no. How long would it go? Credits is 45 minutes. Oh my! Until the end
Oh.
of credits, I wanna say around half an hour. From the end of the final boss
What?
till end of credits, I want to say.
It's really long. It is really long.
It's very
Oh.
long.
I would say I feel like it's closer
More
to
like
just
15
I
or
feel-
20 minutes. Not
Yeah,
half an hour.
20.
Okay.
I'd say 20.
What is
Everybody
our
place
pace even
bets.
right now? Wait, what is our pace right now, actually?
It's currently 7 hours 42.
Right, but like, are we over target or under target? I mean, this has been a pretty good run, so we're probably a bit under target.
Who can split?
I overshot the estimate for sure. I don't know.
Yeah.
I can skip the credits themselves, but we can just watch the ending.
At least the
Yeah.
cutscenes are.
Okay,
we
I
should
am
have
going
to-
to use this
All right,
cutscene
sit.
to go grab dinner. So enjoy.
Oh, right. This is a long cutscene, so we don't have to
This
start
is
describing
very
this fight yet.
long.
Yeah. But to be fair, describing this fight when it's happening is not the worst thing anyway.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna like start because usually it's like, all right, the Sid fight is starting, so we're gonna start talking. It's like, all right, scenes.
I mean, you could discuss the 12 different strategies we have for this fight.
Yeah. So this upcoming fight is an extremely difficult one. But also, yeah, whoa, he's a see.
It's extremely hard if you do the strike strat.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, we'll keep you updated about like our over under targeting stuff. So this strat has been through a lot of revisions over the years, and it's moved from one of the like quote unquote safest boss fights in the run to one of the most technically challenging, which we'll explain more why it's so technically challenging and stuff, but the evolution of this fight has been something to behold. Yeah. Yeah, there's like 3 cutscenes here, but I don't know how long they are. This is also kind of the like pivotal point in the actual plot, but like, why is Bart doing this, and why is all the other things happening? And it turns out that Bart and the other Fauci just kind of want to see their father again, and they think the way to do that is by massacring all the humans. So that's what they're aiming to do.
I'm pretty sure that this is the only mention of the Maker as well in the entire trilogy.
I thought the Maker was supposed to be like Etro.
I don't believe so. I think it's supposed to be just a completely higher power. Also, hey, you get to see a brief recap of the story so far.
Oh, apparently the Maker is Boonavels.
I was going to say, but I wasn't entirely sure.
Yeah, could have been Boonavels or Lindsay, because I think Lindsay created Cocoon Falsi.
So this is supposed to be like the big twist in the plot. But yeah, Sid isn't necessarily happy with this. So one of the interesting things is that while he has been like fulfilling his focus, which was to put everybody on the path of destroying Cocoon, he's now trying to fight against them, so that they don't fulfill their focus. And in the process, he is going to turn into a thief, which is the like zombie-fied stuff. It's actually like pretty noble, but also this fight is awful.
手で再建するって夢はどうした？全部嘘だったのかよ。夢の残骸さ。私が人間だった頃の人による政府を願い、政府内で夢を叶える力を手にしたところで留守にされた。
Where is his mark? Is it on his hand, I guess?
Yeah, it's just on his hand.
Okay.
It also just happens to hologram through his glove.
Yeah, I mean, obviously. Why wouldn't it?
Takes another 2 games after this for Lightning to go to France.
When does Lightning go to France? It's the final thing she ever does. The question, why does Sid want to fight us instead of join us?
Because he if we're dead, then their plan definitely cannot succeed. Right?
It's definitely not like they can just make Moralisty to do it for them.
But
Yeah.
they wouldn't have our je ne quoi that lets us do this all in the first place, right? We are special. Also, I hope Pharaoh comes back, because I'm pretty sure the fight...
I'm here, I'm here, I'm
perfect
here.
timing! Perfect timing!
I
All
know,
right.
I was listening to the game.
Well, it's totally not
Mid
scary.
range.
Yeah. All right. So, this fight is, like I said, it's one of the more technically challenging ones. For like the whole run. We start off with Snow and Sentinel just so that we can like distract Sid a bit, and then the name of the game is kind of stagger as fast as we can. We got haste from Saz. We're going to be getting some more buffs later. And we're doing the whole alternating of all the strikes in order that it builds up chain the fastest. One of the differences over the years is that we used to leave Snow in a defensive paradigm in Sentinel for a much, much longer time. But it turns out we can just like tank through it and delay things enough that we don't necessarily need to do that. Because every single time that we hit with these strikes, it's actually doing like a mini interruption, which is going to delay his next action by just enough that we can keep on stalling. One of the really important things that we need to keep an eye out for, though, is that once we stagger, and more importantly, once he gets to below 50% HP, we have to make sure that he remains stagger locked. If we don't, he'll shift to his second form, which will just instantly kill us. We do not want that to happen. So similar to what we tried to do in Proto, and what we've done in a few other fights like Enki and Enlil, once we stagger him, I feel from the... Nope, okay. So, ideally, once we staggered him, we would have kept him completely interrupted, and then we wouldn't have needed to deal with Metamorphosis.
I miscounted those strikes.
Yeah, but unfortunately, like, Pharaoh did make a mistake, and so we wouldn't have... And, like, the Metamorphosis happened when we would have instantly died. So our backup strat for this is to summon Odin. And with Odin, we should be able to survive. We're going to do the same sort of thing. Increase the chain, decrease the HP, increase Ultra Stall, and then Xantetskin should kill. It is slower, especially because this is cutscenes, but it should still be a guaranteed kill, which will be nice. Older versions of this fight weren't relying on all of the strike interruptions. Instead, it was just launch in the air and kill that way. But it is slower because you're not increasing the chain, which means you're not doing as much damage. Plus, like, the other, Snows and Sentinel more often, and you're not delaying with all the different stuff. So yeah. Here we go, Xantetskin. This should kill.
There we go. That's it. Okay, I'll be gone for a bit now. Again.
Yeah, there we go. It was an almost like perfectly executed fight, minus the messing up of the stun lock, but the recovery was very good. Old versions of the fight weren't using the strikes, so it typically was safer because you didn't have to worry about like people dying and keeping him such interrupted. But now we don't do that.
But it is potentially worth mentioning that Odin versus Sid is still a really, really good strategy anyway. Like, Odin is really, really good against Sid for some reason. But I know the reason. Like, Sid does not actually have that much HP. So, and because Odin is now because we're now stage 7, like, Odin is actually strong enough to be quite competitive now.
Yeah. But like every time that we summon Odin, there's a long cutscene, so we don't want to do that. Plus, like, the TP management. But believe it or not, even though this is like the primary boss of this chapter, the chapter is not even close to over. We still got more stuff to do.
This chapter is a very odd one.
I also like how Sid's crystal form is just getting spirited away there. Totally makes sense.
Better than spirits within.
You want to talk about accessory shuffle?
About what?
Accessory shuffle.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I just not hear what you said. There's a lot that we're doing in this menu because we just gotta like shift everything around and get everything set up for a bunch of the upcoming fights. Primarily, we're gonna start by moving like strength accessories onto Snow, and Saz, and we're gonna be doing things like giving the Doctor's Code over to Fang because she's gonna need it for an upcoming fight. As well as just like a bit of HP with the Silver Bangle for Vanille, because that not only is the HP going to be useful, but the physical wall that she gets will also end up blocking a lot of damage in upcoming fights. Also, that elevator dodge I like to refer as ringing around the rosies. There's actually going to be another elevator that you technically can do without a Decept, but you're realistically not going to be doing it without a Decept. There's also a lot of these kind of like fake fights, or these fake three-way fights, rather. Because, well, it looks like here that the enemies are attacking one another. So if you enter, it would be a three-way fight, like in Chapter 4. It turns out they're just kind of play fighting, and as soon as you run close, they're like, nah, we're gonna shank lightning. So, yeah, you just kind of run past them. And then there's a cutscene here of enemies approaching.
Menacingly.
Menacingly.
And we straight up don't care about them.
Yep.
Thankfully, this isn't dodgeless.
Stop.
Alright. No more detours. This is now straight until the end of the chapter, dodging everything. Do you want to talk about Bahamut, I guess?
I think we can wait until like closer to the Bahamut fight.
Yeah, sure. We have time.
Yeah. Oh.
I feel like there's really not that much going on in this chapter outside of dodges.
Yeah.
So to be fair, there's also a bunch of tricky dodges, so it kind of evens out.
I think the bird room, yeah, I hate this one. This one is the worst. I think everyone hates this one.
Yeah, you definitely can like get completely screwed.
For example, doesn't look great.
That was interesting.
Do you want to
Hey,
know my secret to this
amazing.
dodge?
Just don't dodge it.
Tried it.
No, the birds don't exist.
The birds can't hurt me if I can't see them.
Yeah. Literally, it works.
Yeah,
That was
I know
Bird
that.
Room, which is straight up
Boo.
followed by Bird Elevator, which we basically cannot dodge without the Decept. After this, guess what we're dodging? That's right, more birds.
Poor birds. All the birds.
Roundless loves this bridge.
We have this room here. So the cutscenes make it pretty clear, but we were talking over them again. This entire place is a pulse armory made to train Pulselessy to war that is hidden under the floorboards of Eden. Why is a pulse armory in Cocoon is a very good question.
We already figured that out. It's because they're all secretly like colluding.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Because the Asian Pulse people didn't fail their stealth check like Snow did in Chapter 9.
So there's another pretty small cutscene here. And after that, it's the Fang show.
Yay.
This is also two enemies approaching menacingly. But they're berserkers, they're slow, we don't care. Alright, enjoy these. I'm gonna have dinner.
Enjoy your dinner. I'm not sure what I'm doing. I guess I'm still watching this cutscene.
We're gonna watch the cutscenes and then
Oh yeah!
we
Love
can care about
cutscenes.
we can care about the bird.
I mean, the bird is the word. Also, I'm totally just collapsing after this run.
If you don't collapse during it.
Well worth it.
Look, I only almost got it off twice, but then you joined, and I've been fine since.
You're very welcome. I'm also weirded out by that comment. But buy me dinner first, Titan. Jeez.
I mean, hey, you didn't want to see me when I was, last in London. I mean, I was
didn't know
only
you
there
were
for
in
like 2
London.
hours, but
How was I supposed to know you were in London?
it was a layover, so it doesn't really count.
Plus, you're in there for 2 hours. It takes me 3.5 to get to London. You would have had to have warned me in advance. It's just like,
And then you have to like get into the airport,
Yeah.
somehow get through security.
Hey, I have ways. They cost a lot of money, but I have ways.
I'm also kind of really like. So it kind of makes sense that Sarah's crystal is still fine because it's like, magic crystal stuff like that. But everyone's clothes should be like ripped and tattered by this point. Except for maybe Vanille's, because we already know that hers is made of magic. But like the rest of them, like what's their excuse?
The thing I'm more worried about is why none of them have even considered the fact that they might be extremely hungry.
Yeah. Well, no. Some of them at least probably ate at Hope's house. Right? And I would also
Maybe.
assume that they fed the prisoners. So that does kind of handle everybody.
Oh,
Also, yeah, Fang's not happy.
Yeah.
I guess they've had their one meal in like 3 days?
I think this is day 2. I think this is day 2.
I think this is the 3rd day now, because Vanille and Saz slept once in chapter 4, and I think once in chapter 6 as well. That should be
Maybe.
the 3rd day now. Yeah, just one meal in those 3 days sounds very healthy.
I wonder if
And
an original.
here we go!
Yeah.
Boss fight! Or rather, Eidolon fight! Yep, so now we're fighting Bahamut, who, it typically has been, this giant, supermassive dragon that's the most powerful thing that you get at the very end of the game. But it's not, in this case, I mean, it's still a massive dragon, but it's definitely not the last Eidolon that we're getting.
It's probably not the strongest. It's definitely one of the most annoying to actually fight. He
Yeah.
just attacks you constantly, and if you don't put slow on him, then he just never stops. And he deals a bunch of damage, and he has a ton of interruptions, so the first thing that we want to do here is to just shift to Ruthless, pray that we get slow. If we don't get slow, then we have a huge problem. Then we go back into Ruthless again and just go for Curse, because we might as well. And if we have both slow and Curse, then we just keep chaining in Relentless Assault until we win. And when he attacks, we just tank in Combat Clinic and wait for Lightning and Vanille to heal people, and also for a potion with Fang, because we don't want to die. Yeah, that's pretty much the whole fight. It's potentially really fast if it goes well, but very RNG heavy.
Also,
the first shift
Sorry.
should also all the Eidolons cast Doom at the beginning, and we immediately shift that also cancels the Doom animation.
Also, like, semi-unrelated, but, you know, everyone put up their combat poses and threatening and stuff, and, like, Saz's definitely looked kind of the, like, weakest, because he's like, yeah, I'm just gonna stand shoulders straight and just point my guns at you. And everyone else is doing these, like, cool poses and stuff. And it's just like, nope, just here are guns.
I might be dead.
No.
It's close. No. 19 HP! Not even close.
I knew.
Yeah. So now that we do have slow, it should make the rest of the fight a lot simpler because we can identify a lot easier when Bahamut's actually going to be attacking us. So, yeah, this fight should be over very quickly.
Also, he attacks us less than, like, literally constantly, so there is that as well.
Yeah.
It's easily the most RNG out of all of the Eidolon fights. A good fight will be somewhere like 35 to 40 seconds, and a bad fight can be like 1 minute and 20.
Said 35 to how much?
40, I think.
That is extremely
good.
Like,
add 10 seconds. Add 10 seconds to what I said.
Yeah, I was thinking I've never seen it.
45 to 50. Yeah, 45 to 50.
Sub 40 Bahamuts, but that is absolutely insane time. Around 50-ish is normal.
I don't know, I've seen 18. That may be easy mode though.
Yeah, but like a bad fight can be like over 1 minute 20, which is awful.
Yeah, I have also seen those. It's not fun times when that happens.
Note how Snow is marching forward. Maybe we'll have Snow as the party leader here for the hell of it.
Ha.
No.
I like how we get the Lightning Fang Vanille party now, as if we're going to do any fights with those. Spoiler alert, we don't, and the next chapter we literally start with a completely different party.
I wouldn't even dare use the paradigm pack that it gives you with this party for Bahama against any other enemy.
It has Relentless Assault.
It has Relentless, it has Ruthless, it has Combat Clinic, it has Scouting Party. I'm pretty sure it also has Solidarity.
I mean, it sounds amazing to me.
I don't even know what Scouting Party does. I only know that it has a SAB.
Scouting Party is ComSab Med, which is
that sounds
not
right.
that useful.
Yeah. Yeah, here, so Bartleby sent us to this whole arc thing to get trained up, to become even stronger Pulselessy. Now we're going to get an even better full package by going straight to Pulse. First, cutscenes.
進んでも戻っても地獄なら行ってみようぜ。行けば案外ルシの呪いを解く方法とかあっさり見つかったりしてな。
それは知らないだけでできねえって決めつけてただけかもな。
少なくとも今コクーンを滅ぼす危険はなくなる。行ってみる価値はあると思います。
Cocoon is safe for the time being. Ish. Safe-ish.
It's completely safe until it
Nothing could ever go wrong.
Surely not. It's definitely not going to be randomly invaded from monsters from Pulse or whatever, right?
By God, is that Barthandelus with a steel chair?
自分で決めるしかないんだ。僕らは簡単に誰かに騙されてしまう。ルシは怪物だっていう。 政府の嘘を信じ込んでたみたいに。もう政府にもファルシにも使命にも操られない。
So hey, look at Hope and all of his character development.
Yep.
Longer edgy and thinking of killing Snow every second.
He's the most eloquent 14-year-old I've seen in a while.
それでも自分で納得して決めたことなら。
You know, you can say that again, Hope. You definitely did not make all the right choices.
Yeah, the first wrong choice that he made was not actually killing Snow. I mean, what?
おしゃべり応援してやる。
不安ですけどね。パルスは地獄って言うし。
Others also made some bad choices, like leaving Dodge around the power plant unsupervised.
So, I mean, to be fair, like, yeah, he left his eye, like, took his eyes off for like 20 seconds, which, like, maybe he shouldn't have done, but so 20 seconds is not a very long time.
いろんねえな。
It was bad. Hey, at least it's less bad choices than a certain other idiot hero here.
Wow, don't you talk about Vanille that way.
No, it's clearly fine. Who's the most idiotic character in FF13? Wrong answers only.
The owl.
If we're doing wrong answers only,
確かな夢を見たんだ。
Hope's dad.
I'll go with Dodge.
ささやかな願いを。
Dodge is pretty stupid. He did get branded.
Yeah, but he's also like 5.
今は帰り
Nah, not an excuse.
Hmm.
I'll have to look it up at that point.
Stay in school,
What?
kids. Don't get branded.
Let's see. What about... What about... I don't know.
Security
Everyone's
around
kind of a bit
food.
stupid.
Was there even any security? I don't think there was.
Choco. Oh no. Oh well, no. But we've seen her in the other games. She's kind of stupid. Also, she decided to make a nest in a person's hair. Like, you can't say that that's very smart.
I mean, to be fair, Saz's hair is basically a nest. It looks no different from a real nest. Also, hey, look, there's a flying snake thing. Falsy, whatever.
But hey, more importantly, we have an airship. No, never mind. We do not have an airship.
No more airship. Why are they so scared? They're fine falling. They have anti-grav stuff, right?
No, not yet.
I like how Snow said, "Fang, go get them," and Lightning also jumped out.
Yeah, because they're insane.
Just Lightning in the first, because she's the one with the anti-grav unit.
I mean, to be fair, what was Fang's plan, considering she threw her Eidolon crystal up into the sky and she has a lance?
You know, she can just throw her lance. Noel does it.
But hey,
Look at all those Longois.
But hey, we now get to fly across Pulse.
Hey,
Yeah.
I'm sure we are completely, fully prepared and well equipped to fight the Longui now, right?
Yeah, I think we can do it. But also, why are we not just flying to Erba?
Because that would be lame.
We've got to fly to
I
the
mean,
airship
To be
first.
fair, what is the party's plan at this point? Like, why are we going to Pulse? Is there any reason other than just getting stronger?
らしくも儚い。
I think it's just to get away from
Finding
Cocoon.
a way to get rid of their brands is the main reason why they go to Pulse.
Yeah.
Because they think there's still civilization in Pulse, but they're wrong.
Right, but then, like,
Right,
so wouldn't
I
they
remember
want to
now.
go to Orba because that was their hometown?
その
No, I kind of forgot about the part where they were trying to look for civilization.
Wait,
That's
so
not even a good idea because they're from Cocoon, and Pulse also has a fear of cocoons. Like, they see these people that they've never seen before. Surely they would notice something's off.
well, I mean, they do have Vanille and Fang, right? Who are Pulse natives, so. So here's the other thing that, like, so
Go on.
there's like, yeah, it has so many creatures that would be cool to fight, but like, think about it. They're kind of just like going on almost a bit of a safari, right? When you're on a safari, are you like actively looking? I mean, like, you're kind of just hunting the local wildlife, right? How much do you actually like? Do reasonable people actually do that?
By the way, there's an extra cutscene that I'm going to have to watch right after the next level 11 fight. That will take us around 10 minutes. Go back, go there.
They flirt for that long?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
And I would assume that most of it is just the walking, right?
Yeah, most of it's just walking.
Also, oh boy, reverse Valus media dodges.
I'm gonna lead Fang. No reason not to.
No, I think it's just you.
I'm very confused. Oh, wait, no, not confused. All right.
So this is a great cutscene.
Oh dear, why?
Sean.
Does it need to eat?
Down in one.
I mean, this guy's a big
Oh my
eater.
god.
It's an entire ecosystem, Titan. So what it's going to do is it's going to eat the turtle, and it's going to put out something else.
I mean, I guess. But also the hell. What was that?
Grandpa style.
Yeah, wait, why did it just like take it and does it like the crunch? I would think that if you have that kind of force, that you would just kind of slurp it out like an oyster.
Why not just eat the whole thing?
And then you're gonna end up with bits of shell stuck in your teeth.
The shells are just extra toppings.
He's lucky that that didn't hit Chocolina.
That bird has been on an absolute journey.
Pharaoh, there's a request. What are you eating?
Strawberries.
Strawberries.
Clown noses, how do you...
This any percent no cutscene skips run is now sponsored by strawberries.
Only Logic was here. He would know how to do the sponsor segment.
It's just really small. This is true, and Zwanzig knows. I am a very...
Small person, big personality.
I need to ask my husband to go to the top shelf all the fucking time.
You could just like not put things on the top shelf.
I have to. I don't have room for anything else.
You could just remove the top shelf.
How did they miss Hope? It's Chocolina who warns them.
Run! Wait, I mean, do we have to really find Hope again?
Yes.
Like, could we just like not?
No.
No,
Are you sure?
as Bart's found out the hard way when making the randomizer, you do need to find Hope.
Unlucky.
The game does not agree with not finding Hope.
But I have no hope, and it's going to stay that way for the rest of my life.
You cannot have the flirting cutscene without hope.
But can we not have the flirting cutscene though? Like,
We have
he's
to
14
have
and
this
she's 518.
Keep in mind, Vanilla is also a lesbian, so...
That
True.
too!
Don't worry, don't worry. I would make the joke again, but I think I've made it too many times.
Alright. This one...
These lodges actually can be kind of troll. So it's nice that they, like, weren't troll.
This is the worst dodge in the segment. The last one. The last one is the worst one by far.
Yeah.
There's, like, not a lot of room to do these dodges in. So we kind of have to lure them out and run around. Alexander, Wally, you want to go?
Yeah, but there's cutscenes.
There's always more cutscenes. Always more cutscenes.
No, I'm just gonna say, I think a trick was missed here. Because does these cutscenes sort of imply that Hope's brand accelerated a little bit? So why didn't they give Hope just stage 9 for no reason? Just give him stage 9.
Oh, is that what the brands is supposed to represent? As the stage in the Custarium?
Well, as their skills develop, well, as time goes on, they're obviously their brands are shifting. They're growing more arrows, but yeah, it sort of does develop along with the stages.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
I really like this one because it shows how much Hope has matured.
It does, but then we see cutscenes where it doesn't. It's just yeah.
I mean, 13.2 is a game, and LR, no, especially LR is a game. LR just pretends that the character development that happened in 13 straight up doesn't exist.
Well, it's also not Hope in LR.
Probably in 13 too.
Right.
The only one who loses character development in 13.2 is Snow. It's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that.
Snow reverts to day 2 Snow from 13.
In LR, Hope has just been Vels.
The answer to your question is yes. Also, it's complicated.
Hope in LR is
Well, rather say that.
Otherwise known as, why do you have to go and make the plot so complicated?
There was a wild moment in this cutscene, you may or may not have missed it, but Lightning was smiling. We've never seen that before.
That's character development, yo. Anyway, welcome to Alexander. Now, Alexander is way stronger than we are developed, so we have to really be careful when it comes to this fight. A lot of this fight is going to be based on the positioning of both Alexander and Fang. Most of the paradigms that you get in the paradigm deck here are based around Fang's Sentinel. In fact, 5 of the 6 paradigms have Fang as a Sentinel. Meanwhile, Light and Hope just sort of do their own thing in each of them.
Yep.
I did not actually realize how long this cutscene actually goes after Alexander appears.
Oh, well, we got the battle, so...
Yeah. So once again, we're going to be shifting paradigms at the very start of the fight to override the Doom animation. This will also be used to push Fang closer to Alexander. And this is sort of where you want Fang to be for most of the fight, when Alexander is, well, mostly when Alexander is attacking. Now, we are going to be shifting in and out of paradigms like Relentless, Entourage, and Delta Attack quite often, and this is mostly just to maximize the amount of spells we put on Alexander. The way that Alexander attacks is extremely predictable and is really, really consistent. He'll do 2 attacks, have a slight pause, do 2 more attacks, and then do Lofty Challenge. During Lofty Challenge, he will have quite a long break, which means that we can get quite a lot of chaining done in this paradigm, or in the Relentless Assault paradigm. Now, whilst he's attacking, we will be going in and out of Relentless Assault during that small little pause, and then going back into Entourage or Delta Attack, depending on the timing of our ATB refreshes. And for the most part, it's just keeping up a consistent rhythm and making sure that, one, Fang does not end up being in like Mediguard or whatever she ends up being in Sentinel, like right next to Hope. And 2, is making sure that Alexander does not target anybody who is not Fang.
I press select again.
Man, really good that you rebound that.
But just like that, you're able to get through the fight. And it is quite a good showing of being... you can be very risky in this fight to save time, but I think it's also just a really good really good showing of well-timed paradigm shifts to really sort of push a battle to its limit.
This is without even changing the default paradigms that we get.
Yeah.
Because to do that, we would have to retry the fight in that flow.
Yeah. So just to fully list the paradigms you get, you start off with Entourage, which is Rav, Med, Sen. You then have Protection, which is Sin, Med, Sen. You have, in the 3rd slot, I believe it's Solidarity, which in this case would be Med, Com, Sen. In slot 4 you have Combat Clinic, which would be Med, Med, Sen. In slot 5 you've got Delta Attack, which is Rav, Com, Sen. And then in slot 6 you've got Relentless, which is Rav, Rav, Com.
This is like basically the Solidarity gameplay paradigm pack, except that it doesn't have Solidarity.
It does have Solidarity. Needless to say, if
No,
you're
actually,
doing...
yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Needless to say, if you ever are doing like a challenge playthrough where you're not allowed to switch your paradigms with your party, Chapter 11 sucks because of this paradigm deck.
You get that for the rest of the chapter as well then, after Alexander. Yeah. Oh god.
But hey, we've beaten Alexander and we are now here on the Arkilt step.
You're going to spend a lot of time in Relentless Assault and just Solidarity, I guess, if you do that challenge. You can't do a lot else.
If you're using those paradigms, probably Protection start, get your buffs, then switch between Solidarity, Delta Attack, Relentless, I don't know.
Sounds like an interesting time.
I'm an idiot who roots things, but I'm not that much of an idiot.
Not much of an idiot to actually run it.
Like, even Lucho, who did a run of like default paradigms, I think even he still switched out to Sazvanil Snow. Mostly because he wanted Relentless Assault, and also he wanted Bully.
And to be fair, you have Relentless Assault.
But like, you got 1 Relentless Assault.
You got 1 Relentless Assault and 5 Sen.
If you switch the fight, then you have 1 Bully and Relentless Assault and what? Solidarity?
No, I think you get given... I think here you get given Hero Charge? I mean, hey, we'll find out right now.
No, this is still the same, but I am not going to do that for now. I'm just going to put party leader to Fang and go back into the Valis Media because we have an incentive met.
Woo, incentives!
Now.
Oh boy, time to watch kids flirt.
Again, that word "kid" is pulling a lot. Kids, the pluralization is pulling a lot of weight.
Single kid and a 500-year-old witch or something.
Which?
Which?
Yes, the kid and the
Hey,
witch.
Vanille does spells and such.
I'm sure the kid and the witch was some Roald Dahl book at some point.
Oh, I'm sure.
Not
I know
invalid.
it's this one. Oh, that's not part of the run. Shut up. So yeah, the reason why I'm setting Fang as leader and not setting up my party right now is Fang is better at dodging than Saz, and she's already part of this party, so I think it's just better to stick with Fang until we're done with this part, and then I'm gonna go back to Saz and continue.
So hey,
Imagine if you accidentally managed to actually skip this cutscene.
Yeah, the game actually expects you to... I will play the what's the name? The Yasha's Massive cutscene because that one's actually kind of cool. So the game actually expects you to start doing missions. You're supposed to do mission 1, mission 2, which is right in front of the mission 1 mark, and then mission 3, which is on the Velas Media. The enemies here are much weaker than the enemies on the steppe. We are not gonna fight anything, but this is what a casual player is expected to do. The thing is, up until this point, Flan? Up until this point, if you've been playing casually, you were probably also following the destination marker, and the destination marker does not point you towards missions, it points you towards where you're supposed to go. The enemies on the next place are just as strong as the ones on the steppe. Like, I remember playing casually, I got mogged by literally everything. It was really hard to get some CP going to be able to continue leveling.
Yeah, oh wow, couldn't speak. It's at this point that the difficulty curve for FF13 just completely skyrockets.
If you don't do the missions.
Yeah, things get considerably more difficult.
Yeah, and again, it's because this is the first sort of open world part of the game, so they're really expecting you to, like, do a lot of stuff and do a lot of side missions, and we're just kind of not doing any of that.
We're not even supposed to come here on normal any percent run, I'm just coming here for the extra cutscene.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you try to mash X without consistently having Crystarium fully filled, you're not gonna get far. The Mash X works only because you're overleveled by always having the Crystarium fully filled out because of all the fightings. But it's also rude. Boring to do that. Maybe this time? No, dog still wants to catch me. Alright, I really like this one.
It's okay. In no category do we ever dodge the dog that way.
This is the extra cutscene, so enjoy. This is a cutscene.
This is certainly a cutscene.
Alright, I gotta watch this.
驚いてるんです。グランパルスの空や木や匂いや光 国運にいた時はこんな世界があるなんて想像したこともなかった。なのに僕は今ここにいる。花火に行かなければ、パージの時僕があの場所に座ってなければ、何かが欠けてもこの景色を見ることはなかった。
オープは必ずここに来たよ。だって約束したでしょ、一緒にグランパルスを見ようって。
どこでしたっけ？
じゃあ生まれる前。
何ですかそれ。
たくさん嘘ついたから忘れちゃったよ。
初めは嘘でいいんだと思います。先のことは怖いから自分に言い聞かせたり、誰かを守るためについ言ってしまったり、みんなが信じてるものだって後になれば嘘ってわかることもある。大事なのはそれからどうするかってことなんだと思います。本当のことなんて自分が作っていけばいい。ほら、さっきの話だって忘れてるだけで国運とグランパルスで約束したかもしれませんし。
ありがとう。
だから笑ってください。僕はあなたの笑顔が好きだから。
からかった。
おあいこです。
こら待て。
Oof, ow, my kokoro.
That was a cutscene, guys.
I hope you liked it.
I mean, it's still definitely the best of the 3 ones that are here in Yasha's Massif.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It's especially better than the one where they actually like properly introduced the haka, but like, yeah.
Oh, that was a bit rough to watch.
But yeah.
We had to run all the way back to the step, and then I can do the menu, and we can be on our merry way in the normal 80% run.
I don't know if it's possible to be merry after watching that.
But yeah, if any of you in the chat shit Vanille and Hope, there's your validation.
Alright, hold on. Archive of our own. Search works.
That's not
Final Fantasy.
I suppose whilst you're there, Titan, you might as well just look up Light and Hope and find the Vanille.
Yeah, hold on. Vanille.
See, this is the great thing about Titan, guys.
I am not bad for that dodge.
There is one story. One.
Are you
So
on
there-
fanfiction.net?
No, I'm on Archive of Our Own,
Okay.
which has a better search engine. There is one. I do not wish to read this.
There is one.
There is exactly one.
You are valid for one story. You get one story and one cutscene, and that's your lot. You're going to bed. Also, that was a pretty nice reverse Valis media.
Yeah, that was a pretty good reverse Valis media.
Entire run has been pretty solid outside of having to watch all of the cutscenes.
Yeah, I think that's a bit slow.
I think
And
that
like
was a little
depth to
slow.
Manasman Warmech 3 basically. It's the only other thing that I think went wrong.
Python? You
Oh,
pressed
yeah.
pause.
I did press pause.
Now we have even more delay! Yay!
I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna reconnect to it actually.
Okay, fine, I'm not skipping that one.
that
Alright,
is a
that
pretty,
we should be on less delay.
that is a pretty terrible one, Groudon, but I definitely don't think it's the worst. I mean, to be fair, there is an objectively worst dodge.
The worst one?
Because there is one that does take about 5 minutes.
Oh, I know what.
Okay, but
I know exactly what you're talking
technically
about.
correct.
I don't know. What do you think? Should we put that as an incentive?
No, I don't know how to do that one.
If you donate $100 right here, right now, she will do it. And by she, I mean I suppose she'll probably force me to flying over and doing it real quick.
Yes, or find logic to do it for me.
I mean,
That is definitely faster than just fighting that encounter, clearly.
yeah. Why wouldn't it be? Look. Dodging is faster than fighting, right? So therefore, no matter what the encounter is, it'll be faster to dodge, right? It's just logic.
I appreciate the fact that you put Hope as lead for just to make that consistent.
Yes. Otherwise, my equipment menu in Mahabharata would be messed up.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yep.
Well, I would hope
Muscle
end up-
memory,
Hope
all
would end
the
up on the
menus.
end. Hope would end up on the end.
Yeah, but it would probably mess up with the muscle memory for like doing all the shifts.
Bad puppy, go away.
Well, this step would have been terrible in Dodgeless.
Shout out to Dodgeless. If this was Dodgeless, that would be a dead run.
Yeah.
It's a shame that you can't run under the feet. Or like between their legs of the Longois and stuff.
Can't even run on the chain because it has a hitbox.
The chain has a
Nah.
hitbox.
I found out the hard way.
Switch to our
Retry
party
list.
that we want to use in the rest of the game.
Oh yeah, we probably should talk about that a bit. Yeah, so this is basically going to be the party that we use from now on. It's going to be Saz, Vanille, and Snow. Saz isn't always going to be the leader, but he is for most of the fights. We've been alluding to it like over the course of these several hours, but effectively, Saz has access to all of our good offensive buffs. All the end spells, haste, bravery, faith, which are really going to serve to help amplify our damage. He also has access to Commando and Ravager, which are going to be our primary tools for dealing damage and increasing chain, which is fantastic. Snow is kind of our like filler in a sense. He's got the Sentinel role, which is going to be really useful for a few fights when we need that survivability. And then again, he has access to both Commando and Ravager, which is going to be useful. Vanille has access to both our offensive debuffs, which are going to be like really useful because again, it's 89% damage boost plus Imperil, which we haven't actually gotten yet. But that'll also be really nice. Has access to Medic when we do need to survive because potions by this point are kind of losing their effectiveness even if we'd kept the Doctor's Code, and Ravager just to increase chain. So they kind of all just have like the good combination of roles that make it so that things are going to be generally pretty fast. One of the very first routes of this game actually had Fang instead of Snow, because Fang does a lot more damage than Snow. But it turns out that her Saboteur is just kind of worse than having Snow as a Ravager, because it turns out that you don't need to make sure that you die less by slowing them if they're just dead because you hit them for more damage faster.
I'm starting to get tired, and I messed up that fight, but managed to back it up. I'm very concerned about...
I believe in you.
I'm very concerned about the endgame now.
I believe in you, Pharaoh, and so does all of chat. Right?
Ollie, you weren't asked.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. One of the other advantages that we have about keeping our party like this is that we don't have to spend, like, while everybody gets the same amount of experience from everything, the Crystarium does cost time. So we don't necessarily want to spend more time leveling up characters that we're not going to use, or that we'd only be using for one or two things. Yeah, see, look, chat's got you.
Aww. Ted has no idea what's coming, especially on Magnum's route.
Also,
yeah, Magnum's Lunar Secret Prime might be an issue, but I believe.
It's fine.
Also,
I know this weapon like the back of my hand at this point.
Yeah. Also, I might have needed to just quickly mention the CP farm. Yeah, we're done with that. That was the behemoth and dog.
Yeah.
CP
we
farm
mentioned
done.
all the way at the beginning. That is the only fight that we take purely for experience.
Technically, you could argue that there's one more fight, which is here in Mahabharata.
That's
we also take
that's a different reason.
No, that's for a different reason. It's not for experience. That's
it's just
but you could argue that it's for CP.
You could.
No, I don't think you can. You argue because it's a 5-minute dodge.
Yes, but also you get like Vanille's ATB segment off of it.
Your argument has been noted and ignored.
Welcome back, Logic.
Hello.
Hope you're looking forward to the 5 minutes of spring
Yeah, that's like an any percent run.
Yeah. So we've got the longest menu of the game coming up here. We're doing a lot of stuff. Selling a lot of things to get Gil. We're buying a bunch of accessories that are really going to help amp our damage up and our survivability. Not really survivability, mostly amp our damage. We're buying these like antidotes, holy waters, painkillers, foul liquids, etc. Because they mean that we don't have to wait for Vanille to use Asuna, and we're not going to need like that many of them throughout. Past that, we're going to be doing some more Crystarium. We're going to be doing a bunch of upgrades, and we're doing a massive equipment shuffle. That's just going to more or less set us up for a large portion of the end game that's upcoming. Mostly putting strength on Saz and Snow, and putting survivability on Vanille. Yeah.
We're also gonna grab a lot of useful things for Saz now.
Yep.
We grab Quake, if someone wants to explain Quake, because right now I can't. We grab Jeopardize, which basically means that calm abilities cause enemies to increase 1% chain on a staggered target, and that is the only reason why we can even do a fight later on. And then another roll level. For Vanilla, I'm almost going to grab her next ATB segment. We'll grab it after the next fight. For now we can't, but we also want to do this Crystarium before the next fight, otherwise it's very easy for us to die. And for Snow, I am going to get some HP on Sen, but on Ravager, I'm sorry. The important thing on Snow is Fringe Ward, which is something that is very well hidden, and that saves us on late game.
Yep. Fringe Ward will basically reduce the damage of AoE attacks to your party members as long as the primary target of the AoE attack was the person with French ward.
There's a sentinel.
Yeah, and that will definitely save our butts later, because especially when we're rolling magnums.
I'm just here for the magnums.
Warriors.
Should have come like an hour later then.
Doctors. And
What? I'm here too early.
Wait.
Just a bit.
I
It's
rushed
probably
home
like an
to see
hour.
the magnums.
It's probably like an hour before we get to the magnums. I want to say
Well, wake me up when September ends.
that'll be a while. September has to start first.
Here we go.
Yeah. We're also never going to be upgrading Vanille's weapon because her offensive stats don't matter too much. It turns out. Like,
No,
we have
that's for the
such
one runner that forgot to upgrade the weapon in one run and still managed to make it work. Who is that person again?
I'm not entirely sure. I think it was some kind of aquatic animal.
Oh, okay.
Starkey.
Yeah.
I think it was someone called Lewd.
Who's lewd?
That dude.
Yeah. So, yeah, it turns out that like Vanille stats don't matter too much because our HP is low enough that her heals are going to be doing for most of her HP anyways. She never really does a ton of damage, and definitely not enough damage that would make upgrading her weapon worth it. And the magic stat doesn't affect her chance of landing debuffs by, again, enough that would be worth it. So this is the fight that we've been memeing about for a lot. It is technically possible to dodge these rust puddings, but you have to lure them out, and they don't move very far, and it actually takes like 5 minutes. So it's just not worth it. One of the things that we've picked up, yeah.
They can just both hard target Saz at the start, and you can just do nothing if they attack at the same time. You're just dead.
Yeah.
Yep.
Shoutouts to a runner who shall remain unnamed, who died 3 times in this fight.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't me.
I'm trying to figure out who that might have been.
I got no idea.
No idea.
Yeah. So one of the things that we picked up, actually, not in the previous man, but the one before, was Vanille's Imperil. So Imperil is a really powerful offensive saboteur ability. Because what it does is it will take the enemy resistances and it will move it down a stage. So if they were resistant to an element, they'll now be neutral to it. But importantly, if they were neutral to it, they'll now be weak to it. And if you combine that with our end spells, then an enemy that was now neutral to all elemental stuff is going to be taking double damage from an elemental attack that can be our Saz Blitz bullets because he's got the end spell on him. So it just acts as like another damage multiplier to stack on with the rest of all the damage multipliers that we have. And they multiply up, not add up, multiply up to be a really, really large number.
Yeah, you said that many times, Titan. Get it? Times.
Yeah. Also, side note, I love the ambling bellow dodges that we just did because they're just like, go to the side and it turns to face you and it opens the path up.
It's a boxed phalanx, Titan. Don't get the enemy names wrong again, please.
I mean, he wouldn't know
Man,
if
I
he
barely
never
get
watched the cutscenes.
Yeah, also, like, you know how often I typo things. It's just verbal typos.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Mr. Typon.
Yeah, Mike type in. Alright, so we finally got the last of the Eidolon fights. Who wants to grab it?
Well, heck a ton care. This is an interesting Eidolon fight because we have access to Vanille's Ravager and Vanille's Saboteur For whatever reason, Saboteur increases the Gestalt gauge more than Ravager does, and so we're going to be spamming debuffs for the entirety of this fight. After they've all been inflicted, we're going to keep spamming them. It doesn't matter whether they've landed or well, they sort of matters for conditional chain modifiers, but the debuffing is not in particular for debuffing; it's to increase the Gestalt gauge. Meanwhile, we need to survive. This is the last Eidolon fight, and it packs quite a punch. I mean, it's going to leave you quaking in your boots, I'm pretty sure.
There's no counter to
I wish
these
I could
jokes.
find a good counter for that one.
Oh dear. I'm trying to remember the names of the other attacks I'm blanking right now, so never mind.
This is just forced projection.
Counter.
There's a set sequence of actions that Hecaton Care will do before it rests for a bit. It's about like, it's sort of like 7 ATB worth, but we found out sort of recently that sometimes one of the possible strings it can do is only one, or the first of a set of 3 instead of all 3, so it's kind of weird. But basically we're going to time Fang's Sentinel in time with the attacks, and then when Hecaton is not attacking, we're going to have Fang run up. That's because positioning is very important, since counter will hit an AoE range, and we want to make sure that if Hecaton does do counter, that Vanille is far enough away from Fang to survive it. She will usually survive it though, unless Hecaton does Quake counter and counter hits Vanille, because Quake will hit all entities.
In that aspect, it's kind of very similar to the Alexander fight, where we're spending a lot of time manipulating his Fang position so that the person that we care about is not dying.
That's not good.
We also have enough TP to throw 2 renews.
We haven't talked about Renew yet, have we?
No, this is the first fight where it's relevant.
Yeah. So Renew is another technique, similar to Libra, Quake, Summon, where it will restore everybody's HP by half. It will revive all, and it will also revive all characters who have been KO'd. It's going to be a very, very, very useful technique kind of throughout the rest of the run. Partially because it acts as like a oh shit button, and it also lets us not be in a defensive paradigm while like still getting healing. So it's very useful. Unfortunately, the allies don't revive with like any of the buffs that they might have had. So it's not like a get out of jail free card, but it definitely can help. And there are fights that we want to keep on the pressure and constantly be attacking, but we do need to heal. And so Renew will come in very useful during a lot of those fights.
Select again. I think
Yeah,
that
Dylan
just select
cutscenes
for
are
all of
so
them.
hard to not skip.
And so that's the last of the Eidolons. Good old Hecaton.
Yeah, everyone has their worth. Well, Renew has 5 ATB now, but everybody at least has 4 ATB.
It is kind of weird that Vanille was the first person to have 3 ATB, but the last person to get her Eidolon.
That's actually true. And this is also the last time to use Fang, so bye Fang.
Yeah.
Adios.
Thanks for nothing.
Yeah, at this point it is all just Saz, Vanille, Snow.
Except for the one.
Are you gonna
fight
do
where-
Lightning Turtle? Are you gonna do the Lightning Turtle?
Magnums can't do that, can it?
Wait.
I think it can.
Lightning
Turtle.
Killed.
Oh,
Lightning
kill
kill.
it. No, you just do snow.
Okay.
I can do lightning Khaled for swag points. Oh no, I can't. I don't have the black
No.
bangle.
Yeah.
Or the
Oh,
or the
yeah.
Tara. I need to sell everything for the
Yeah.
magnums upgrade. So yeah, no, lightning Khaled is completely out of the question.
You can just
Yep.
YOLO
Okay.
it.
Good point.
Just miss all the stomps.
Just time it very well.
And
I know exactly what you need to do. You need to just time the lightning backflip exactly perfectly to dodge the storm.
It's not the backflip.
No.
Timing the backflip is swag as fuck, but
Exactly.
Kind of weird. This area looks a lot like Titan's Trials. Also, kind of looks a lot like a cutscene that happens in Celia Springs.
It's almost like half of Pulse looks the same.
It's almost like they made the cutscene before they figured out where they were going to put it, and then they realized that the area they wanted it in didn't match the geography, so they just kind of like pretended like it works.
yeah.
There's a lot of pretending happening in this game.
Do you
Like Hope
mean
pretending that he
there's
matters.
Normally not these outdoor fancy grassy areas in the middle of a cavern section.
In the end, it is fantasy.
Wow, that hitbox.
Yeah.
I love some good hitboxes.
Should be okay this time.
But Mahabar is full of cardboard boxes.
Yeah. Although I think that was a bronze box.
Yeah, I feel like it would probably be a copper box, actually.
I was gonna say let's split the difference and call it a blank box, but I don't know the name of an alloy between copper and bronze, so yeah.
Okay, nerd.
No, I'm not. I didn't know the answer. That.
Considering that I believe bronze is a copper and tin alloy, I don't think there's anything between copper and bronze.
Okay, nerd.
You got me. You got me. That dodge there that Pharaoh just did can actually be really funny at times, because sometimes the bombs will just like super chase you, so you have to go all the way around the corner of the box. It's like dodging the entire time.
This one is awful.
Brass! Brass! There we go! It's a brass box!
Are you serious?
Wow.
Brutal.
That is AI 2.0.
Love when you just get cut off like that.
This is Chat GPT dodging? What?
GPT
Learn.
dodges.
It's
That
learning.
GPT would just dodge by manifesting the enemies out of existence.
No, it would hallucinate a path through.
I'm sure ChatGPT would dodge rust puddings in about 10 seconds. It would somehow find the perfect method.
All it would have to do is just find a way to despawn them.
Okay, get on it.
Okay, that's the first part of our trek to the next fight then. This cutscene is actually pretty lengthy.
So who was saying that Hope matured?
I did. But yet, he's still a kid and he likes playing with dreadnoughts. Or in this case, juggernauts.
Yeah. Reminder, this is Hope Estine, the same kid from chapter 4.
Yes.
Pretty much.
Yeah, and we're in a juggernaut, but we don't get a juggernaut minigame!
So you can tell they really start to slack on the cutscenes.
Oh, Hope's gonna die, Hope's gonna die, Hope's gonna die! No, never mind.
Deus Ex
Fine.
Machina.
Now, the
Almost
question
literally.
is, how the hell is that juggernaut stopping it?
I mean, with its hands, clearly. What the hell is that second or third juggernaut doing? Holding the backs of the ones in front?
Strength in numbers.
I guess to
It's a tactic
stabilize it, but
to
still.
intimidate
Sorry,
the Fossil.
説教臭いぜおっさんあいつが止まってるうちにさっさと乗っちまおうや
Yeah, that's right. This cutscene is inspiration for destroying the Foul Sea.
True.
Well done, Juggernaut. You have undone Sid Reigns' attempt to stop the destruction of the fallacy.
For those of you watching at home, you too can destroy fallacy with the help of this video
Sponsored by the cavalry.
Sponsored by wonderful viewers like you.
This is sponsored by
Thank you.
HOPE, the Open Medicine Foundation. You're welcome.
Alright, we have some pretty lengthy ones here too. This is just more guilt-tripping Vanille about everything she did.
Oh boy, I love guilt tripping Vanille.
I think this is the last flashback too, isn't
Monster.
Yeah. This is it.
Yeah, I think this is a last flashback.
This is a day 5 flashback, isn't it?
Are there any days that we didn't see? Like,
No,
I don't remember
no.
day 4.
No, you get every day. Ah, this might actually be day 4. 4 or 5. 5 or 4.
Or might have been when Dodge gets branded, I think.
Dash gets branded on day 5.
Yeah.
Dang.
セラあの時も本当
Who has time to read the data log?
I
Data
don't
log,
know.
what's that?
こんな景色を壊す使命なら果たせ
Oh, this is
What
like
day is that?
9.
になった方がいい
Day 9, oh.
でも私のせいで巻き込まれて留守にされた子たちがいた怪我は大丈夫？手当てありがとねでもいいの？初対面の私なんかがお邪魔しちゃって私もここが好きだ
Oh, you know, only really the love of of her life, you know, considering everything that happens.
ねえセラまた会えるよね私本当は人を追いかけてきたの謝りたいこと
He said, I love we have Yule in 13. This is true.
けどどうしても勇気が出なくて辛いんだ夢でうなされちゃうくらいリアルが辛いなら逃げてもいいんだよ離れて振り返ってみると案外簡単に乗り越えられたりして希望的観測実体験かな私も悪い夢見てるんだどんな笑わないでね私が世界を壊しちゃう夢怖くて一人になりたかったリアルが辛くて逃げようとしたんだでもね彼が追いかけてきちゃったおかげで気づけたの一人になって残された人を泣かすのは優しさじゃない一緒に乗り切ろうとするのがその人を本当に大切にすることだってみんながいるから私はきっと乗り越えられる応援するよじゃあ私もバニラがちゃんと謝れますようにごめんねごめんなさいなんて言えばいいの 私に謝ったってダメだよ。バニラの大切な人に伝えなきゃ。
This cutscene is so ironic because what Vanilla really wants is to apologize to Sarah. And she's like, I'm not the one you should be talking to. And Vanilla's like, no, you're exactly the one I should be talking to.
私が使命を隠してたせいでセラが留守にされて。
I'm so not used to Sarah's Japanese voice.
けど
Yeah, it doesn't have enough vanilla orgasm.
きっと
What? Sarah's voice doesn't have enough of an orgasm. What?
ラグナロクのビジョンを見ていたんだと思う。だから
You say Vanilla's Japanese
大
voice?
事な嘘。
No, Titan said Sarah's.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Ferris also doesn't have enough vanilla orgasm.
クリスタルになったんだよ。
I mean, yeah, that's technically true.
Does this run Japanese due to an incentive? No, Pharaoh
No.
just loves Japanese voice.
Exactly.
Bart. Oh, you know, it's a shame because of the messed up Part 1. We didn't get to hear the glorious grunts that the Japanese voice has.
Little glorious grunts.
Like a tiny bit.
But just for you, Titan, I'll get Bart's to make a mod where the audio is nothing but Bart 1 grunts.
Deal. Deal. I will reinstall the game just for that. Let's go. And I want every single one of these footsteps that is currently happening to be a Bart 1 grunt.
Please no. I'll get very fast. Okay, so this is 2 cutscenes, but it's a very short cutscene and then another one, and the second one is really, really good.
And this is what Logic was talking about when they made the cutscenes before the locale.
Whoa, this looks like the Hackathon Care fight.
もうすぐ夕方だね。
Suddenly we're outside again. Oh wait, that's one of those cutscenes which changes depending on who's in the party. Oh.
Hey, it's
It
CG.
does.
Yeah, because that cutscene only had the party members.
泣かせたまんまだ。
Wild.
I didn't actually notice that.
どっち
Oh well, time to make a YouTube video comparing every cutscene.
セラが話したいってさ。説教は抜き、優しくな。
帰ったら私をどうするつもりだ。
でさ、
セラがそう言ってる。
Yeah, that's a way to question
結
someone.
婚式だろ。
I just point the gunblade at them. That'll get them talking.
涙はこいつで最後。一生泣かせない。
当たり前だ。
I mean, to be fair, I think a lot of people would start talking if you pointed a gunblade at them.
前だけ見てろ。必ず会えるだろ。夢を見せたのはお前だ。
姉さん、
That's a good question.
全部終わらせて、一緒に迎えに行こうな。
Do they get married? Yeah, no, yeah, no.
It's complicated.
Yeah. Also, going back to that Day 9 cutscene, Sarah dreams she destroyed the world. Yeah. That dream does kind of become reality eventually.
Foreshadowing. Shoutouts to the C tier chest.
You should have picked it up.
No.
Same.
Slow.
You're watching the cutscenes.
Out of your
Shit,
way for an
true.
optional cutscene.
Look, look.
What?
Even Pharaoh has standards for this.
All you
Alright,
kids are no
welcome to
fun.
Tajins. We are going to be here a while.
Yep.
It's not necessarily interesting.
Tajins is effectively like we're not really supposed to be here yet. Like we said before, they kind of were expecting you to do a lot of the side missions before you get to Tajins. Tajins is, I'm not gonna call it like a boss rush, but it kind of is. We're gonna be taking a lot of missions. The missions are gonna have really difficult enemies for our like normal level, and we just gotta kind of beat them all and get our way to the top of the tower so that we can actually, beat the boss there. That's the long and short of
that's
it.
flying in the sky is the boss at the end of the tower.
Yes.
Although
The
we are
blood
going to
with the
weaken
false
it
name.
before we actually fight it.
That's right, everyone. 13 has a dungeon.
Let's go. Yeah, dungeon was the name I was looking for.
It has a dungeon? I thought this was a hallway simulator.
It's just a very deep hallway.
I don't see any hallway right now. I just see the edge of a cliff. Also, Seraph? Where's Seraph?
Damn it, Saz. You're supposed to run. Alright. Oh, and well.
So, yeah, a little explanation on what happened there. So, for some reason, when changing the party team, or especially the leader, for some reason it seems to reset enemies' aggro and also enemies' movement. Those birds are one of the best enemies to sort of showcase that on. And it allows us to actually just get past that dodge without needing to waste activating a decept and then cancelling it. And it was kind of found by accident. I think it was
A lot of things in this game were found by
like,
accident.
it was found a little bit like by accident, but I think it was logic when he was messing around with one of the dodges right at the end of the game.
The Triple Templars?
Yeah.
Oh.
Like I think he was just messing around with just the party team, and somehow that was making that dodge work.
Yep. And I managed to pull off the triple Sanctum Templar dodge decept list after like 3 minutes of constant party changing.
Totally worth the not using a decept to solve there.
Shroudless tech, yo. Shroudless tech.
こう言ってる。暴虐なる者住まう塔なり、早急に立ち去れ。
So the whole premise of this tower is these statues are in conflict with the fal'Cie at the top of the tower, which is the Haka, and we say, we'll help you take down the fal'Cie if you help us. So they accept. They can actually control how the tower functions and activate the elevators for us. So the missions are basically us doing favors for these statues, and as we do missions, they will unlock more and more of the tower for us to progress.
ああ、道はここだけだ。突っ切るしかねえ。
Side quests that are also main story quests.
Yeah, these missions are mandatory. You cannot progress without completing them.
These are only 6 that are mandatory. So because we are so underleveled, we're going to be making heavy use of preemption in these fights. As discussed way far back by this point, when you preempt a fight, you start off with basically all of the enemies being one click away from stagger, one hit away from stagger, for like a much shorter stagger duration time. But just the fact that you don't have to like work to get them stagger makes things a lot better, a lot easier. This is also where we're going to be using up some of our Deceptisols that we got like all the way at the start of the game. Because while some of these you technically can preempt manually, the process of doing so is obnoxious and inconsistent, to say the least. So we're just gonna not.
I'm getting a bit tired. Good luck with the rest of the run.
Have a good one.
See ya.
Okay, Madeline, thank you. See you.
Yep.
Thanks for joining.
Round of applause for Madeline.
So now that Madeloff, wait,
No, not that joke right now.
Wouldn't it be Madeline out?
It wasn't Madeline, it was Madelon.
I might have been mishearing their name this entire time.
yeah, now it's all Madelover. Ecto pudding.
Ecto pudding?
Not ecto pudding. Gelatitan. Sorry, I'm tired. Basically the same thing in Thunder and Kill, right?
Yep. So this would be a very annoying battle if we had to do it manually. But instead, we're going to be doing what we're going to do for like half of these missions, which is preempt it, instantly stagger, try to have the Neo land all three of the debuffs on, deprotect, imperil, maybe poison, maybe deshell, whichever one happens, whatever. The primary ones are going to be imperil and deprotect. Put haste, end spell, bravery onto Saz, sometimes a number of those onto Snow. And then since Snow has launch, we don't have to worry about like taking damage from the enemy. It's just going to be kind of stuck in the air, doing all of its jazz. We are getting not only drops from the enemies that we fight, but we're also getting a bunch of equipment drops from finishing the menus. That's going to basically mostly entirely translate over to Gil, which we're going to use to upgrade a bunch of stuff later, as most of the weapons that we've been getting have been doing.
Yeah, trying to fight Gelatitan without a preempt would just not work at our stats. Gelatitan hits harder than even Hecaton does. But to be fair, I think Gelatitan is probably one of the hardest hitting things out of the 6 missions. And yeah, like outside of like bosses, Gelatitan is definitely one of the hardest enemies to fight on even terms.
Yep.
But now we get to see Hecaton in use, and Hecaton's actually going to be kind of sort of like a jail free card for some fights. Because Hecaton does a lot of damage when it comes to its Gestalt finisher, and we're going to be using that here. We're going to take a preempt off of the Cryptos for this fight, and once we've got the Ambling Bellows into stagger, we basically just want to build up chain and get to Guy and Salvo level 3. After that's done, we're going to build up chain very quickly by using the chain cannons along with a force blasters. And then we'll be just finishing off the Ambling Bellows as easy as that.
Yeah, Hecaton, like in most Final Fantasy games, Bahamut is the strongest summon. Not on this game. In this game, Hecaton is the strongest summon.
Yeah. And this will be...
Overall,
Yeah. And this will be one of the very few times that you'll actually see a damage number appear that is actually higher than 5 digits. And this is actually one of the trophies. This is when you actually get the trophy in plat percent for doing over 99,999 damage.
Yeah. Eidolons have built-in break damage limit, so that's why we're able to do it. There you go, see 114k.
And 171. Also, that mission there gives us free particle accelerators, which would be really useful to upgrade.
the Magnums.
Yeah. Like, for most of the upgrades we're doing, we're going to be using superconductors, because that is the best thing that we can buy. But particle accelerators are a much better upgrade material, but they come from a shop that we will not be unlocking in this category. It actually comes from the shop called R&D Depot, which drops from mission 7.
Ugh, couldn't get you. That's bad. That's really bad.
So this is the Gurengach. It's like the upgraded version of the Thermodons that we were fighting earlier. But we just need to poke its tail, preempt it, and the rest of the fight's pretty easy.
Yeah, just a rehash of Gelatitan in the end. Just buff, debuff, kill. Oh no. Ow. That hurt.
You okay, dude?
That's what Gurengach is saying. Heyo.
And yeah,
Now,
you can kind of see
how
just like
water
how
deals damage, but really all that it's doing is making a splash.
Don't be so wet.
Yeah. So you can kind of see just like how much damage each of the blitzes is doing, as well as like how much, you know, all the end water bravery punches and stuff. Like I don't know if I can emphasize just how underleveled we are for doing this area. But you know, it turns out strats is better than stats. Or whatever it is, I don't remember the actual quote.
This route
Strat speed stats.
really embodies that concept, because we will have no HP on Taz, and we compensate all of it to strats.
Yep. Also, back in a minute.
Why didn't they use water magic? Because using the giant statues is cooler.
道を開いてくれたらしいな。
Are they sad? Vanille asking the real questions. Are they sad?
Are they sad?
Okay, there we go, that shifted it.
We can go through here, I guess.
But yeah, so that was the first set of 3 missions that we had to do here. There are 3 more that we've got to do here, which will all be another triplet. But we will be doing those on a higher tier of Tajin's Tower.
I need to go through Kuzwanzig's cousins first. There we go. Oh, they behaved, actually.
This Menhiram doesn't actually have a mission, it just already has its sword.
Yeah, just rearrange us a couple of floors so the central elevator can reach us.
What about dolphins? Can we bring dolphins into your fantasy game?
Only on Tuesdays.
But today,
Today's a Tuesday.
Is it? I guess.
Mr.
Where I
Titan.
am, it's Thursday now.
Thursday?
Thursday?
Wait, no, Wednesday. Wednesday, yeah. My husband's just like, skip today.
Oh,
Thursday?
fucking up the timeline.
Oh my god.
I thought this was a 13 marathon run, not a 13-2 one.
Yeah, I know.
Time and space.
Time and space. I'm really tired and I still have to do chapter 12. Oh god, it's gonna be fun.
You can do it.
We believe in you.
Part 2 may be a problem if he doesn't behave.
When does part 2 ever behave?
It does. It's more common for him to behave with this strat than it is in any percent. Because with this strat, you're only really worried about what he does on phase 1. On phase 2, if everything goes well on phase 1, it doesn't matter. Hi, bird.
Doing this one with a D set. This one is doable without one. It's a little bit of an awkward one, but you can just lure Mushusu to the ramp leaning into the elevator, and then just catch it behind. Once again, buff.
Oh, this is bad.
Once again, buff, debuff, and in this case, potentially pray.
Yeah, I'm hearing some praying going on.
Actually,
One of the
Mishus is in the
I think
perfect
this is
place.
fine. Yeah. So one of the scary things about that fight is that Mushisu can deprotect you.
It's
And
not Mushisu, it's the Yachinis.
Sorry, yeah, the Shinis can deprotect you, which makes it so that you can hurt a lot. You can take a lot of damage. And well, I know I've been saying that like the best way to ensure that you survive is by killing the opponents. Sometimes the opponents kill you, and then you can't kill the opponents, and then therefore you're dead.
So, in all mentions, this is another category. People were talking about, just don't use the shield talisman on Saz because you don't need to. I'm like, okay, I take off Saz's shield talisman for just to give it a try. On Mushisu fight, what happens is I get instantly deprotected, and Mushisu does 3 quick taps on Saz, and Saz is dead. And it's like, yeah, no, I'm not removing this accessory. I'm sorry. You can do whatever you want, but I'm keeping this.
Sounds almost
Also,
like dying 3 times on the Rust Puddings fight.
Also, just completely unrelated. It is bothering me way more than it should that you're using keyboard, like, hints, as opposed to console hints.
I use
Like the interaction stuff.
I use controller for 13.2. For 13, I've never cared.
Yeah, for 13.2 you don't. Not 13.2,
does
13
really
you don't need it.
upset me if I'm not using controller, but on 13, like, I never really registered it. You're in a hurry.
Like
I mean, it is a speed run.
Like, the only time where I feel like 13's using controller hints or controller icons for 13 is really important is just Gestalt.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's just not really necessary.
Up until this point, I've been following the destination marker like a good casual. We're gonna ignore the destination marker for a bit now. We're gonna do 2 missions out of order.
What?
Yeah.
Wow, that is mind-blowing.
So right now we're gonna do the Penangalan mission, and then we'll do the Vitala mission. The advantage of doing Penangalan first is the reward for the Penangalan mission is a diamond bangle, which you can then which you can then use on Vitala to make it a much safer fight. You lose a little bit of movement, but on this route, it's really worth it because that means you can do the entire upgrade menu right at the end of Erba. So it's a little more advantageous to do this particular mission order in the Magnum's route.
Penangalan.
Ba-da-da-da.
Penangalan.
But Pharaoh, man, I can't believe that you would go against what the creators of this video game wanted your order of missions to be. How could you?
I've done so many things against what the makers of this game wanted me to do that I don't give a shit.
Yeah,
The makers wanted you to use Lightning Hope Fang, and
Alex Paradigms. You know,
I think that when I played this casually, my primary squad was like Lightning, Hope, Vanille. So that's like
Really
close.
what they wanted.
the game developers didn't want you to use stagger lock weapons because they are all facsimiles of a great weapon.
No. Stop it. Anyway, welcome to Penangalan.
Wait, you
Yes,
didn't manually preempt this?
No.
No one's done that in years.
Someone call coffee.
Yeah, so this fight, you really don't want to, like, similar vein, you really don't want to do it, like, not with a preempt, and it is extraordinarily difficult to manually preempt this one, so we're just gonna not. But it's gonna be another, you know, hackathon, pew pew pew, boom 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 sort of fight.
I'm starting to think that
really
Hackathon
hope
is
I
a
get
strong
this
idol.
kill first try.
Yeah, going through these cutscenes will be a joy.
Well, we've already seen it once, so we could skip it in the same fight, right?
No cutscene skip. No exceptions.
I'm not surprised that they didn't put subtitles on like that. I mean, I know what she's saying, but still.
No, you don't. It's Japanese.
So? I know some. Pew 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 boom 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 is the official strat name, yes.
Yeah. Same again here, just Hackathon does damage.
We're fine. Pew 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 boom boom boom, the official strat name for the hackathon fights, yes.
Ooh, Tears of Woes.
Whoa!
No. Whoa, whoa!
Wow!
Whoa, no.
Back!
Whoa, now you're a rock star.
Woo! Fancy feet there.
That'll also be part of the noise, the voice mod crowd on. It'll be Bart One moans and Vanille gasms. We're living in hell now, boys.
I do need to do this Crusader menu here, so I actually have enough HP to be able to survive Vitala.
Yeah. Vitala is quite hard hitting, especially when it comes to doing like single target damage. So Vitala's attacks are all done in the form of multicasts. It will do single target multicast, then it'll do an area of effect multicast. Well, and then whilst in stagger, or actually I think it might just be the third one as well, it will then start doing some debuffs. Yeah, it can do a lot of damage, especially if it can land debuffs such as the shell, or if it lands pain on like Saz or Snow.
Can it land in peril on us? I don't remember.
No, I think it casts Deprotect, De-Shell, Pain, Fog, and Slow?
That sounds right, but I don't know enough about Vitala to dispute it.
You get some bonds, and then you look at silver and diamond.
We don't need doctor's codes like anymore. Potions have long outlived their usefulness. Not only do we have Renew, but we have Vanille as a pretty competent medic by this point.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Vitala is also difficult because the preemptive strike is very hard to do without a Fortizol, and it's not even that much faster.
Yeah.
Because it goes back into... Wait, that's not... No. Oops.
This is a strat.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah. So also Vitala is another barrier enemy, so we can't deal any damage until it's preempted. Or sorry, until it's staggered rather. Until it's staggered.
The thing is,
preempt Vitala,
time to come back up. So even if you do start to fight with the preemptive, it's almost impossible to finish it on time.
Yeah.
And here's an instance of us using Renew as like an offensive heal. We want to be in Smart Bomb so that we can keep on chaining and Vanille can land our stuff, but we also need to heal, otherwise we would have died.
Also, yeah, check out the damage there on Snow. Like I said, the single target damage potential of Vitala is incredible. Also, we just got the best debuff on Snow. He got deprotected.
Why can he land deprotect?
Because of a fight in air buff.
I mean, I guess. I know what you're talking about.
Otherwise, Vitala doesn't actually do any physical attacks, so if you get deprotected, good job. But with that,
so we're just about done now with Tajans.
Yeah.
We still have the final boss. Ha 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 ha. Okay.
No.
Okay, Tidus.
Mr. Tidus.
We did a bit more of an equipment shuffle there. We put our primary strength weapons onto Saz. Or sorry, strength equipments onto Saz, and the weaker ones onto Snow. Because Saz is going to be doing most of the damage in the upcoming boss fight.
Yeah, in regular any percent, you wouldn't worry about this because you would use all the money you harnessed in this tower to upgrade more equipment. So Saz and Snow can very comfortably deal with this dodge. In Magnums, we don't have that luxury. So this fight, which is pretty trivial in 80% unless you do something wrong, is actually extremely tight and difficult in this route. If I do anything wrong, I'm forced to retry. And that's why the accessory shuffle is also necessary. In 80% you wouldn't do it, because you don't need to, but on this category you have to maximize strength on Saz, because he's the one who's been doing the bulk of the work.
They vanished.
The statue.
So the strats are different because related to what Pharaoh just said. Basically, we would be doing different menus at this point, which means that our stats are different compared to like the difference is not that we're doing a cutscene run.
No.
The difference.
Titan. Let me do this.
Sure.
I am using a different late game route than most current any percent runners are doing. Most any percent runners use the Vegas as Saz's final weapon. I am going to use the Magnums as Saz's final weapon, which is a completely different weapon that requires for very different equipment and money route. Then the changes start now because this tower has quite a lot of money, and I'm gonna use all of that money for the Magnums upgrade instead of other equipment upgrade.
Yeah, that.
But this is still, strictly speaking, any percent. It's just, it's a different route of any percent.
More birds.
Yeah. Like, Magnum's route is estimated to be slightly faster than regular any percent, but that is if every fight goes very well, and it's harder for Magnums to have good fights than any percent, because Magnums is inherently an unsafer weapon. However, it is strictly faster in a run like this because of the final fight in this chapter.
Yep. They have much higher attack stat, yes. It's not,
Yeah, the
not
Magnum's
particularly
attack
close.
stat is so high that people thought it was a bug for a very long time.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, plus the fact that the tier 3 for the Magnums only gets 10 more strength
At cap.
at max
I mean, that's just
level.
balance for you.
Like, for some reason, to be fair, it also affects the high powers as well. Like, both the high powers and the Magnums have way higher stat increase than almost every other weapon.
In the game.
Yeah.
Like, to be very specific, the only reason why Fang gets higher strength than Saz is because their Crucerium has much higher strength than Saz. If everyone had exactly the same strength growth, Saz would be the strongest character in the game. Because of the Magnum.
Because of Magnums and also in general, his weapons have way more strength and magic than other people's, because it's to make up for the fact that he has less stats in his Crucerium in general.
Yeah, Saz's Crucerium is very lackluster outside of abilities.
Yep. Alright, so we got the Haka up here. So the Haka is the, like we've been saying, the final boss. And we have a rather specific pattern that we're going to do. It's the same as, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure it's the same as normal any percent, just a lot tighter, right?
I really, really like this boss's design. I think it looks sick.
Alright, I'm gonna take it as a yes.
We can do this.
So we do have to do this. So there's going to be a couple of parts to this fight. There's sort of the pre-stagger and the post-stagger. We're starting off just by building a lot of chain and chain duration, and an important part about these parts of the fights is that we need to make sure that Saz does not die. So we're actually going to be using Snow as a Sentinel a lot more than we have in the past, because we need to make sure not only does Snow, who has the highest HP, the one hit, but we also need to make sure that the Foul Utterance isn't going to hit anyone but Snow. Because Foul Utterance does some damage, but more importantly, it also removes any buffs that we have on our characters, which, like, if it happens to Saz, we'd have to just reapply them. So we don't want to do that. So we wait until after the foul utterance is landed in order to actually start to buff Snow. And an old version of the strat used to have us trying to go for both Deep Protect and Imperil pre-stagger. It turns out, though, that after Dahaka falls like this, the Deep Protect resistance goes to 0.
No.
So as soon... Oh, that's the wrong one. So as soon as he falls, we get to land the Deep Protect and just start dealing damage. And this fight's kind of a really great example of showing like how much damage all the multipliers for everything have. So we have Blitz, which is doing 5x damage. We have the End Spell. We have Imperil. We have Deep Protect. We've got the 999% stagger, and just the amount of damage that we're dealing to this boss when we're severely understated is insane.
He doesn't have faith. Okay, we're fine.
Yeah, this is normally Dahaka does not stand up. So
what happened there was
Yeah.
Snow went into Vendetta while I was waiting for Vanille to deprotect, so there was an entire string of Snow that I just couldn't let him do because it would waste too much time. Being able to kill under those circumstances is just everything I could have asked for, though.
yeah, that was really close to like not being able to kill, because after that stagger, Dahaka does a move that basically just like KOs our entire team. So bit of like unfortunate timing there, but it all worked out.
Thing also worth pointing out is that normally we do Fire, Thunder to chain, but one of the strings that Pharaoh was doing was 4 Flame Strikes, and that was an attempt to get away from the Dahaka's swipe attack. Didn't work in this case, but it should usually prevent him from like doing more swipes and keep knocking Saz down or something dumb like that, which can ruin an attempt and force you to retry.
Yeah. I like doing the flame strikes on the second string because most of the time if Vanille landed in peril, even with the flame strike string, you will be able to reach the chain threshold you want to for the second shift to right shield. And it just gives you some nice safety against the swipes. Unfortunately, I got still nicked by a swipe before the shift to Relentless, but it wasn't that big of a deal.
Also, regarding the damage there that we were doing to Dahaka, that was also going through Dahaka's innate physical resistance, where he halves all physical damage. So like, all that damage we did, we would be pumping out twice as much against any normal enemy. Like the Dahaka is kind of weird in that Dahaka halves physical, but can be deprotected, but is normal to magic, but cannot be de-shelled.
It's balanced that way. Like no matter what you do, it's roughly the same damage. Right? That's how this works?
Fun fact, there's another enemy in Tadrin's Tower that has that exact same property, and its name is Ecto Pudding.
No. It is not Ecto Pudding.
Yeah, it's really telling when the most powerful category, which is all chests, if you don't have an Imperil user, you cannot kill the Dahaka, even if you are as strong as you can be at this point of the game. Which is basically what all chest does. I tried routing all chests with Fang instead of Vanille, and Dahaka straight up said no.
Yeah.
We got another decent running section here. We got to make our way to Oerba, which was Fang and Vanille's hometown, several hundred years ago. It's kind of not a town anymore.
So it's been a while since we've had our last shocking plot twist, but yeah, the village that Fang and Vanille used to live in is now completely deserted. And there's no people, just thief left.
Yeah. as the appropriately named track for Erebor. Ash, no, it's not Ash, it's Ash. Dust to Dust. Like, this entire town is, or at least these plains are now just completely covered in a fine crystal dust. Like, there used to be flowers all around Erebor as far as the eye could see, according to Fang and Vanille. But now it's just completely dead. Except for the wonderfully murderous Seath.
Oh boy, I sure love some wonderfully murderous Seath.
And also Vanille's old robot pal Bhakti, who we don't get to see in this category.
There's a lot of sparkly crystals. You know what else is sparkly? Vampires!
So sparkly.
Super smart. Also, backtracking just a little bit back to the Haka, the way that we do the fight is not anywhere near what you would see in sort of like a normal playthrough, by the way, for the Haka. The Haka has about the Haka has 3 other phases that it can do. And we just do it in one stagger and completely skip all of that.
Yeah, the Hawk has some pretty scary attacks. I remember the Fulminous, Firestorm, whatever it's called. You see it a few times if you're too stubborn to retry the Haka after failing to kill in the one stagger, and it puts everyone on red with all of the debuffs in the book. So, and his next attack just straight up murders you.
Just uses Belga. Oh wait.
村のみんなで暮らしていたんだ。
Also, yeah, this cutscene explains that everyone in the village lived together, so whoever made the comment about Fang and Vanille getting a room, they did.
It was only like 500 years ago or something.
I did grab the pearls.
I
didn't forget.
You did. You got it.
Okay.
Yes, she didn't pull us the onesie.
But did she die? She didn't die. She didn't die. She didn't die. She didn't die.
I thought it
She
was
didn't
not
die.
gonna lie.
Wait,
What's our time at?
It is at 9:55.
I'm not running with a timer, so okay, fine.
9:55. Wow.
Why is it not 9:54?
Because I didn't ask the question a minute ago. Yo, Zwanzig. Ah, yes. Make the most of the home where there aren't any people and everything's been destroyed and also is infested with monsters.
So it was Tyrannus who
Pep Talk
conjectured
says
that the Seath that are here are actually, like, you could figure out that the bigger Seath are the adults and the smaller Seath are the children, and that's why we have a bunch of small Seath in the city center. It was just children playing Ring Around the Rosie right before they turned into monstrous Seath.
You know, I hadn't thought of that, but also, god damn it, dude.
That is deep.
Yeah.
It is deep.
And this is Mama Seath with her three triplet.
Her 3 twins.
Anyway, let's not talk happy things like the Magnums.
Yeah, so we're taking a quick detour here to the schoolhouse to pick up these 2 chests. One of them contains a Moogle puppet, but the other one contains the Pleiades High Powers.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Pardon me, just thinking about the Magnums is a bit much. The Moogle puppet sells for a lot of gil, which is really helpful for us. And then the High Powers is the weapon that we will be catalyzing into the very much aforementioned Hyades Magnums. Which is what we will be upgrading.
Yeah, picking up the Pleiades High Powers consists of the bulk of the time loss for using this route. From here on out, we just, if things go well, we save time for every single fight over Vegas.
Yep. What, you don't want to examine the box? So that could have been another cutscene.
No. And it's not a cutscene. It's just a text box.
Sure. Oh, I love this dodge, by the way. Because basically you go to these, you pull them out a bit, and their hitboxes are just off to the side enough that you can slip right past them like that. It's so fantastic. Although, believe it or not, I've actually lost a decep on this area because I spent so long waiting for the Seekers to move properly. And I lost it before I got to the Vitala.
Oh no. I've lost the chapter 12 decept before because of something very similar, but I don't think I've ever lost chapter 11 one.
I don't think I've managed to lose a decept yet, and I hope I keep it that way.
Yeah.
Before Party Trick, I've definitely lost it, like, going to Entrance of Tajans. Because I would, like, use it on the bird, and then I, like, wouldn't cancel it on the dogs in time.
I've also lost a decept like that. I risked it. Then I said never again.
In the ESA,
same.
in the ESA 2019 relay, Lucho lost a decept in chapter 9, which led to Coffee doing manual Penangulum, which he got second try.
What?
Second
That's
try?
wild.
Oh, you have fallen so far, Coffee.
But anyway, here we go. We are getting money.
So much money.
Mr. Krabs,
No,
why are you selling everything in your
one.
inventory? I like money!
I absolutely did the right thing picking up the Umber.
Oh yeah.
Not that one.
So yeah, this is quite the interesting Bart 2 strat, which I think is probably best to leave Pharaoh to describe.
Okay, so I will do my best. This fight is... So usually if you were to do Vegas, you can actually just brute force through Bart and use Vanille's medic to keep up with Saz's... to take care of Saz's healing, make sure he survives. We do not have that option on Magnums. Because, right, you keep that one. Because Saz's HP is too low, and he dies very, very easily to Bart's attacks. So what we are going to do instead... Perfect's down. What we are going to do instead is doing Permacen. So Snow is going to be a sentinel for this entire fight, except for a very small period of time. So I use all of the superconductors here, except for 12, because I need 7 to upgrade this rune bracelet to help Snow survive, since most of Bart's damage is magical. This is useful. And we're on our way. So Snow is the only one who is going to take damage on this fight, for the most part. Then... we are going to chain with Vanille and Saz, try have Vanille set debuffs, and even drive the chain a little bit higher before we use Saz as calm. Saz is going to be the only commando in this fight. Any percent has to route a Libra scope for this, but because we are using Snow as Sentinel and Vanille Vanille's AI is going to figure out that Bart is immune to poison. She's just not going to use poison other than the first cast. So she's going to set the Protect and Imperil, and then the Magnums are so strong that that Saz as commando is enough. The goal for the first phase of the fight is to drop Bart's HP below 45%, which is the trigger for Thanatosian Laughter, which is the attack that I want to do. If everything is set correctly, Laughter will push Saz and Vanille away from Snow, which is important for the second phase, where he will use Apoptosis. Once his head splits, he will use Apoptosis and Laughter, and the order he does those two attacks depends on his HP as the head split. The goal is to have Laughter before Apoptosis, so because Apoptosis will clear all of our buffs, and that includes our Aegisol buff. Our Aegisol buff has Veil, which is what is going to protect us from Bart's debuffs. However, if Bart is only targeting Snow, and Snow is very far away from Vanille and Saz, the debuffs will only hit Snow, because the debuffs are AoE, but they are AoE around a range of the original target. So, if he targets Saz, obviously, then he's a target and the debuff can affect him. But if he only targets Snow and Saz is like 10 feet away, 10 meters, 10 kilometers away from Snow, it's not gonna ever hit. At that point, we just reapply buffs, reapply debuffs, reapply the only important buffs, which is Haste Bravery on Saz and Face on Vanille, and use the OP Magnums to drop the rest of his HP even at a very long distance, because Bart is a huge fucking target. So all of the Blitz bullets will hit, even though we are very far away. That's the gist of the fight. If he does Apoptosis first, it's still doable, but I can't get hit by Daisga more than twice because I don't have more than 2 foul liquids.
Also, we did just learn Lightning's name. It's Claire.
I like how you just glossed over that because of the fight explanation.
It's a very complex and very different fight compared to Vegas.
It took a lot of time to figure that out, that strategy.
So I will try to explain what I'm trying to do as I go, but I'm very tired. I might just get lost on the explanation, we'll see.
That's right, you gave the overview, so we can probably just hold it during it.
Here Bart is saying, okay, you don't want to destroy Cocoon, so we are going to have the cavalry do it for you. They're like, no way, you're evil.
Who would have thunk it? Wow, his nails are really long.
Yeah, he's pretty.
As I said.
Yeah.
This is the easiest part 2. I disagree, easiest part 2 is all chests. Alright, so we open on Mystic Tower, Snow immediately provokes. We're just gonna put the chain a little bit so Vanilla gets an easier time with debuffs. I cancel the last one here because that gives me some ATB for the buffs. I would really like to see Imperil here. We'll see if she lands. If not, it's fine. Okay, there we go. I am going to renew now, because that skips the stagger animation. There we go. Thunder, Aurora, and again, for chain. This is a refresh, so I am going to start blitzing, and here is the only point where we remove Snow from Sentinel, and that's for 2 reasons. I want this ATB refresh, and I want Snow to be as far away as possible from Sentinel. Using poison gas, that's very good. Set this, and this is exactly where I want his HP to be. This is a clean left bush. He has around 1/3 his HP left. I am going to Elixir. Go on Mystic. Snow should stay. He's not as far as I would hope him to be. That's not good. So, backups. I want Snow away from me. There we go. And because Saz isn't on red HP, I actually have to keep him busy so he doesn't actually come close to Snow anymore. Daniel got the buffs I wanted. I am going to renew again just to make sure Snow doesn't die. And now it's just a race to win before Saz gets close enough to Snow that the AoE debuffs hit him. That was a very clean fight.
Nice, good job.
Yeah, very nice.
Went very well.
This fight, part 2, like Pharaoh made it look pretty easy. It is one of the hardest fights to learn in the entire speedrun. It is like how Proto was described as the first wall in chapter 5. Part 2 is like the hard second wall of learning how to do this run. And that's going to be true in like basically every category and every route. It's an incredibly difficult fight. There's, especially in like the non-magnums any percent, there's so much that can go wrong. So usually like half the fight ends up being improv. And even like in this one where it's it is a faster kill and there's less that can go wrong, like some things still did go wrong. So, you know, she had to do a bit of improv to make everything work out. So yeah, that was really well executed, and it's incredibly difficult.
And at the end of chapter 11, we have another commentator who has joined us.
The
Did we
final
talk about
content
the
for
glory
the
of
night.
Fortisol on Bart 2 yet?
We just finished Bar 2, Dine. But no, this category doesn't need Fort on Bar 2 at all.
Why am I even here then?
He's reserved
Only
that
thing I brought to
Fortisol
the
as
table.
a reference to the video game Fortnite.
You're here to keep us all awake.
And to suffer.
I especially need
Okay.
you to keep me awake. Because Bakur is already asleep.
It's okay. I'll wake him up. You're expecting a delivery, right? No, you don't need that window.
Alright, so the fight's over. Barthandelus, of course, is still alive. He gives us his owl ship again. And now they are reading a record of what happened on the War of Transgression. And this basically says that Fang did turn into Ragnarok, she did crack Cocoon's shell, but then the goddess Etro took pity on Fang and Vanille. She made them into crystal, she put them inside the pulse vestige, and then Barthandelus took the pulse vestige and put it in Bodum, just waiting for the day they would wake up and this entire shit would happen.
Actual taking pity seems to be a pattern in this series. In fact, Etro taking pity and shit getting fucked up because of that seems to be a pattern.
Yes. Etro being too kind for her own good is definitely a problem.
But you got one god that wants to be really kind, or one other god that wants to do mass genocide to awaken another god.
The Maker God, which is the biggest douchebag of them all.
When you're at the top of the game,
So now they're just like deciding, do we go to Cocoon and try to stop them from killing themselves, or what do we do? And Hope is the one who has the rousing speech of all people.
Hope was like the Elmer's glue that was just waiting to hold the team together.
No, I think the art director or speech director, whoever, was given a message that we need to give a speech with hope, but they vastly misinterpreted it.
He runs slow. We got to give him a job. He does not have big steppies.
He doesn't let go of his job.
You're right, Dan. He doesn't have big steppies. He has 94% steppies.
Oh, come on, look at those short legs. You can't expect much out of them.
I mean, given Vanille's technique, I'm surprised Vanille runs faster than him.
I know, right? Vanille creates more wind drag than anyone else.
Yeah.
Wait, someone find that Zwanzig.
When the gods are talking about the Maker, they are talking about Booney.
Yeah.
Because Booney is the one who shows up at the end of 13-2.
He shows up in 13-2.
At the end, I mean, no, he doesn't, but it is implied in LR that he did. I don't remember. Everything is fuzzy. I'm tired. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, these are the last two cutscenes of chapter 12, but they're of chapter 11, but they're pretty short. So we
Best
have
cutscenes coming up.
the best cutscene is coming up. We have around, I want to say, an hour and a half, because chapter 12 is overloaded with really long cutscenes. I want to
So
say around.
if there's about an hour and a half, then that means we are going to be like an hour and a half underestimate, which that sounds like we can do the Orphan 2 cutscenes. Those Orphan 2 cutscenes.
Sounds like we can beat Longui.
Yeah, we should definitely push for Longui and watch the Longui cutscene. Wait, there's no Longui cutscene.
Not with that
I mean,
attitude.
we have magnums, right?
Oh,
we
but
don't even need days.
wait, no, we need to see the Versi cutscene. Duh.
Oh,
See the
shit, the
Cactuar
Versi
cutscene.
cutscene.
Sounds good.
Wait, so Pharaoh, when is Plat all cutscenes happening?
No.
Oh, baby.
Well, that will have 12-hour breaks in any case.
Multiple.
It will just
12-hour
take a
break.
week to finish.
What would be longer? Plat cutscene? I think Dash all cutscenes would be way longer.
Not with that attitude.
You know what? That's right. It's all my fault. I just got to get a better attitude in life. That's all it is. I just need to smell the roses. Stop picking them up.
When is Trilogy no cutscene scoop?
No! Not me!
But in order to smell the roses, you have to go outside, and that seems antithetical to speedrunning.
Okay, this is the best cutscene in the game. I think everyone can agree that this one is really, really, really cool.
Yes. Just yes.
Pod racers always seemed like a weird choice.
I mean, they just want to try spinning. They heard it's a good trick. Man, I really want one of these motorcycles.
I can barely drive a car, and that's got 4 wheels. This thing has none. I don't expect life expectancy to be too long.
That just means that there's less wheels to mess with.
Oh look, Snow being dumb again.
Why are they cheering for him though?
They
I
were
guess I didn't
cheering
know.
because it saved the motorcycle, and then they realized.
But he's the one that caused the accident.
Can they not see Shiva and Nyx though?
Like, he's the one that caused the accident in the first place. It's like, oh, thank you, kind sir, for fixing the mess you created.
Yeet.
Alexander will always be a great summon.
Alexander is the scariest summon in Type 0.
I recently watched Konyu was doing a Type 0 cutscene % run not too long ago, and I finally understood the levity of Alexander in that game, and
Yeah.
I was like, oh, this looks like a kind of hard game. I went through the cutscenes, I was like, oh, this game's dark.
Yeah, no, it's like my favorite Final Fantasy game. But it's got some serious crap going on in it.
Like, if Type 0 isn't the darkest Final Fantasy game, it has to be one of the darkest. Like, top 3 darkest Final Fantasy games.
Yeah.
I don't know. 13 has some nighttime segments. Oh, not that dark.
This segment is really dark.
If you want to play it like that, if you want to play it like that, I mean, Type 0 has, infiltration assassination missions at night, so. And look, see, this scene is so bright. Because the sun is a fal'Cie. So this can actually be the second of our, start the fight in Gestalt that happens. We're against the War Mech again, but it's gonna go a bit faster this time.
If you didn't start this fight on the War Mech, I've had to do this fight vanilla in the randomizer, and it's the worst thing ever.
Didn't use Zentetsuken. Shake my head.
Yeah, so remember the armory where we practiced and trained to be the big bad LSE? The armory is now open, and for some reason, more than robots, it also brought turtles. Really
Giant turtles.
scary giant turtles.
I mean, they're also a bit cute. I can understand why they were in there. Also, more birds! Oh, I think somebody just got squished.
A lot of people get squished.
That's what you get for subscribing to the Prometheus school of running away from things. Just keep going in a straight line and hope for the best.
Ding!
Yeah.
I'm glad someone got that.
At least two
Danielle
got
is
it.
not my girlfriend in this scene.
Ding! Sid Reigns is not offering a lap dance.
That is neither PG. That is not PG-13, but it is gay.
And I'm okay with that. And I'm not okay with that.
もはや私はファルシの奴隷だ。
So yeah, this happens. It's not like Saz, which is a bait and switch. This one actually dies.
You can tell it actually happens because he isn't one of our party members. Kept it rushed.
Also, we kind of actually see the dead body. Unlike before, where it was just a cutaway.
He's just tired.
Oh, very tired. No, it's actually just a concussion from having a gun go off near his head.
Yeah.
Clearly.
騎兵隊が動き出したみたいです。
それだけじゃねえ。パルスの魔物が街で暴れてるとよ。
アークに眠ってたやつだ。
むちゃくちゃだな。いよいよ国運の終わりか。
They're being like awfully chill about this.
僕らが帰ってきたせいで予言通りですね。
Like it feels like they should be a bit more panicked and like hurrying. Sorry, what were you saying?
Just that the budget ran low for these endgame cutscenes.
Yeah. The party members are way less expressive.
パルスの計画を崩そう。
Duh, that was kind of close. So, oh no, that fight also uses a summon, never mind.
So we got a nice little dodge happening here. So we had to decept before this because there's a lot of flying things that would have, you know, hit us. But here we can just kind of wait for it to run past us and then go. And in the amount of time that it takes to turn around to see us, we just gonna slip on right past.
Yeah, remember the GraphCon we had a million years ago? It's finally going to be useful again.
Oh, it's only been 11 chapters.
Well, it's back.
You okay, Vanille, you literally like flew to here and you have Bahamut.
お守りだとさ。
Also, I like how Vanille is the only one here that doesn't know what's going on.
Hold on to the gizmo.
They're out of TP to summon the Eidolons. they blew their load too early.
I think that we just had two very different there.
Hey, Lightning remembers that the Gunblade is also a gun.
Wow!
I
That's
wish it was
illegal!
used more, except for like having Sky Tank and like the ending of an attack string.
Yeah, but Dine, that would be convenient.
True. I forget these simple factors. Thank you, Wally, for putting me in my place.
Yeah, you deserve it.
I'm stretching way too far here.
I also kind of like there how Fang is like, yeah, all the Cocoon people go around like this. And Hope is like, no. Don't group me with the craziness that Lightning does. No.
Alright, so this is the most RNG dodge in chapter 12. Oh, that's perfect.
Most RNG dodge gets the first try.
I had that RNG on that dodge.
Wow, so RNG. Wow.
Oh, wow. So easy. Much wow. It's RNG, whether how much I hold forward.
Seems like a skill issue.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to hold forward the entire times. Other times you have to like sometimes hold back. And you know, that's just how it is, I decided.
Truth be told, I wasn't even looking at the screen.
So this is a Bulwarker fight. This is gonna be another pew 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 bang bang bang. You can technically do this one without preempting it, but you're also likely to die if that happens. The thing is that if you only have one Deceptisol by this point, because we use a Decept in order to preempt it, if you use your last Decept here, then the following section becomes aggravatingly near impossible to do. So it's generally worth it to do this non-preempted without a Decept if you only have one left, because you just really need it for the next section. But yeah, the rest of this fight's pretty bog standard, straightforward stuff.
Yeah, even if you don't want to use a Decept at all here, you still have to use Hecaton here to kill them, so...
Yeah.
とことんやるよ思いっきりやっちゃって
$180,000 damage. Let's go.
Hecaton is so fair and balanced.
So yeah, another huge menu. This one, like, Bart 2 gives us 100,000 CP, and we're gonna burn through all of it right now.
Yeah.
Our big goal coming up is to get Saz his full ATB move called Cold Blood. It doesn't generate a lot of chain outside of Stagger. It is used to kind of like stun lock an enemy.
No, it's also it can be used to stunlock, but it's also one of the abilities that will increase the chain the most on a staggered enemy.
I was getting to that.
The main reason.
Sorry.
By the way, I don't know if this has been mentioned yet, but Cold Blood's special ability is that it does increase chaining after stagger.
Holy shit, really?
Yeah, I don't know why it hasn't come up yet.
Oh,
I'm not entirely sure. Did you know that Cold Blood is a full ATB skill that can be used a bit to stagger lock before, but also just massively increases the chain like nothing else can after stagger?
Oh my god, I'm learning so much.
Also, you can use it before stagger to stun lock an enemy.
Oh,
I hope you use it a lot. It sounds pretty useful.
Yeah, after stagger, it really increases the chain.
Okay, this joke's gone cold, boys.
Yeah, this joke's almost as old as the easy mode jokes. Common drop rate increased, rare drop rate decreased, stagger take more damage.
Cold Blood stagger amount increased.
Doom timer increased. Enemies have reduced HP.
ファルシオエデンの近くにあるとすれば向かうは政府の中枢だ壊されたら厄介だな
So we're in the middle of the highway now. It's totally fine.
Highway to the danger zone. Sorry.
Yeah, I like
woke up
how
early
she
and I missed my
jumped
nap.
to the
I'm
middle
tired.
of the road, and then she's totally fine.
If you do enough front flips and back flips and stuff, you're just immune to everything.
So, we actually set up for this fight like a really long time ago. Because in the very only one fight that we do purely for this Crystarium points, it had a Behemoth King in it. And we Libra'd that Behemoth King. So that we don't need to Libra it in this fight. Planning. Foreshadowing.
It's prudent planning.
Hindsight.
Future sight.
Wait, no, hindsight's not a paradigm.
Neither is foreshadowing.
Hindsight's rolls are 2020.
Alright, the rest of this commentary needs to only be in paradigm names. Prudent planning.
To Google.
No, Snow!
I'm devastated.
Malevolence.
The commentary is not going to have a lot of diversity.
Rapid recovery!
It's not a paradigm name.
Offensive screen.
Rapid growth.
Oh, is that what I was thinking?
Yeah.
This is going to be a try disaster, yes. Especially if I can't execute the next fight.
There's a failure of coordination about this idea.
You need to convalesce.
I maybe just need to like tortoise up a bit and focus.
I feel undermined.
All we gotta do is slash and burn. All we gotta do from now on is slash and burn through our enemies with a relentless assault of aggression.
Let's just have a
Wreak some havoc.
That's not select.
Whatever medication you're all on, take a double dose.
Joke's on you. I've taken double doses all day for this.
Yeah, I think... Okay, guys, I think we kind of need to like stop. Like, we need to take a break. Just go bowling or something, because I'm sure we can make a great strike team.
We're gonna make him mess up a Crystarium from laughter.
No saboteurs on this chapter in particular, because the two main fights in this chapter are both immune to debuffs, so you don't really want to have vanilla saboteur.
I do appreciate the diversity of paradigm names you came up with, though.
We just need to divide and conquer.
Alright, joke bit, guys. Let's have some variety now.
Wally's doing the dirty fighting.
Okay,
being a bully.
Alright, we should probably do PC one. Alright, so
Estimating the paradigm name joke.
Alright, so we got PC1 here, Proudclad version 1, because we are going to be fighting him again. This fight is rather technical. If everything goes to plan, then we're just like following a script straight on. We can't, like Pharaoh just mentioned, we can't really inflict debuffs on it, so that's kind of awkward. But we have the amazing power of the magnums. So we just need to kind of rely on Vanilla to keep us alive and kill it in one stagger. And we do have Cold Blood.
A very hard fight.
Yeah, it's significantly easier with magnums though. So there are going to be two things that we kind of need to keep an eye out for. One is, like, if this was a Vegas fight, we have to make sure that we kill within the first stagger, because if we don't, we're pretty much dead. It goes into second phase, and we're kind of screwed, because unlike a lot of bosses, the second phase of PC1 isn't health gauge gated, but it's stagger gated. So that's how the phase transition happens. The second is, we're gonna see, we were making jokes about it before, but Cold Blood is actually like a ridiculously busted ability, because it's going, like, in previous things we've been using like Thunder Aroga or like Fire Thunder in order to increase the chain by a reasonable amount. The Cold Bloods that we use are basically just going to instantly cap out the Proudclad's chain to like an insanely high degree, and it just saves a lot of time and it does a lot of damage. So it's just like super useful. Other than that, a lot of the fight is going to remain like roughly the same. We buff up all of our characters. We're going to try to get the chain going. Use renews because it's faster than not using them. And we want to Cold Blood right as the stagger is happening in order to maximize it. And look, there's this one ability, how much it's going to be increasing. That was like a solid like 300% just off of that. ATB refresh into another one. Some more Tri-Disasters. And then see 854 off of 2 Cold Bloods when the stagger point was like 250. And then from here, It's just kind of, blitz down with the magnums, rely on being able to keep us alive for a bit, and the rest of the fight should be pretty easy.
That's the string.
And not even close.
I love the sound of the magnums.
Oh, it's a blessing on all of our ears.
The sound of victory.
I don't know too much about how the newer routes go, but remember, PC1 and PC2 were definitely a very big difficulty spike. Or if you were picking up the game.
There still are in current Vegas route. I just prefer the Magnums, and Magnums makes PC1 free. It makes PC1 different, but harder.
Yeah. I think that was a rather successful tireless charge to victory that we had.
You listen really carefully, you can hear Wally screaming into a towel.
I'm not paying attention.
Get me out of here!
It would be very devastating for him.
I am just sitting here eating biscuits, and I am happy.
I just wanted to live my best life.
It's been a long time since I've been able to do a stream with Wally. This is great.
I'm glad you're so entertained, Titan.
Well, he's like, I don't even have to do anything. I just show up and he's happy.
No, literally,
when you
I
come home from work and your dog's happy.
Literally, when I showed up in Chapter 8, Titan was over the moon. I had to calm him down. I was just like, down, boy, down.
Throwing the fake ball.
So, we've got a... Oh, that's a very dead person. So dead that the body vanished.
Look at that despawn rate.
When did we get a rocket launcher?
I really performed the bridge skip on that soldier.
What kind of suppressing fire are you going to use against a giant turtle?
This one's not even a long Wii.
That's kind of cruel.
That's what you get for trying to go for that promotion.
So, this is going to be another fight. There's actually several ways that this fight can be handled in like normal routes. In Magnum, we are basically forced to do it with snow. We are like kind of not properly strong enough to deal with this. So we're going to choose it.
For it.
Yep. So the Telid is weak to ice, and Shiva is ice, so that helps a lot. And one of the major things we're going to be trying to do during this fight is try to ensure that snow is in the air when the stomps land, because again, the 3D model positions and stuff actually matter. If we manage to do that, then it's going to mean that Shiva's sisters aren't going to be trying to cure snow, and they're instead going to be like increasing chain. That is a very fast quake. And other than that, it's going to be kind of, increase the chain, and then we get to Gestalt. And then hopefully the Gestalt is enough to actually kill. So, we'll see. This track does unfortunately have a small failure rate, because, especially at the beginning, you have to drive up to right under the chin in the correct point so that all of your spin attacks are actually going to hit. And I don't remember the name of either of those abilities is. Are.
Wheelie and spin freeze.
And spin freeze.
Alright, yeah, so you gotta wheelie up.
To be able to kill.
Wait, really?
Wheelie! Yeah, you can see it. Snow drove into the body. He kind of drifted just slightly to the left.
No, we're fine. I'm hitting most of them.
So it's primarily because of the ice weakness. Also, Vanille can't jump. So she's just like severely less tanky, so you can't survive to like
It's
get
not
the
just
challenge
that
to
Vanille
trigger.
can't jump. Hecaton Care is the only Eidolon who will not heal its summoner.
That too.
Yeah.
Vanille doesn't
Yeah.
have Blizzard either, I think.
Vanille.
No, she would have if we're stage 6 Rav.
I think she has Fire, Water, Arrow.
She has Fire and Aurora as well.
Yeah, she has
Those
Aurora.
two.
And depends where we are in her Rav. If we've gone past stage 6, then yeah, she has Blizzard.
We have her stage 3 Ravager. Not stage 3, yeah, roll level 3.
Roll over for, yeah, then yeah, you've got Blizzard.
Wait, we get to level 2, I think. Unless Magnums is different.
Okay, I want to see. Level 2, okay. We don't have Lizard.
Yeah, thought so.
Just learn it early. Simple.
Yeah, randomizer.
Yeah, go.
Why doesn't any percent use a randomizer? I don't get it.
Because
I know,
nobody's like me. Nobody wants to run randomizer.
I end up in too many randomizer seeds that can't be beaten. So
I mean, if you
Yeah.
use the easiest settings, you can probably find the seed that is strictly faster than any percent.
I think that there was a point that we were discussing, like a theoretical fastest any percent seed. Like with randomizer, like how can we set it up so that like you just bliss the game as fast as you can? But I don't remember what we did about that. I think we just stopped planning it.
Yeah, it honestly sounds really simple. All you have to do is get all of the Crystarium expansions as the starting items and just grind Anavatapta until you have enough HP on your party.
But then you're grinding. That sounds slow.
True.
I don't know how much a Decept would actually help in Chapter 1.
Whoa, speak for yourself. It would help me immensely.
What do you mean you're going to Chapter 1 and not instantly to final bosses? Sounds slow.
We should delete Chapter 1 from the game?
Please.
That seems like it would save a good chunk of time.
Yeah,
The
remember
randomizer
in Dragon
is
Ball, you can
amazing.
actually just go straight
Yeah.
to Chapter 18.
Yeah, so there is a randomizer. It's rather fully featured. So if you want to give it a try, feel free.
You should. It's fun.
Yeah.
It was more fun when turtles could replace random encounters.
I'll fight these
No.
gremlins. I guess not. My
Still
mistake.
fun.
You do you.
Turtles should remain turtles.
No, I want turtles everywhere.
You're a
No.
turtle.
So we've got a rather interesting quote-unquote dodge coming up. Anyone want to explain this?
We're going to be using our NPC characters, so Saz and Vanille, to kind of push against the Vernal Harvester and the Tyrant that's blocking the path. So, because you're the two characters that are following you, they can't activate a battle, but they can collide with the enemies that are in there. So there's a couple of different paths they can take. If they slide in through the left, we'll run through the left. If they slide in through the right, we'll run through the right. There is the odd time where you can just end up going right down the middle, but I think that's a little bit riskier just due to moving hitboxes. Titan, help, please.
Help with what?
Okay, I
You-
look. I didn't know if I was
explain
correct
it.
there or not. You
You
went-
went.
you went quiet.
Yeah, that was-
I
that
had
was a
no idea
reasonable
what was going on.
No, that was a reasonable explanation.
Hey, Dine. Hey, Dine. I'm proud of you.
Oh, thank you, Wally.
Yeah, I
You know
didn't.
what?
I didn't
needed-
feel the need to say anything.
Okay, no. You went quiet, and I was like, oh, did I just lie to the children real bad there?
No, that was
You've got your
fine. There was
affirmation.
there was nothing really more to add. We shoved them aside, just like that, easy.
Yeah. You have gotten your affirmation dine. That is all your allowance for the year, but
You
you've got
would've-
your
Well,
affirmation.
you know what? I blew it 4 months in. That's much better than I expected. I expected it to be gone by January.
But we just spent all this time getting past like these giant fighting monsters, and you're saying we're gonna be stuck by a door?
Remember these guys from chapter
Boring.
1 we've never seen again until now?
Yeah.
Oh right, yeah.
Or Booba.
Yeah, remember?
Yeah, I was
these
thinking that. I
guys?
didn't want to say it.
Hi, but
Meanwhile-
hey,
Meanwhile, I was thinking I'm going to say it before someone else does.
hey, it's that group that's not even more relevant in 13.2.
Slightly more relevant. I think they probably have about the same amount of relevance.
Listen, in 13.2, this group die and there's no mention of it. That's the best part.
なんですぐ会いに来てくれないんすか。
あんたの帰りを待ってたよ。
マジで生き残ったみんなもです。
Thought we were brothers, man.
Yeah, why didn't you tell us that you were a lessee? Yeah, well,
Yeah, I
we
wonder
were
why.
kind of running away from everything, including Poljan wildlife.
なんだよそれ。バカねだろバカは。振り出しだなヒーロー。
I like how that group's clothes span all the way from like only wearing something because it would be indecent to like I am covered up like nobody would believe.
俺たちノラは。
Hope, you hated this group before, don't suddenly like them. Remember when this group was responsible for your mother's death? No,
That was like a full 3 days ago, man. Live and let live.
What's this about the group? The sole responsible one was Snow.
I think that's an insult against responsibility.
Once a team, always a team. There's no I in team.
I'm pretty sure there's a me in there somewhere.
Well, there's an M.
If you rearrange the letters, you get me.
Tmei.
There's also meat and
Wait,
eat,
no, sorry. Tmia.
Or at
Mia.
me.
or Matt.
Same.
Did we meet the Eden Toys incentive?
No, there's no Eden Toys incentive.
I will make an Eden Toys incentive. If you
I
do
will
it.
donate $10,000 if you fight Eden Toys right now.
Here's the catch: he doesn't have $10,000.
I'll donate 10,000 Canadian dollars. That's like 4 American. We're okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's like 10 cents.
I'll pitch in what I can.
I mean, honestly, you're not that far away from fighting Eden Toys. Just get Fang Days. 'cause,
Yeah,
like,
I
you
just
have
need
the-
Fang Days.
the
to be
Magnum.
honest.
Oh, she's got a boatload of CP.
I'll donate 10,000 Vietnamese dong.
I'll put $50 in if you do it.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
No.
I don't have a Libroscope. I have.
I'll give you 10,000 gil.
I don't have a Libroscope, and I would have to fight the sacrifice for the PC2 Ether Soul.
A Libroscope's worth 10,000 gil.
You get 10,000 gil from the platinum ingot that is totally going to drop.
Have you thought about dismantling the Hunter's Friend?
I don't have the Hunter's Friend.
Oh.
Let's get the Champions badge.
Okay, bear with me 1 second. Let me find
way
the.
far back now.
Bear with me. Let me
You're
figure
an
this
hour and a
out.
half.
Wait,
you're an
how
hour
much
and a
are the
half on
Mughals?
estimate. You got all the time to run back and get it.
Alright.
So
fine.
there's
I
2
will
chests,
try
right?
it.
What are the?
I will level to Fang's Days, and I will level everyone else, and I will try it once.
No, it's gotta be a good shot. It can't be like you mess up the first inputs and you're like, all right, sorry guys, we tried.
Oh,
Yeah.
wait, we actually doing this.
Deal.
Peer pressure. Nothing's changed since high school.
But sorry, marathon
Don't
runners.
I need Fangs in Peril for this? Just the I need her to protect.
You don't need her in peril, no. You need her dazed
I
and
need
deep
her
cut.
to protect. I need the protect on days.
If you can afford it.
I'm pretty sure I can. It's just a Jade.
Things you know from doing a billion categories of this game.
Yes.
お前たちも早くセントラルにたどり着くといい。家族に会いたいだろう。
I didn't actually realize that there was a Bart cutscene here.
Yeah.
It's a hologram, it's not the actual Bartendolus, I think. Because it's definitely a hologram.
It's also floating, so like, I would hope it's a hologram and not a, 300-foot beast.
You sure he's not an animalcellid?
Could be.
Say that way one more time.
Alright. Get out of here.
Oh boy.
Let's go.
Here we go.
See if you can afford the stuff before making the paradigms.
This won't,
I can afford the stuff.
this won't go wrong at all.
What else do I need? What else do I need?
Another smart bomb, probably.
Another gorilla?
No, I don't need that anymore.
Nah.
Alright, so who wants to explain this fight?
This is not in any fight.
Yeah.
Oh boy, can I explain this fight?
This is not an any percent fight.
Yeah, this is not 8%.
This is not even a percent fight.
Alright, Logic, why don't you go?
Yeah.
Oh boy, can I tell stories about this fight, dating as far back as young Logic Dolphin in 2015, trying to get a 54-second fight, thus giving birth to the meme! Or more just like... So, we're going to summon to take down the turtle immediately because it's a mechanic in this fight. If you let him get a stomp off, he will deal 13,000 damage to your party.
Oh, wait, I have to retry. Because Saz has defensive equipment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Try again. Oh no.
So let's start over again. So this dates back to the...
You don't.
I remember when I was born. It took so many years to get to this moment.
54 of them, to be precise.
I will try. I don't think I can do it. We'll see.
I'll donate either way.
Here we go.
I was joking about my donation. I don't even have 10,000.
I'd be more surprised if you did.
I can't skip the cutscene.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, right, you should continue explaining the fight.
Yeah, so we summon and we just sit here and watch this because we can't skip it. And afterwards, the turtle will fall down, which is a mechanic in this fight. Then, after the summon is dismissed, which we are not dismissing until it's out of, or we're not dismissing ourselves, or it will dismiss itself. Once that happens, we have a 60-second timer with which to kill the turtle before it gets back up, and if it gets back up, we lose. So we have to somehow kill the turtle within the 60 seconds that it gets back up. Now, the stagger point is 500%, and we can very easily stagger the turtle if we wanted as Saz, but we don't want to. We do want to chain a little bit, but we don't want to stagger because we have to maximize our 45-second stagger after the summon is dismissed. So, we just do a bunch of random crap is really what we're doing here. And, just kind of killing time. We cast Haste and Bravery on ourselves. After Snow and Fang come back, we're going to buff Snow with haste and bravery, and we're going to throw a haste on Fang as well, and then we will stagger that goddamn turtle. And after the turtle's staggered and has all the debuffs, and we chain it high enough, then we're going to start doing damage. And we're going to do damage with the wonderful, wonderful Daze. What does Daze do, you might ask? It deals double damage to all actions, but gets dismissed almost immediately after damage has landed on the turtle. But there is like a 3-second window. I don't know where you can deal damage after Daze has been inflicted. However, Fang will just be spamming Daze for the rest of the fight anyway, so it's okay. It's fine. It's totally fine. We don't need to worry about it.
Oh boy, here we go.
The hard part is lining up the Dazes, or lining up the Blitzes against the Daze, and also trying to have Snow deal damage against Daze as well. This is where it takes years of training to be good. Or, well, hours.
To be fair, that's not bad lineup for them.
No, this is horrible lining.
Now it's, yeah.
Just hand me the controller, I'll do it.
I tried.
Scourge?
I tried.
I'm sure you did not go for it.
Yeah,
That's
so
close.
far.
Definitely there, but that's good enough.
Don't quit.
That's basically how the fight goes if you were good at the game. Sorry, Pharaoh.
Alright, time
No,
to go back to
probably
Sasno video.
I'm very under level, that's the problem. Like, if I had just 2 more pieces of good equipment, I would have been able to do it, but...
Yeah, for sure.
Yep. All good.
So if you break Daze with Saz's Blitz, do all the bullets get the double damage?
Yes.
Because it
As long
counts
as-
as a single action?
As long as
The
Daze is
first
not...
bullet from... So what you're saying is like, if you do 7 Blitz bullets and the first one breaks Daze, does the rest get double damage? And the answer is no, only the first
No.
bullet does.
Oh, okay. I thought so, but I didn't know if it was like
Yeah.
damage, like points of damage based or like action based.
But if Daze is inflicted like right as like the blitzes start hitting, like all of the bullets will get the double damage. That's what we're trying to do.
Okay.
Because of that like small buffer window where you can deal damage and leave Daze inflicted.
Yep. Anyways, I put $54 in for the attempt. So
54
Thank you, Titan.
and a trap.
it was a very good attempt, especially for doing it like on the fly like that. So
I can't upgrade the magnums without the 6 particle accelerators, Groudon.
Yeah, Pharaoh, why don't you just do the thing that you're supposed to do but can't do?
Mm.
It's so simple. I knew it wasn't a good effort.
Oh wait, it didn't. Hold on. I have to make a second donation because it didn't put the right amount in.
You have
After
one
getting
job,
them, the turtle isn't
Yeah,
there anymore.
Yeah, I had one job and I messed it up. Because the default amount wasn't changed. All right, there we go.
I'm pretty sure Eden Toys disappears after you
Yeah.
trigger the floor breaking cutscene.
Yeah, he's not there.
Yeah, he's
Always
gone.
just respawn it and lose.
Because
like
he
500.
falls through the floor.
Confirmed, floor is better than Lucy.
Mm-hmm.
All damage too strong.
Yeah, where's Eden Toys' anti-grab?
I wonder, what is the upper limit for what the anti-grav device can handle? What do you think?
Approximately.
Is it like approximately an Eden Toys weight?
Can you make it respawn? I don't know. Probably not.
You can make it respawn by going back to Eden from chapter 13.
God, no. We have better.
Backtracking.
Because for some reason they repair the floor.
I mean, why wouldn't they repair the floor? Think about it. That's like a massive safety hazard. Just have a empty floor that should be there that people can just like walk on.
Just put a bump
And it was
line
glass
up.
originally, so how are they even going to know that there isn't anything there? It looks the same.
Just put a bump line up. You don't need to replace the glass. Just put a bunch of pylons with a rope. Call it a day.
Also, shoutouts to that cutscene where a beta behemoth gets bodied by the Juggernaut.
Yeah, I was going to point that out. Beta behemoth that we haven't seen since chapter freaking 1. There's a lot of things here that you haven't seen since chapter 1, this chapter. Like the Nora gang and this beta behemoth and the Grafcon unit.
I mean, to be fair, this is kind of the first time that we're back at like at almost like proper civilization.
Okay, this is... I'm going to do something here that this RAL usually doesn't do. This is mainly for safety, though.
You grabbing the power glove?
Yes.
Are you gonna sell the power glove?
No, I'm going to give it to Snow, and also all warriors respin level 1.
Okay.
That maintenance attitude couldn't have kept Eva in a good condition if there are no humans to actually enforce it.
Humans? What are humans?
Question.
There is a doctor's code.
Shout out to the doctor's code. Been there since chapter 6.
There you are. Right. That's already.
I do always find it weird that like when you upgrade the tiers, it doesn't go to level 1. Like, why does the Warrior Spin Star turn into Power Glove 9 instead of Power Glove 1?
What?
Like, the Warrior Spin Star, when you upgrade it, goes to Power Glove 9, not to Power Glove 1. Why?
Because that's the game's way of making use of all the XP you've put into the warriors. Instead of it turning around and being just like, you know what? That none of that mattered.
I mean, it did matter. You were able to upgrade it so that you could make it into the Power Glove. Yeah, whatever. We're really strong now.
Okay, I'm like muscle memory carry me. Who
I
else here knows about Oneric skip? Or am I the only one?
I used to know. Been a hot minute.
I half know, but also I half don't.
I know about it as long as you don't ask me any specifics.
So PC2, I'm gonna give you the background on PC2, all right, and then you can focus on the main stuff. So PC2 is the final boss for Chapter 12. It's an upgraded version of PC1 that we fought before, same enemy, same like person piloting and everything. However, this version is significantly more dangerous. It will do a lot more damage. It has multiple phases. It like is a lot tankier, and yeah, that's the short gist of it. So yeah, Farrah, if you want, like, I can just keep on, I can describe what you're doing, or you can go on. Up to you.
Okay. The important thing is PC2 has a really scary ability. Wait, that's not a refresh? That's a refresh then. PC2 has a really scary ability called Oneric Skip. It deals massive AoE
Oneric Maelstrom.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Which is tired.
It's fine.
With the magnums, we can reliably skip this ability by staggering it immediately after it gets out of stagger. This is extremely precise, and I'm way too tired to be trying to do this, but we'll see if I can.
Alright, so I'll just explain sort of the rest of the fight. So we're using Libra again just to manipulate our allies' AIs, and we're using Cold Blood here not only to like interrupt a tiny bit before, but to just increase the stagger chain by like an insane amount. One of the primary things that we're trying to do is if the PC2 gets off 7 actions, then it'll transform into another phase, and that's not good for us because that other phase like takes a lot less damage and like it's just really annoying. We prefer to kill before then. So what we're trying to do during this first stagger is just keep it launched into the air, primarily by using snow to send it up and then staggering Saz and Vanille's abilities so that it remains up We actually do want it to fall a tiny bit.
Messed it up really, really badly. Super lucky.
Let's see. So one of the reasons that we want to do this, oh, that was really close. So one of the reasons that we want to get rid of that stagger so quickly is because in the first phase, we can't actually do any debuffs onto it. And remember, debuffs are responsible for a lot of our damage. But when after the first stagger, it does do a phase change with the Limber deactivated, and you can see it gave itself, you know, haste, vigilance, and bravery, but it also gave itself deprotect and deshell, which means that even though like we had a first stagger and we had a second stagger, we're doing a lot more damage with second stagger simply because it actually has deprotect on it. So we didn't actually get the Oneric Mail from Skit. It was like just barely not stagger canceled, but yeah. So this is not a fantastic situation that we're in because normally we kill in that second stagger. Now it's an aerial defense mode, which is awkward to say the least. It's going to constantly be throwing off these missiles. They do a lot of damage. Basically, if any of them hit Saz, he's more or less dead. Because, yeah, so that's why we're kind of staying in the Sentinel backup, which is here just in case this happens. It's going to be charging up, going to be dealing more and more damage. Because I don't think we actually ever talked about what the downside of the Magnums are. Which I guess we'll do after this fight.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Vanille.
This is a race against this is a race against damage. 53 HP.
No, we're fine. We're fine. We win.
All right,
It's
nice.
only scary if you look down at your HP. You should close your eyes.
Close your eyes.
Backups within backups within backups, but at least we didn't die.
Yep, that fight is legitimately one of the hardest fights in the game to execute on. There's a lot that can go wrong. There's a lot of like
on Eric's skip.
Yeah. There's like a lot that can go wrong. There's a lot that you have to do at the right times. There can be a lot of times that you have to like do, like Varys said, backups on backups on backups. One of the reasons that the Magnums can be considered quote-unquote balanced, by the way, is while it does have an insanely high strength, it's giving us close to 1,000 strength right now, it also cuts our HP by a massive amount, which is why we're constantly worried about Saz's survivability. Because, you know, he's got lower HP, it's easier for an enemy to look at him the wrong way and he just dies. So, yeah. I don't actually think we mentioned that before. So that's the end of chapter 12.
Yeah, this is another pretty cool cutscene. To be clear, this guy, Rosh, is the pilot of the Proud Cloud, so when you're fighting the Proud Cloud, you're actually fighting this one guy inside a giant mecha.
Yo, Gundam, let's go.
Oh, he's dead, isn't he?
Yeah.
Pretty dead.
Yeah. Okay.
He's very good.
First, he has to give his last order.
It's not a proper dramatic death if you don't have the energy to do something that will assist the heroes in their final moments of need before you perish. You know? It just wouldn't be a proper dramatic death otherwise.
I wanted to see that Proudclad versus Turtle, see how that worked out.
So wait, why was Sephiroth in this game?
Sephiroth?
I mean, Cloud is in the game, so I guess you should have Sephiroth too.
I mean, look, we basically have Cloud, we've got Barret, we've got Tifa and Aerith.
Uja.
I don't know. Can I call Hope Red 13?
No.
Yuffie. We
Red
got
13
Yuffie.
is so pure.
All right, we got Yuffie. Yuffie is Hope. And that is everyone, isn't it? Yeah, we got Barret. So Saz is Barret, you know, the single father, looking out for their kid. We got Lightning is Cloud, for obvious reasons. Aerith is Vanille, Tifa is Fang, and Hope is Yuffie. And I'm not forgetting anyone, right? Oh, Snow. I don't know who Snow is.
Yeah, there's nobody that should be him.
Hope is a sick guy in this.
Snow is Zell. He's just in the wrong Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
Snow's like, I showed up for the hot dogs.
Alright, well, with one chapter left to go, I am gonna head off to sleep.
Enjoy your sleep.
Best of luck for the final chapter.
Take it easy,
Later,
Wally.
Gator.
See ya.
So now we're in chapter 13.
All right, now that Wally's gone.
Wait, someone left? Who left? How many people left? Yes, Wally. One.
It's 3 a.m. over here. Oh, almost.
3 a.m. waking up in the morning. Gotta freshen up.
So we're now plot-wise, we're kind of in the heart of Cocoon right now. This is where all the powerful higher-up beings are supposed to live. We have unlocked a rather nice shop that we got with the defeat of PC2, Eden Pharmaceuticals. It's going to let us buy Libroscopes and Deceptisols and Fortisols and Aegisols, which is going to make this chapter a lot easier. This chapter is effectively just like a boss rush chapter. There's going to be a lot of repeats of like upgraded enemies from previous chapters as mini bosses, a couple new ones, and then we have the final gauntlet. So typically, in a normal 90% run. Sorry, go.
The beginning of the chapter, this cutscene is pretty lengthy, but after that, there will be a lot of cutscenes, but all of them are gonna be pretty short until the final three bosses. Then it's just like 5-minute cutscene fight, 10-minute cutscene fight, and 20-minute cutscene fight.
I'm suddenly really glad that these cutscenes are skippable for like normal runs.
Think of all the bathroom breaks. Think of all the
I
sandwich
mean,
breaks.
Yeah.
You could take a shower. This is like FF10 all over again.
I mean, I have done that. Yeah, so normally this is like a 20-minute chapter on average. It's probably going to be like an hour. Ish.
You're saying that we're going to finish 43 minutes under estimate.
That's enough time to watch the post-orphan cutscenes.
I was
That's
also wondering how to
going
fight
out
the
of our
turtle
way
a couple
to
more
try to
times.
kill the turtle.
Hashtag justice for turtle.
Yeah, also, yeah, we are severely underleveled. Like, most of the development that we've done for the characters have been going deep into one of the roles in the Crystarium, whereas normally in a casual playthrough you'd have roughly all the roles sort of at the same level of development, and you just have a lot more development overall because you're fighting a lot more fights. But we're kind of just not doing that here.
Like on a normal any percent run, the longest input break you have is 30 seconds.
Yeah. And it's an elevator in chapter 12.
Oh no, you do grab this one.
So, by that point you've been running for over 4 hours and change before your first break.
Before that, there's like smaller breaks in chapters 11 in Titan's Tower on the elevators and on the platforms in chapter 7.
Yeah, but those are like 15, 20 seconds each, maybe.
Chapter 7
not
ones
very
are probably
long.
like 5 or 10 seconds. So really not that long. Chapter 12 is like 20 seconds. Legends is 20 seconds per break, I think.
Yeah, the longest run in this category, flat percent, also suffers from the same problem. There is no place where you have a break longer than 30 seconds.
I think it's
And
even
it's a
worse.
16-hour category, so it's very cool.
Yeah, I'd say it's even worse without the breaks, which thankfully are a thing now.
Yeah.
Because you get the same amount of breaks basically, but the run is still longer.
So these are all manifestations of the fal'Cie then?
We've actually done plat percent in this marathon before.
Yeah.
Serena did it a few years
2
ago.
games ago, I think.
Yeah, I think it was like 2.5, I think.
Yeah, but because it
Yeah.
was for a really, really longathon, not lore.
Yeah. So yeah, if you wanna see that, give it a shot. That was fun.
Yeah, it was a pretty cool run.
And so again, I'm gonna do a couple plugs while we're doing a bit of running. If anybody has been interested in learning this, highly recommend you join the 13 speedrun Discord. There's a lot of great resources. Basically, everybody is willing to, help you learn the speedrun. If you just want to talk about the game, you can do that as well. Like, there's no problem. And the same is true about the all the games in the trilogy here. It is a very difficult speedrun, but it is incredibly fun to do. So, give it a try. And if you're interested in seeing more of these and looking at the world record progression, a few days ago, Mr. Zwanzig put out a YouTube video saying that, here's the world record progression for Final Fantasy XIII. It's an hour and a half long, but it's chock full of a lot of interesting speedrun history for this. So, give that a watch as well.
Also really well made.
Yes.
Right, that's not retry.
It's fine, you just have an extra D-set now.
I thought you only bought 2.
I only bought 2. Magnums can't afford 3 ever, but it can afford 2 pretty reliably. Oh.
Yeah. So, I'm not even gonna get started about like the OSHA compliance of this place, because I don't think that they care at all.
Like, You have to think of this place as being a pocket dimension, so I just assume the normal laws of physics don't apply here.
You can only jump in
Yeah.
certain areas, anyways. No need to tie off everything.
But what if you like trip when you're making that jump?
Yeah, you know what? That's on you then. If you don't know how to operate your feet after this many years,
so
say that as someone that still can't walk properly.
Yeah, I know. Honestly, what this place reminds me of, and I think I've mentioned this in previous marathons, but this reminds me of the final battle location in Spider-Man Enter the Spider-Verse, or whatever, like the first one with Miles Morales was. Like that was... This place definitely gives that same sort of vibe as that.
It's just a skill issue, let's be real. Maybe try not falling to your death?
You know, I haven't. You know, I'll give that a shot next time.
I don't think there's a next time.
So we've got the first of our repeat boss battles. These guys look familiar. It's because it's an upgraded version of Enki and Enlil from Chapter 6, otherwise known as Bandersnatch and Jabberwocky. The trick to this one, while Enki and Enlil were each like weak to something and immune to an element, in this case, one of them is immune to physical but weak to magic, and the other one is reversed. So we're gonna, use Hekaton here, kill off one of them, kind of like that, because they Eidolons ignore those sort of like damage things for their ultimates, like the damage immunities.
Resistances and immunity, so you can just bully them.
Yep. So that's basically what we're going to do for Bandersnatch, and then for Jabberwocky, we're gonna sort of kill him normally.
Wait, why are you doing that thing? Do breath.
I don't think I've seen Down to the Wood before.
I don't know what their ATB is, and I'm scared. I have to kill it.
I'm sure things are fine.
We're gonna come out and there's gonna be an immediate breath watch. Does enemy ATB charge during this?
No.
Okay.
Because it's a cutscene.
Why does it matter if breath comes up during? Oh, because of after the... Wouldn't it go off during the animation, the finishing animation?
I don't know.
So it wouldn't affect the party members in battle.
That's a really fast one.
So also, I think Logic said earlier that poison duration ticks during cutscenes, right? So that can be an issue for later.
Yeah, that's a retry. It's going to get hit by breath.
Unlucky. So yeah, like we said before, it is nigh... I'm not going to say nigh impossible, but it is extraordinarily difficult to get a deathless run. So...
I forgot
it's... So, like, this isn't anything that's sort of out of the ordinary. Like, Pharaoh is a top runner. We had Kaya in her earlier. Logic was a top runner.
Wow.
Do you still consider yourself a top runner?
No.
Okay.
I have a lot of knowledge, but I don't have the skill.
But yeah, like, deathless runs are extremely rare. In fact, for like many years, the world record had deaths on it.
This time, it's exactly what I'm expecting of this fight. There we go. There's breath.
That's Bandersnatch down. Now time for Jabberwocky.
Okay, it's targeting, so it's a free fight.
So one of the reasons that, unlike a lot of the other fights, where we're leading with Vanille instead of a Saz, for a lot of the endgame bosses, is since we have the money in order to use Shrouds, Saz's, a lot of Saz's, like, benefits of being able to control buffs are kind of not present there anymore. Instead, it's a lot more useful to be able to control Vanille's debuffs, so that we can actually land the deprotect, so that we can spam the poison to keep him sunlocked and stuff like that. Which is why for some of these end fights, we're just leading with Vanille. Primarily just because, you know, we're using the Shrouds.
Or we have Vanille learn Daze.
Vanille can't learn days.
Or
we do randomizer and we have Vanille learn Daze.
I knew Titan was gonna have my back. What's the
I got you, dude.
Your Bahamut will still kill.
これがバルト・アンデルスの狙いなんです。僕たちを傷つけて追い詰めて
High wind strats, let's go.
使命を果たさせる。
Yes, high wind strats are the best way of dealing with this thing. And I got a few ideas that maybe I should try for plat percent. Revive high wind strat instead of using Bahamut, which is kind of ugh.
どうしたの？いや、時間がねえと思ってな。大丈夫。
Shadowing!
迷わないって決めたから。コクーンを新しい故郷にしよう。ああ、一緒に生きような。
High wind is very cool. It's one of the perks in plat percent, you just get to use a lot of high wind.
Is Snow's like full ATB just like High Wind, but he punches?
Way worse.
Okay. That was
High
gonna be the
wind
second
hits
question.
4 times, Sovereign Fist only hits twice. And I think the damage multiplier is the same for both.
Sorry, can you say that again? You got a little bit of yawning in that conversation. I drove
You
home
have
how
anything
bad it
from
is. I couldn't even finish the sentence. It's not worth my breath.
No. Sovereign Fist is worse than High Wind because I think the damage multiplier for both is the same. The difference is High Wind hits 4 times while Sovereign Fist only hits twice.
Well, of course, he's only got 2 fists. It's not called Sovereign Fists and Feet.
What about Sovereign Fury?
You have any strength on Snow for Khaled on all missions. We need Vanille to land a Deep Protect, while she and Saz have to stay alive during the entire process. It isn't a strength issue, it's an HP issue. All chests has exactly the same issue.
Sounds like a skill issue.
That too. Okay, this is the second fight. This is one of the few enemies in the game where you are actively discouraged from trying to stagger this guy, because its stagger point is 999%.
Which is rather high.
On this, but you could use a Fen buffered Cold Blood.
The only debuff we'll really be using for this fight is D-Protect. There is a moment coming up during, I think, Mounting Contempt, where he'll remove the D-Protect. And it's, as Titan was saying earlier, it's another reason of just, we don't want Vanille to try to land every debuff under the sun. And the two boys can just, even with base attack, still deal out pretty good damages with the buffs and an end spell.
There we go.
Nice. That fight can actually like be kind of troll at points, and there's almost nothing you can do about it. Dodges no cutscene, skip, plat, all chest run.
No.
I don't know.
It's a
Sounds
casual
pretty legit.
playthrough.
Dodge list, select list, cutscene list. No chest list.
Oh, chestless. That means with chests.
Exactly. You open all the chests. I'm trying to make another less out of nothing. Roosto list because, well, I don't want his input. So it's good because that's less input.
Bad.
So the notes in Plat say to take the right elevator.
Although
No,
enemies often
left elevator?
consider all
Which
enemies
one is the
once
one?
fully actually routes how long we.
Oh no, sorry. The 80% notes say to take the right elevator and always take the left. No, I take the. No, I'm doing this back. I don't even know what I'm doing anymore.
You're the one that wrote the notes!
Standard logic.
Everyone says to take the left elevator because it's faster. I take the right elevator while saying notes say to take the left elevator and just purposely misinterpret it. I was trying to make a joke, but I forgot what the joke was, and now it's just confusing. I'm gonna start over again.
Then there's me, and I'm just confused on which elevator is faster because I have no idea, and I see runners taking both of them.
At the same time?
I-
That's impressive.
I don't think there's much of a difference between the two. But, so this is going to be the last paradigm and Crystarium that we do for the run.
It's not. We did one
Oh.
more Crystarium in this route.
Okay, well, it's almost the last one. It's the first time that we've actually used a secondary ability, or secondary role here, where we got Saz's Sentinel. One thing that I don't think we really discussed is roll bonuses. We like mentioned it a couple times, but every role will give the character that is in them a buff, and as well as give a buff to the other people on the team. So Commandos will buff damage, Ravagers will buff chain, Sentinels will buff like durability. So later on, where we're going to have a paradigm that's Consolidation, Sense, and Medic, we're going to just take a lot less damage, and it's going to really help ensure that we survive some of the upcoming fights. But anyway, so here's Ushu 3, I mean Tiamat. And the fight for this one is actually... I've got Ushu 7. It's actually really interesting. So, again, like how PC2 and PC1 both have stagger gates for their phases, so too does Tiamat. Oh, that's not great. We're going to want to try to stagger as quickly as possible with as little chain duration as possible. Because once Tiamat falls to the ground and descends after the first stagger, then we can actually debuff him. And again, debuffs are a significant portion more damage. Unfortunately, Tiamat can also remove our buffs with things like ice grenades or other things that he has in phase 2. And we lost haste on Saz, which kind of sucks because Saz is a significant portion of our damage, especially in Magnums. But yeah, so that's the phase 1 down, which is going to descend, and then now we're actually going to be able to start applying debuffs onto him. And that should
we are bored. This is not the full Sunlock strat anymore because I couldn't do it.
Yeah. It is possible to full stun lock Tiamat, but because of the loss of haste and some of the other things, it's not happen.
No, it was just way too aggro at the start of the fight. Sometimes straight up not possible. But Vanille does very good with the debuff, so it should be fine.
And yeah, the poison is also really nice, because it's just additional damage, and we didn't have to wait for it, so it's just gonna help things out.
It's free real estate.
You can die on Tiamat and Magnums. You can also die to Tiamat and Vegas, if you're not careful with shifting to Sen when you have to.
How much just sucks?
Tiamat just sucks, yeah. Yeah, it is way more dangerous on Magnums, but I have managed to not die here in Magnums yet. I was close a few times, but I haven't managed to die here yet.
Next run, Death to Tiamat incoming.
No.
I believe it.
You don't make a claim like that and nothing bad happens. I've never died to this fight before. Next 5 runs, just lose it to it, and you're like, huh. Why is this a thing?
Okay, this last Cursarium, even though it doesn't look like much, it's actually the only thing that guarantees you survive this next fight.
Yep. So we got the final boss rush now. Who wants to do Bart 3?
Oh boy, Bart 3, my favorite. At least in Magnums this is like slightly easier, assuming that you don't die. As usual, really. You always have to hope that you don't die. But the thing with Part 3 is that after a bit he does Ultima, and then after another bit he does Thanatosian Laughter. Or, I think it's Laughter. But yeah. Anyway, Ultima has like a massive damage variance, and on a high roll, if you're not in Sentinel, he can just kill you. So what we try to do is for the first part of the fight we just do 1 blitz in aggression and Libra scope, build up some chain duration, immediately go into smart bomb to buffer the blitz, get some chain that way, and pray that Vanille gets the debuffs. If she doesn't get a good enough debuffs, then we're in trouble, basically. But yeah, then we basically just immediately cold blood once we shift out of consolidation and just drive his chain up really high, and we try to basically just kill him with aggression and tireless charge with our commandos before he gets out the laughter, which is possible in
the
Magnum.
climax of the story.
So in Vegas you need like another 2 strings after laughter, but with Magnums you can kill before laughter, so it's fine.
Sometimes you can't kill before laughter, but
One of the
you
primary
kill
difference.
right after laughter.
One of the primary differences between the Bart 2 fight and the Bart 3 fight is that in Bart 3, even though they both have the same, or what they call the same attack in Thanatos and Laughter, it can't actually kill you in the Bart 3 fight. It will just like leave you at 10% HP. Now, when we have Magnums at 10%, it's still really low, but it can't just straight up kill you.
Also, he has an attack called Ultima, which is absolutely amazing. It'll deal 100% of damage, all the way down to like 3% of the damage.
Yeah, something like that. That's what I talked about, you know, the massive damage variance. Love to see it. Oh no, Dodge and Sarah are dead.
滅ぼし安らかな死を。
滅びは救いじゃない。コクーンは死なない。みんなで誓ったんだ。守るとな。
壊れた道具だな、お前たちは。延命は苦痛しか生まない。ここで耐えてもまたいつか誰かが破壊の使命を背負う。真の救いを望む。神を導くのだ。
Alright.
Surprisingly, that cutscene was shorter than I thought it was going to be.
The long ones are afterwards.
Sure. Yep, so we're going to start with the Libra Scope, and then, you know, Blitz, Rav Buffer, and a Smart Bomb to build up chain and chain duration. And then we want to stagger, and we want to Venial to, you know, land Deprotect and Imperil. That's the wrong thing, that's D-Shell.
Venial, please!
Venial, we know you can do it! There's Deprotect.
Okay, so in this case, we're going to go into Smart Bomb instead of Try Disaster and wait for Venial to get Imperil there. Should be fine since it's Magnums, but we are probably going to get...
I'm doing 2-cycle.
Yep, that also works. That's the safer way. I'm going to say
Also, make sure to hit the estimate.
After, since it's the Magnum. Vegas would be screwed. Vegas would not be able to kill.
Oh, that's a very Timbles one. Still.
Violet, almost no damage.
That was amazing.
This is the weakest Ultima of all time.
Full blooded up, and now we just blitz. Let the magnums flow through you.
The sound of victory. Oh, please, sounds. That's not cool. Oh. That's it. It's part 3. Bit slow, but
Done.
Or whatever you are.
Didn't die.
Did not die. So that dude's out of here now, thankfully. Yeah, so real brief. This isn't over, there's still 2 more bosses. Annoyingly, we cannot use shrouds for either of them.
But yeah, this cutscene is also pretty short. It's the cutscenes between Orphan 1 and Orphan 2 that are really long.
I know we're watching the cutscene and it's explaining everything. I just don't know the architect behind this boss.
It's a pretty cool design.
It's a cool design. I just don't know why it's designed like that.
That's
Renaissance.
I
guess.
So this is probably
like
faster.
the weirdest Siamese twin ever.
RAL, but I don't remember the old fight, so I'm just gonna do summons.
Sure. So, this fight's actually really cool. So this is Orphan 1, it's the longest fight in the run. We're going to start by summoning, because the first attack that Orphan 1 is going to send out would deal a ton of damage. And it turns out if we just summon instead, the summon is going to take all of the heat for that and dismiss itself, and then we just get to start the fight at full, which is going to make things generally a lot faster. Which is really nice. Yeah, this Merciless Judgment would deal a ton of damage. After that, the rest of this fight has like a really nice rhythm to it, because Orphan is going to do slap attacks roughly every like 7 ATB, or roughly every like 3 actions that we do. Roughly every 6 or 7 ATBs. So every time that it's going to be doing that, we want to switch into Consolidation so that, you know, Snow tanks the hit and we don't take much else. That's partially what the Vigilance is for. Past that, first part of the fight, pretty much the same. You know, buff ourselves up, make sure that we don't die, thoroughly scope for good measure, go back into the Consolidations, and then all this time, we're trying to build up the chain, and starting from this point, now that we've like got a decent amount of chain up, we want to try to inflict, you know, the 4 or the 3 debuffs that we want, we have wanted. Deep Protect and Imperil for our Saz and Stone damage dealers, but also importantly Poison, because Poison, like I said, all the way back in Chapter 6, does, you know, 3% of max HP damage every 3 seconds, or 1% a second. And Orphan has an insane amount of HP, so this Poison is just going to do a lot of damage for us, kind of throughout.
Isn't landing shit.
Yeah.
It's like 18,000 damage a tick or something like that. Like, it's a very sizable chunk of damage.
Yeah. Yeah, Smart Bomb again, just to get stuff up, and there, we got all 3 of them. So the purpose of this first stagger is to trigger Orphan's next phase. We want to see, after the end of the stagger, we want to see opposite extremes, which should happen roughly when Orphan's at like 40 to 50% HP. I don't remember the exact number. We'll sing it up.
I died. I knew it. Saz's HP was too low.
Oh.
It was it was straight up a race to trigger the phase before the next slap.
I blame Vanille.
I also
blame Vanille. She took
I blame
way too
Canada.
long debuffing.
You know what? You're also not wrong, Logic.
I'm also Logic, but that's okay.
I also Logic.
Alright, so this is Orphan 1. The start of the we're going to lead off with a summon to get around the Merciless Judgment.
Not only did Pharaoh retry the fight, Titan's retrying his commentary. For all just tuning in, you get a fresh explanation.
This is a subtle reference to my RPG Limit Break run from 2016.
Yeah. So a couple of things that I didn't mention on the first time. While normally we don't put vigilance on most of in most of the fights, the vigilance here is actually really helpful because it lets us cast things during the slap, which just buys us a bit more time and lets us get stuff out a lot faster.
However, it
primarily
requires more inputs, so Roost is mad.
It does, yes. There's also like some runners will do swag strats where they'll put a different end spell on both Saz and Snow because it doesn't really matter. It's just like more inputs, but the amount of time is roughly the same.
And so Roost is mad.
Yeah,
Sorry.
so Roost is bad. All right, so we got a Deep Protect. That's a good start. Now we just need Imperil and Poison.
Vanille, Imperil, Vanille, Imperil, Vanille, Imperil, Vanille, Imperil.
Yeah. And one thing that you'll see that Pharaoh is doing is always making sure that the challenge goes off before, because one of Orphan's attack, aside from the slap, is this like focused laser beam that does a ton of damage, and we don't want to hit anyone other than Snow. And Vanille died. That is not fantastic.
This is not doing great. I'm going to die again. I don't have enough HP to tank this. What happened though? I should be able to survive that.
I think
I guess
Neil's
one of
garage
my-
HP was 8.
No. I think one of Orphan Slap's hit outside of console.
Alright, so this is Orphan 1, and we're gonna start the fight by summoning.
Third time's the charm.
Third time's the charm. No problem. Level ends up.
I'm on the wrong place, but that's fine. I can just come here.
Yeah. So notice, like, there is a very sort of like precise rhythm that's happening throughout all of this of us trying to weave in our abilities between the slaps that we know are coming. There's Imperil.
Do something? Oh, that's a pretty heavy hit.
He protects, so we just need poison. And there's poison, there's them all. So one of the reasons why we can stay in the Com head here, as opposed to going to Sentinel, is one of Orphan's attacks is I'm blanking on the name. What's the half kill move?
The Progenitorial Wrath.
Yeah, Progenitorial Wrath. So Progenitorial Wrath will target at random usually, but or at least that's what we thought. But it turns out that it actually has a built-in AI. Built-in logic for it, and one of the things it'll do is it'll always try to target the medic first. So that's how we kind of just have the deal there. But anyways, we're in phase 2 now. So we had Merciless Sergeants, we had Optimate Extremes. We're gonna lead off with the Elixir because like we need the HP and we also need that TP back, so we use both our Summon and our Renew. And from here on out, it's kind of a stalling game. We're gonna try and increase the chain by like enough that our attacks are going to be doing damage, and this is Daisy Ray. This is an ability we didn't really want to see. But luckily, if we time this exactly right, yep, we got the miss. So we can actually cancel the Daisy Ray damage by summoning, which is a technique we would have seen earlier if it wasn't for Magnums. Yeah, sure, sorry, it's phase 3 because we see the opposite extremes. So now that we have the summon here, our goal is just deal the damage that we can and let poison do a lot of the work. We're gonna reapply our buffs onto Saz just so that he is like doing something and not just standing there doing nothing. But yeah, this should be a free fight from here on out.
Yeah, I'm sorry for just the bad execution on the first part. The second fight was not my fault, but the first one was just me not being careful.
There's nothing to apologize for. This is the end of like a 13. Yeah. Like you're in hour 12 of this run. Like. Right. So that was Orphan 1. That is again one of the hardest fights to learn how to execute properly. And now we have a lot of cutscenes before the final boss, or the final boss.
Yeah, this is 6 cutscenes, and it's a doozy. So much happens between this and the next fight.
の力を手に入れる。その力を
Hey, Lightning is taking a dirt nap.
They all are. Except for
Yes.
Very tired. She hasn't punched Snow in a while.
This is true. You know what they say? Punch a snow a day, and it keeps your tiredness away.
No, it's still punchable. Oh boy, it's time for torture.
必ずや世界は再生される。万物が神の許しを得て、世界は新たに生まれ変わる。ラグナの力よ、私の光に
やめてくれ。
壊れた虫に用はない。
私がやる。オーファンは私がぶっ壊す。
ラグナロク、世界を破滅に導く罪深い君。
救済という名の罪を担うか。
ああ、全部背負ってやる。
ダメ。私は大丈夫だから誓いを忘れないで。悟空を守るって一緒に誓ったよ。
そのずっと前に誓ってんだ。家族を守るってんだ。
ファンク、
こうするしかねえんだ。
やめろ。
どいてろ。
やけ起こすんじゃねえよ。
お前ら
バニラを傷つけてどうする。一人で背負うな。
これが私の使命だ。邪魔すんなら。なんでこうなる。畜生、これが私の背負う罪かよ。みんな
こんな結末って
仕方ねえよな。恨まれてる。これが私の背負う罪かよ。
やめて。やめてよ。みんな目を覚まして。
滅亡だけが救いをもたらし、絶望だけが奇跡を起こす。
We now introduce Final Fantasy XIII, Resident Evil.
憎しみよ、嘆きを力とせよ。
They are vampires officially. Yes.
絶望で世界を救え。
Bonzer was waiting 10 hours for that.
Tashi wa vampire ino sujate ino.
It's low, exclamation point. No, low exclamation point, the day of wrath has come.
Ragnarok approaches. So who's Loki?
I low-key don't know.
だけじゃないみんな守りたいものがあったから
Yay, torture. It's kind of worse than that because it's like torture and then healing and then more torture and then more healing and then more torture.
Just don't fail the next fight, otherwise you have to watch this all over again. Then again, who dies to Orphan 2?
I can't think of anyone in the history of speedrunning that has ever died to Orphan 2.
Definitely nobody in this call who's ever died to Orphan 2, because it's a
I think
brief fight.
if someone were to die at Orphan 2, they should just quit speedrunning altogether. Too soon.
No, this bit is definitely in the English release. Like, Pharaoh's playing this on Steam.
Oh yeah, I'm playing this on Steam. I like playing in with Japanese voices.
You get a mod to replace Fang with Hope?
How about just replace everyone with Hope?
Sounds like a hopeless randomizer seed.
So, funny thing is, the randomizer actually has random, like, walking speeds in it as well.
Hope Fantasy 13.
Final Hope 13. Or wait, what about just Final Fantasy Hope, 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 Hope.
Okay, we're rescinding your commentary privileges, Titan.
I've been here for 12 hours and that's the thing that makes it rescinded?
Well, we need you to fill space, and now that the run's almost over, we can take over.
I shouldn't have taken that 15-minute break to go to the train station. That was my ultimate mistake.
That was, you stepped away. I've been here for the whole thing.
Doubt.
You know. Titan has been hardened by all of these commentary streams. I have no doubt in my mind 12 hours doesn't even phase him anymore.
Dude, I
was
was
looking forward to this.
So much fun.
The calendar on the fridge had it circled with giant arrows towards it. This was his whole day off, and he was just like, "It's a good day."
I did take today off of work. So.
Oh, you madman!
Yep, this is the D-Day.
Work allows you to take days off? What? You
Yeah.
gotta tell me more about this.
I know I have to work tomorrow. It's not gonna be fun.
I tried calling in sick this morning, and they said no. And I was like, I'm not coming in. The boss is like, I'll be there in 20 minutes. And I'm like, I guess I'm going to work then.
So I do want to point out that it does seem like Saz has actually gone to the school of battle poses while they were, off in training in Oerba and on Grand Pulse, right? Because now instead of just like holding them up in front of his body, he's actually got them like stylized. It's definitely a lot, what's the word? More intimidating, more cool.
But with that sideways turn gun, he's shooting that shell right into his eye after he pulls the trigger.
I mean, have you seen him do his blitz animation? He's like sideways strafing that stuff.
You can do it. Either that or we can't do it. I'm not sure which yet.
Gotta do it.
Yes, please. I didn't actually realize that the Orphan 2 happened in the same room. For the reason I thought that everyone like dived into the pool and found the Orphan 2 there.
I thought it was
The
a
three
different room as
parts
well.
are always in the same room.
If only there was a way to watch the cutscenes and figure out what happened.
It seems difficult.
I'm watching them, and it's just raising more questions than it's answering.
Yeah, I have a question.
No idea
How dare
when
you?
the rest of Orphan disappears.
Evil babyface. Yep, that seems right.
So remember, kids, the moral of the story is kill orphans.
Wholesome.
No, see, the questions are answered in 13.2 and LR.
Of course they do
Ish.
a close-up on Hope when they talk about Hope. Of course.
Alright, so, Logic, want to take it away?
Kill it before it kills you. Done. Okay, so you have to stagger it in order to deal damage, unlike most other fights. He staggers a 500% chain, but he is immune to all attacks until that point. We throw in a quick attack with Saz because otherwise Snow is going to run in with his fists, and if you are within range when he does his bursty thing, that inflicts slow, and that's bad because that's slow. So we do that, avoid him from hitting slow. We get ourselves try to chain and stuff. Particular timings as usual. You're used to this drill at this point. We get him close to stagger. He's gonna slap because this track slaps, but it fails. And yeah, GG. Unless he focuses down Saz. But that does never happen in mystery speedrunning. So
Never, no.
Nobody has ever died to Orphan 2. That doesn't happen.
Yeah. This was actually like an insanely well executed and well RNG'd fight. Like we got the slap cancel, we got the stagger cancel, the slap. Vineo landed the debuffs like almost immediately, and there we go. Not 5 nines.
So that's the final input, but I am going to let the cutscenes until the credits roll, and we'll call time on the end.
Yeah, we still have 48 minutes until our estimate. So,
all right.
Bear
so,
in mind that there will be a copyright strike for the ending. Or no, is this? No, this is Japanese. Does it have that music?
it has a different music.
Okay, never mind. We're fine. We're fine.
Personally, being able to invest in the story after a certain point due to Fang and Vanille being eventually revealed as walking Deus Ex Machines. This is incorrect. Every single one of these Lassie are capable of becoming Ragnarok. Therefore, they are all walking Deus Ex Machines.
Your face is a Deus Ex Machina.
Thank you, Logic.
Anytime.
My take on what happens between Orphan 1 and Orphan 2. The party gets turned into Seath and then magically restored back to normal. This is eventually revealed in 13.2 to be the work of the goddess, but let's pretend that's not what happened. My take on this is that, like the characters eventually say, it was Orphan playing tricks on them. They create the illusion that the other party members get turned into Seath, but actually just almost kill them or something and put them in a corner, so that Fang is driven to despair and forced to turn into Ragnarok. Because he knows that she's the only one who has enough of a drive to do that because of Vanille. And the rest of the party managed to break out of that illusion by themselves, and that is why their brands get scorched. And that's basically it. And now Fang and Vanille can actually turn into Ragnarok due to their own free will, and actually control it, and actually be very powerful. We're an hour behind schedule, be nice to be caught up. Okay, I'll just let the ending roll then. And I'll call time once the ending ends. Once the ending cutscenes end.
Or you can have the salty run back against the turtle now that we're stronger.
No.
I mean, that wasn't really a great run. I think you should start over from the beginning, but this time with more enthusiasm.
No, we didn't actually die in Orphan 2, so can you say that it was really a run at all?
Especially in invalid run if you don't die to Orphan 2. I do think that an hour ahead is what was meant.
Yeah, we are. I think we are an hour ahead, but whatever you guys say to do, we'll do.
Well, for an hour ahead, then we'll just do a very quick any percent. That will be 1 hour.
Oh.
Want to see a wrong warp from chapter 1 to chapter 13?
No, let's touch grass percent.
Isn't that just playing up until chapter 11?
Chapter 6.
6? There is grass in 6, yeah.
Boot up 13.2 in Yeet Mog.
Yeet Mog percent.
Basically touch grass percent, but with more steps.
I mean, isn't LR like an hour?
No, you can touch grass way sooner.
I think like 15 minutes it was.
I think like 8. Like if you want to get super technical, there's grass around the phone booth, but you can just you can just run to look south and go to Wildlands.
Sure.
You want to let credits play? Sure. I'll fall asleep during credits, but I can let them play.
Not even that long, actually, I think. I want to say we have 15 minutes left now with all of the credits.
とんでもない贈り物だ。
私たちにできるのは
Like, we're here talking so loud and my husband's just snoring.
果たしたのかな。
You know, you could have headphones on.
I know he doesn't wake up unless I go there and shake him.
That.
Oh, wake up!
I will say, I do need to eat actual food. All I've eaten today is some Kit Kats and Laffy Taffies.
What is Laffy Taffy?
Give me a break. Give me a break.
It's like gum.
Oh, okay.
Wanna have a piece of that fancy piece?
世界はとても広すぎて迷ってしまいがち
Shake husband person.
歩き続ける
$50 to wake the husband up.
Oh, he'd be so mad at me.
Look, gum, taffy, like they're basically the same thing. They're both essentially plastic.
Okay,
Also,
I
like
will
fish.
do. I can do one thing once this is over because
And look, it's Zura and Dodge. And this scene definitely isn't going to be retconned in future games.
No,
can do
happily ever
one
after.
thing. I will not kill Eden Toys, but I will kill Alongui. I just need to boot up my blood percentages.
So the wedding definitely happens.
I sure hope you can kill Longui, otherwise it will just fall plat.
もう会えないのが運命でも
I think my contributions to this commentary have been the worst ever. I've just kind of been dropping off puns every here and there and then falling off.
I mean, that's
Not very
fine.
logical of you.
許してくれ
Chat, did you like commentary?
Press 1 if you like commentary. Press 2 if you think the puns are bad. Press 3 if you like sandwiches.
What happens if I press 4?
Then
So
you
you do not
then
want
you
to push that
have the
button.
blue pill.
信じるよ
Oh shit.
Alright, but
that's
chat,
a-
what do you think of the runner?
The runner is sleepy.
Press 1 if you think Pharaoh is awesome. Oh, look, it's a 1.
Aww. Zero, I like to speak to a manager, Monka Mega.
Rolls around. I am the manager!
Oh yeah, can we get the bat for the night?
未来へと生きる
All the bugs.
Yes. Here we go.
Hey.
Yep, so here are the credits. So do we want to just... I guess we'll do the... Longui and then final sign-off?
Yeah, let's just call time and then I'll do Longui real quick. Unless if chat doesn't want to watch credits, I will skip them.
Is there like an actual cutscene after the credits, or is it just the end?
No, it's just the end.
Yeah.
Oh,
then-
to the turtle.
yeah, let's go to the turtle.
Yeah, you only get the bonus scene if you unlock
Alright.
the extra day. Wait.
Oops. Wait. No, I will call time. Time is... Hang on. Wait. And... Time. Hey!
Yay!
Wow, sub 1221, let's go.
Okay.
Let's go!
Not terrible, I guess.
And considering
Turtle.
we went out of our way to try to kill a turtle.
Give me a second, and
I like
will...
Platos.
Shit. That's not what I wanted to do.
Language.
Yo, we're playing this on a DS? Cool.
Wild.
Saves. Blood.
Yeah, that was
sound.
the DS version of 13.
Yes,
mean-
obviously.
There's a Nintendo version of 7, so you never know.
There is?
Oh, I didn't mean the
Yeah.
console. I meant Dark Souls.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, there was
No, game,
Like a-
please behave.
a Chinese ROM hacking group made like the FF7 demake.
Okay.
You want me to do? Oh no, I'm not gonna do English. Never mind. Sorry. This one's fine. Alright, so the Long Wii fight. This is one of the super bosses of the game. It's a super boss that we have to farm on plat %. And remember when I said that Fang outclasses Saz in very high development? Vanille outclasses Fang specifically to fight Long Wiis, and I think Logic is the best person to talk about this fight.
Yep. But real quick, I just find that sentence "super boss that we farm" to be hilarious.
Yeah, it's kind of hilarious. So we're going to be spamming a very interesting ability in this fight, and it's going to be used for reasons that are not going to be immediately obvious to you. The ability's name is Death. Now, if you played some amount of 13 to the point where you're farming turtles, you might at some point have realized that you can cast Death on a turtle and it will instantly die, and it's fantastic. But it is a pretty low chance of inflicting. It's like 1%. Well, it is 1%. Modified by some other things. However, against Long Gui, he's immune to death. So why are we spamming death? Well, there's another side effect of death, which is that it inflicts basically 4 ruins worth of damage. 4 ruins. Well, that doesn't sound like that much. Oh, but it also bypasses type resistance. So, like, if the target is immune to magic or is resistant to magic, it would take 10% magic damage. It bypasses that. Okay, cool. So
When
like,
I can
what's the
start
big
to
deal
fight
here?
Logic, just plug me in.
What?
Whenever you want me to get started, I'll do no summon.
No summon. All right. Just go in. I'll go. I'm just airing right now. Venting, whatever.
Let's go.
Venting. What's the word? Vamping. All right. So, there's going to be an opening Ultima, and this Ultima is scary, but that's okay because you only have to not look down and close your eyes. No, if you go to Tortoise and you go to Tortoise and you take the attack, you will never die. Okay, that was a pretty tame Ultima, so that was not a good example. But these characters have reprieve, except for maybe Lightning. I don't remember. It's okay because with reprieve you'll always survive with 1 HP, and you have enough time to heal back up. All right, cool. So we've survived the Ultima. We've started buffing stuff. That's cool and fine and dandy. Now we're going to start inflicting debuffs against the turtle. We've inflicted Imperil. And this is going to prompt Lightning to cast end spells on the party because the turtle's leg is now weak to an element. And that's fine and dandy, so why are we caring about that? We're going to cast Death, and it's going to be an insta-kill ability, except it doesn't work for insta-kill, so why are we spamming it? Because damage. Remember when I said that Death deals 4 ruins worth of damage and bypasses type resistance? Well, the legs are resistant to magic, so it's equivalent to 40 ruins of damage in 1 attack! 40! That's like 14 less than 54!
That
Well,
did like
there's more.
540,000 damage.
There is a really weird thing about Death in that it also gets the end spell bonus, which is unique to all the full ATB abilities. All of them are non-elemental. None of them take on the attribute of the end spell, except for Death. Why? I don't know. Ask for Evans. But in any case, we've killed 1 leg, although it looks like it's still there because, I don't know, they didn't want to have a hobbling turtle on 1 leg for some reason. I don't know. But we've staggered a 2nd leg. We're going to cast Death to bring it down, and that's going to bring us to the 2nd part of the fight, where the turtle has fallen to the ground and is bowing its head to us, and it is up to us to kill it. Now, I mentioned this against the Eden Toys, that after the summon goes away, you have 60 seconds before it will stand back up. Similar mechanic is here in the Long Gui fight, except it's 90 seconds. We have 90 seconds to kill this turtle. But we can cast Poison, and Poison is great. Poison does a lot of damage. Will it kill the turtle in 90 seconds? No, because Poison can only kill in 5 minutes. So Poison will only ever do 30% of its HP before it stands up. It is up to us to deal the last 70% of its damage. And how are we going to do that? That's right, with Death, the non-insta-kill attack that deals 40 runes worth of damage. But we're also not staggering right away, which is weird, isn't it? After all, everyone says you have to stagger in order to deal damage in this game, so why aren't we staggering? Well, that's because we don't have enough time to do enough deaths turtle in the 45 seconds that stagger gives us, so we have to throw in 4 deaths before stagger. I don't know why I'm getting so animated here, but...
No, it's great. Keep on going.
That's not enough.
Now also I forget what Vinyl says right. I'm not actually listening to it if it's in English now.
I'm not all smiles and sunshines.
Smiles and sunshines.
I just want to say I'm really happy that you got the stagger.
Or, alright, here it comes.
Gotta save that 0.7 seconds.
Yeah.
So one of the other things that we're doing here is we're switching to Cerberus because Death can actually benefit from the roll bonuses that we get from having 3 commandos. And like we get a combo for it, so it's just adding on even more damage.
Also, I forgot to point out, but the cool thing is that Death
there we go.
6 nines worth of damage after stagger with all the stuff that we have going on. It's crazy.
That's the long we fight. That's how you farm a super boss.
Congratulations!
Easy.
Round of applause.
I am going to sleep.
Wait, sign off, sign off.
Hi, going to sleep. I'm Logic.
All right. Well, Farrah, do you want to sign off yourself, or?
Okay. Sorry, I'm tired and slow.
It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
I'm Pharaoh. I run all 3 of the Final Fantasy XIII trilogy games. I have a penchant for long runs. But I've been going pretty hard on 90% right now. I will probably start doing more 13-2 in the near future. I also run GameCube Pokemon games. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I've been Mr. Titan. I stream occasionally, but I mostly like talking.
I am Logic Dolphin, and I sometimes stream, but rarely. And I used to speedrun this game, but ever since I became a washed-up speedrunner, having died to Orphan 2, now I just do randomizers of the games, and they're fun.
I'm MMM. I also do 13 speedruns. I am also washed up because I've also died to Orphan 2, but we do what we can. Yep, that's it. Used to do speedruns of a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon ROM hack, and it's really painful, and I don't do that right now. Yeah, I've been sticking to 13 recently.
Dine.
Oh fuck. Oh yes, Wally. I a lot of 13 randomizers.
Wait.
Yeah, that's yes, Wally with the number 1 at the end. Feel free to give me a follow. Pretty sure they'll appreciate it. I mean, I'll appreciate it.
My name is YesWally1, and I like to route categories such as dodge lists and select lists.
Yeah, so I guess we already went through Dine and Wally, so we were also joined earlier by Madelon and by Kaya Rune, who Kaya streams world record attempts like almost every day. I don't know what Madelon does, sorry.
13 and 12.
Occasionally.
Yeah, sure,
Alright.
that. And
Well,
yeah,
I think we're going off now, so...
Yep,
Goodbye,
and just
everyone.
one final plug. Again, if anybody wants to learn the speedrun, I encourage you to join the 13 Discord. We're all pretty great people, if I do say so myself, and it's an amazing run to, do. So yeah, thanks for having us.
Yeah. See you later, everyone. And thanks for watching.
GG's!
Good night, all.